felt as if someone was advancing to become an official wizard, but the fluctuation was brief, so it was a bit strange. Upon hearing this, Admiral Edward couldn't help but laugh. He stood up, looked out the window, and said, "Archbishop, perhaps your senses are too sharp. Which wizard apprentice wouldn't return to their family or, at the very least, remain in the quiet rooms of the training tower for their advancement? If it were the training tower, it's too far for you to sense it. Indeed, it might just be the fluctuation of some witchcraft artifact." Archbishop Gomez nodded, thinking that his old friend Admiral Edward made sense. Through the window, the front of the sword-bearer's branch was visible along the street. As for the other side of the street, it was too far away, and even with his sharp senses, he couldn't perceive beyond it, and the rest were all within the boundaries of the sword-bearer's branch. If any sword-bearer were advancing to a wizard, his old friend Edward would surely know better than he. By the way, Archbishop, back to our earlier topic, what do you think about the suspected sealing gate under Maced Coast? Admiral Edward's expression turned serious as he asked. Archbishop Gomez thought for a moment and said, "I was shocked when I received the news yesterday, and I had some look into the ancient texts. It's almost certain that it is indeed a sealing gate. It's just that it's been so long I can't be sure what the god has sealed inside in the ancient times. It could be a direct descendant of an evil god, a demonic being, a pet, or a powerful minion." Archbishop Gomez frowned slightly, shaking his head, "But my advice would still be not to open it so easily." Archbishop Gomez added another word. "Alas, as you know, some decisions aren't ours to make," Admiral Edward said helplessly. "They intend to let out whatever is within the sealing gate, and the Imperial Guardians will handle it." The Imperial Guardians, huh? Since it comes from him, there's not much to discuss. My old friend, I guess I'll take my leave then. Archbishop Gomez shook his head helplessly and got up to go. In the room, at this moment, Rain picked up a handle made of hardened essence gold, then took out his long-treasured skull warhammer. He intended to reshape and rebalance the handle of the single-handed skull warhammer, turning it into a two-handed warhammer. However, as soon as Rain grasped the skull warhammer, a system notification rang out again. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the artifact skull warhammer, triggering a special job transfer Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Preconditions for transferring to Warhammer Wizard. Legendary 1. Any official wizard 2. Any hammer-type extraordinary artifact 3. Any combat skill related to Warhammers at level 12 or above 4. Physical Tier 2 breaking limit value 30% or more. All conditions met. Yes/no transfer to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. What? All conditions met. Rain was not surprised by the notification about transferring to a Warhammer Wizard. What surprised him was that the conditions were all met, which means he could transfer to a Warhammer Wizard at any time. Condition 4 is met too. Driven by curiosity, Rain immediately opened the Weapon Master, Legendary panel. He noticed, perhaps due to his recent advancement to an official wizard, that this boost in attributes had comprehensively enhanced his physical condition. At this moment, under the grand title of Weapon Master, Legendary, he saw Physical Tier 2 breaking limit value 32%. It looked like today was a doubly joyous occasion. He had not only advanced to an official wizard, but his physical rank had also stepped into the senior Great Knight level. However, when it came to whether to transfer to a Warhammer Wizard, Rain immediately chose no. Why? He naturally chose to first upgrade his Wizard, Legendary job panel to earn a wave of skill points and attribute points before considering another job transfer. Thinking this over, Rain put down the Skull Warhammer. He planned to test the metal morphing spell under different weapon conditions, in combination with his skills as a weapon master. The attack power testing room previously mentioned by the female staffer in the training building would be a perfect place to check out. Soon, Rain had transformed the bar of hardened essence gold and covered it over his armored gloves. He returned to the training building. When he reached the attack power testing room on the second floor, he found that 7 or 8 sword bearers were already there. The room, spanning about a few hundred square meters, was dominated by 3 metallic cylinders about 2 meters in diameter each, lying on tracks similar to railroad tracks, with their circular cut surfaces facing the crowd. The surfaces, resembling metallic pure silver, were where the sword bearers were wielding various weapons, unleashing extraordinary combat skills by chopping. Rain could clearly see that these chops produced various depths of scratches on the pale silver metal, but they did not cause the weapons to curl at the edge, as the material seemed similar to pure silver and relatively softer in texture. Round the metal blocks, however, was a circle carved with complex patterns of a magic array that had a special effect of repairing metal. In fact, this was also a pattern for the metal restoration art, a Magic Under the Metal series, which Rain had seen in those 11 ancient books. Additionally, there is an apparatus at the back of the metal block that resembles a spring mechanism. Whether using a hammer or a sword, the metal block can absorb and test the attack power of each hit, and the corresponding numerical values representing the attack power are swiftly displayed on an adjacent wisdom slate. Rain nodded as he looked at the scene before him. He hadn't expected that the Sword Bearer's branch had such sophisticated equipment for testing attack power. At that moment, he noticed that in front of the third device stood a muscular man wielding a one-handed hammer who stepped forward, muscles bulging, and brought down his hammer heavily onto the cylindrical metal block. Clang, a piercing metal clashing sound rang out. The previously smooth surface of the metal block was instantly indented, creating a basin-sized depression resembling a meteorite crater. At the same time, the metal block, weighing several tons, was pushed back about half a meter along its guide rails, and the spring mechanism at the back quickly restored it to its original position. A large value of 35 was displayed on the adjacent black wisdom slate. The commotion attracted the attention of most people in the testing room, whispering amongst themselves after seeing the number 35. It's none other than Skuldar the Bully. It appears his bull hammer technique has improved. He must have mastered the intermediate secret. Technique, generally speaking, a knight's attack power ranges from 5 to 15, and for a great knight, it's between 15 and 40. Skuldar is quite impressive. A great knight's attack power values between 15 and 40. Hearing the conversations around him, Rain pondered. Although it was the first time he'd heard such a claim, it didn't impede his understanding. Moreover, if Rain had looked back while he was at the mission hall yesterday, he would surely have remembered this muscular man. For he was the one who had stood behind him, waiting fruitlessly for half an hour. At this point, a young man beside Skuldar the Bully extended his thumb, excitedly praising, "Captain, the power of your hammer stroke is definitely That's enough. I'm not even in the top 5 hammer users at the Sword Holder Minter branch." Skuldar waved his hand and said with a laugh. Clearly, though Skuldar was modest with his words, he was quite pleased inwardly by his companion's compliments. "By the way, Captain, speaking of hammer skill, I heard from a young guy from Welshire County say that there was a strong recruit in their group. Apparently, during the assessment, he knocked down an obsidian giant with a single hammer blow and even got the nickname Meister Siege Hammer. If you ask me, it's just because this batch of recruits doesn't have any impressive individuals. Making mountains out of molehills, not for the captain. Knocking down an obsidian giant with one blow would be a piece of cake for you," the youth said somewhat dismissively. Is that so?" Skuldar became serious and said, "While I could also do that, it would be anything but easy. For a recruit to have such strength is indeed very impressive." Since Skuldar had already finished testing his secret technique, he and the young man walked towards the doorway, talking as they went. Meanwhile, Rain saw that a testing device was now free, and he quickly walked over to it. The two groups brushed past each other. Just as Skuldar was about to reach the doorway, he had a sudden realization. As if he remembered something, and immediately turned his head to look at Rain's back. That silhouette. So familiar. Right, this young man was the one who caused him to wait in vain for over half an hour yesterday at the mission hall. Though Skuldar was irked, he also knew that the other party was only completing a mission normally, and naturally he couldn't blame him for that. Moreover, considering the situation that day, both the Deputy Mission Officer Olna and Officer Yumes seemed to pay a lot of attention to this young man. His presence here today clearly meant he was here to test his attack power. This made him very curious. Seeing his captain halt, the youth couldn't help but follow his gaze with a puzzled look and saw a young man he had never seen before. In the Sword Bearer's branch there are only so many people. Those never seen before are surely new recruits. "Captain, what's wrong?" the youth asked curiously. "Nothing much, just saw an interesting young man." "Let's wait and watch his attack power test," Skuldar replied. Rain had never undergone an attack power test before. He was also keen to test the attack power he could achieve with different weapons in hand. After a thought, Rain cast the metal morphing spell and instantly transformed the surface of his plate. Gauntlets hardened essence gold into a dagger. A dagger? That's quite rare," said the youth in surprise. Skuldar also nodded and commented, "Indeed it is." Since the dagger was small and had little metal content, the transformation magic occurred so swiftly that Skuldar, along with others, thought Rain was carrying a dagger on his person. Clang, a crisp sound. The adjacent wisdom slate of the testing device immediately displayed the number 18. Pretty average strength. The youth frowned slightly as he commented. He didn't really understand why the captain was paying attention to this young man. Guldar himself was stunned. The number was not too high but rather too low. He couldn't fathom why such combat ability would attract the attention of mission hall officers. Rain, however, nodded slightly. This data was normal. Without any extraordinary battle technique specifically for daggers, his plain swing for an attack being 18 was not surprising. After giving it some thought, Rain decided to test the damage of the axe. After all, he possessed the extraordinary battle technique, rock and axe and shield combat skill. However, before transforming, Rain pondered over an issue. It would be better not to reveal that he treated the metal morphing spell as his innate wizardry. It would give away too many secrets. Thus, this time, Rain took nearly 10 seconds to carefully transform the dagger in his hand, and the hardened essence gold covering his armored gauntlet into the shape of an axe. This process was naturally captured by everyone present, including Skolda. Many people suddenly exclaimed, "It's a rare metal-based witchcraft. This seems to be a level 1 metal-based witchcraft metal morphing spell. I think I saw it in the special items exchange catalog. So, this young man is actually a third-level wizard apprentice," Skolda muttered to himself. Clang, Rain's lightning-fast axe chop sliced at least 10 centimeters into the metal block, and the nearby wisdom slate swiftly refreshed to display 27 tails. "Yo, not bad, he's quite strong," the young man said with mild surprise, turning to his team leader Skolda. This figure immediately drew more attention to Rain. Rain once again took even longer, about 17 to 18 seconds, to transform the axe in his hand into the shape of a dual-handed greatsword. The people nearby were quite interested in Rain's use of metal-based witchcraft and started discussing, "This metal morphing spell may be good, but it's too impractical for real combat." "Exactly. Look, it took him nearly 20 seconds to transform. He can't use the transformation in a battle." "That's right, such is the case. You could only use one weapon in a fight. If you ask me, it would be better to carry multiple weapons instead. He's a newcomer after all. It's understandable. He doesn't have much combat experience. What do you think? How much damage will he be able to deal with the dual-handed greatsword this time?" Rain struck the metal block hard with the dual-handed greatsword. Meanwhile, the neighboring wisdom slate jumped to display 32 tails. This reading immediately caused surprise among the onlookers, sparking a flurry of discussion. "Captain, this newcomer's attack power is decent," the young man said with wide eyes and a touch of astonishment to Skolda. "It's not very practical though, but is he really a newcomer? How come I haven't heard about such an expert with a dual-handed greatsword among the new batch of recruits?" the young man said, puzzled. Meanwhile, at Mingster, on the 3rd floor of the Yakson auction house, inside a splendidly decorated study. "It's been 3 days, Asani. The men you sent to find Hammies haven't brought back any news yet." A middle-aged man with a hunting garb and horseshoe mustache leaned on a generously sized and comfortable deer-leather chair, his brow slightly furrowed. "Yes, Viscount Fabian. The day Hammies disappeared, the contacts in Mingster lost all communication with Hammies' team. That's when I suspected something might have happened to them. According to our agreement, there should be communication every day." Fabian nodded and continued to ask, "And then? Your men just told you that they had seen that sword-bearer named Rain in the city." "That's correct, my lord," Asani said, his expression serious. After a long pause, Viscount Fabian finally asked, "Asani, what's your take on how this sword-bearer newcomer named Rain could have defeated Hammies and his team?" Just Rain alone couldn't possibly take down Hammies' squad. "I think it's most likely that when Rain went to Meister for some mission, Hammies and his men launched an attack, but were killed by other sword-bearers accompanying Rain. Other than that, I can't think of any other reasonable explanation. After all, when combined, Hammies and his men were as strong as an elite squad from the Empire's Special Department." That sounds very likely." Viscount Fabian nodded in agreement. "However, we still need to sort out the current problem. Marquis Orance has been pressuring me. His eldest legitimate son, Melvord, urgently needs the fangs of ancient giant trolls for his imminent bloodline awakening ceremony. But, Viscount, we don't have a stronger team than Hammies' squad in our province currently. What do you recommend?" Asani looked troubled. No need to worry, Marquis Orens, being a shareholder of our auction house, the headquarters in the Imperial City will naturally dispatch experts. Make sure your men keep a close watch on this newcomer sword-bearer named Rain. The situation in the entire Minster province is quite chaotic at the moment. He'll likely leave Minster soon for his mission. Inform me immediately once he leaves Minster again, Fabian instructed. As you command, my lord. After a pause, Fabian added, also, if he doesn't leave Minster soon, it's fine too. As long as he steps out of the sword-bearer's branch, even if he remains in the city, we can make our move. We can blame it on the cult. Sword-bearer's branch. Training building 2nd floor, within the combat strength testing room. Rain looked at the deep sword mark on the metal block before him and glanced at the number 32 displayed on the side, his face showing contemplation. 32 degrees, huh? Indeed, the secret technique derived from his giant bear sword technique was actually a rare soundwave-based secret technique. If he didn't use the intermediate secret technique, Roaring Battle Cry, but directly used a level 13 giant bear sword technique, an attack power of 32 degrees wasn't actually too shabby. However, it wasn't that there was no way to add an enhancement. Rain began to recite the spell for another metal-based witchcraft sharpness technique. Soon, the surface of the dual-handed greatsword, transformed from hardened essence gold, began to shine with a mercury-like glow. Immediately after, Rain's muscles expanded, and he swung the greatsword again, delivering a powerful smooth cleaving slash towards the testing metal block. TSS. This time's power was clearly stronger than the last, the tip of the dual-handed greatsword completely submerged into the previously smooth metal surface. And on the intelligent slate beside it, 2 large characters were instantaneously refreshed. 35. This time, Rain's face showed a smile. It seems that with sharp weapons, augmenting them with the sharpness technique can enhance attack power. Although the increase in magnitude wasn't great, merely about 10%, for Great Knight's level of attack power, every single degree represented sweat and time invested in extraordinary combat skills. The onlookers let out a whoosh, a burst of astonishment. Obviously, everyone was surprised at the power of Rain's last strike. This matches that blow from Bull Scolda just now, doesn't it? Have any of you seen this young man before? I've been at the Sword Holder Minster branch for 3 years, and I've never seen him. Could he be from another branch in a different province? It's unlikely, with attacks breaking out in various parts of the Empire. How could they afford to send such an expert over from another province? Right, even if they haven't been attacked, they're definitely preparing. It would be quite something if they could send a few people over just to show up. Could it be that he's someone sent from the headquarters in the Imperial City? While the crowd was astounded by the power of Rain's strike, they all began speculating about his origins. Damn, that's fierce. A youth couldn't help but swear in amazement. Captain, his attack power is catching up to yours. But he did use the metal-based sharpness technique for that boost, right? Scolda nodded solemnly. He believed he had understood why the mission hall's officer had taken such interest in Rain. Indeed, he appeared so young, yet his strength was already so formidable. Most crucially, he possessed a rare metal-based wizard qualification, combined with a strong proficiency in extraordinary combat skills, making his means of attack extremely diverse. As a young man carrying out missions, he was a truly versatile hand, capable of executing various kinds of tasks, much more suitable than the average sword-bearer. The only downside was, he probably had not yet mastered a secret technique for the dual-handed greatsword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the sharpness technique to enhance his combat strength. You should know, in close combat among great knights, situations change in the blink of an eye. How could there possibly be a chance to calmly perform witchcraft against an opponent? I think he should go up for the testing. Using witchcraft to augment, this has already strayed from the pure knightly path we pursue, the youth said, sounding somewhat sour. The young man appeared quite a bit younger than him, yet his attack power was already streets ahead. However, Rain wasn't paying attention to the other's words. Instead, continued to use the metal morphing spell and took 20 seconds to transform his dual-handed greatsword into a 2-handed warhammer. Just when the onlookers thought Rain had finished testing, they saw that Rain's weapon had turned into a 2-handed warhammer. Then, the youth beside Scolda suddenly remembered something. Pointing at Rain in shock, he said, "Captain, could he be that?" But he didn't finish his sentence. Bang! A loud boom almost shook the entire testing room. On the 2-meter diameter metal block's surface at this moment, appeared a hole roughly a meter in diameter and around 70 to 80 centimeters deep. Moreover, it had pushed the metal block, which weighed several tons, nearly to the spring's limit on the slide rail. And beside the intelligent slate, damage value as high as 47 degrees was displayed. Suddenly, the entire place fell silent. The only sound was the light hissing of the spring device installed behind the metal block rebounding. And the metal block, weighing several tons, was now oscillating back and forth on the slide rail with a decreasing amplitude, slowly settling to a stop. Everyone present, Skolda included, looked as if they had seen a ghost, with eyes wide and mouths agape. "He is the Meister Siege Hammer." Several seconds later, the youth managed to finish the sentence he had begun previously. But at this point, he didn't need to say it. Many in the crowd had already made the connection. The news of a newcomer knocking down an obsidian giant with one hammer strike during an assessment had spread far and wide within the Mingster sword-bearers branch, so nearly all sword-bearers knew about it. It's just that previously, Rain had used either a dagger, an axe, or a dual-handed greatsword, which is why those present hadn't associated the young man before them with Meister Siege Hammer. But now, damn it, he was even fiercer than the Siege Hammer. Damn. There's such a monster among the new recruits. Damn it, 47 degrees. The testing device must be broken. Yeah, that's damn well beyond the upper limit of a great knight's attack power. How do I feel like his power surpasses even that of Batista from Rock Team wielding the Warhammer? Indeed. It seems to be even stronger. I remember quite clearly last time when Batista gave it his all, it seemed to only reach 45 degrees, the sword-bearer recalled soberly. The young man initially thought the rumors was somewhat exaggerated, but it turned out they had understated it. Damn, even two obsidian giants wouldn't withstand a single blow. Barbarian Skolda was a bit dazed at this moment, realizing that all his assumptions were wrong. What no secret technique. This is damn well an advanced secret skill. If it weren't an advanced secret skill, he wouldn't believe in his death that an attack could reach this level. No wonder Olna, deputy minister of the mission hall, and Minister Yumas placed so much importance on this young man. They couldn't help but take it seriously. Power dictates. Seeing that Rain had finished his test, many sword-bearers came forward to greet him, all with smiles. For a talent like Rain, no, already a proven talent, any normal person would think of making friends with him. Sword-bearers were no exception. The enthusiasm of the old sword-bearers came as a bit of a surprise to Rain. But thinking about it, it made sense. After some pleasantries, Rain did learn quite a bit of common knowledge. This knowledge was supposed to be introduced to his group of newcomers in this month's general knowledge classes by the instructor, but due to the sudden province-wide attack, the original plans at the sword-bearers branch had been disrupted. Lord Riani, a degree is a unit of measurement. Simply put, a trained, robust human soldier's full strike equates to 1 degree of attack power. Generally speaking, a formal knight's attack power ranges from 5 to 15 degrees, while a great knight typically ranges from 15 to 30 degrees. The young man who had previously been scornful of Rain now stood next to Barbarian Skolda, smiling warmly as he introduced this information. Rain nodded, then suddenly a question occurred to him. So he asked, and what about wizards? Is there a measure for their attack power as well? Of course, but the attack power of formal wizards varies greatly. Generally, a first-level attack using wizardry can reach over 30 degrees. However, after thinking for a moment, the young man added, but oftentimes, the methods of a wizard's attack are rather peculiar and diverse, such as curses, channeling type witchcraft, etc. So if we talk about instantaneous attack power, it's frankly not very strong, but it is very difficult to counter. After hearing this, Rain nodded again. Indeed, that was the case. About this, he had deep feelings. Lord Riani, you're a Meister, right? Recently, our squad just returned from a mission in Meister County, and this time the losses there were heavy. A sword-bearer, presumably recognizing Rain from his nickname, chatted up. It is indeed. I went to Flashkull Town and it was truly awful. Almost no one survived. What? Rain stiffened, exclaiming in disbelief. Almost no survivors. He had always thought that the attack Flashkull Town suffered was on the scale of the last attack by the Black Flame cult, where a death toll of over 100 was already extreme. Now, hearing this sword-bearer's tone, it seemed much worse. Originally, he had planned to visit Flashkull Town in a few days to check on things, and also to visit the injured Count Habs in the county town. In an instant, Familiar and vivid faces in Flashgold Town flashed through Rain's mind like a slideshow. His best friend George, Sheriff Hamilton, the night watchman's old Captain Wylan, Aunt Seema. Lord Riani, do you know people in Flashgold Town? Seeing Rain's shocked expression, a nearby sword-bearer asked with concern. Although they knew Rain was from Meister County, they did not know he was specifically from Flashgold Town. Rain regained his composure, looked pale and nodded, looking around and said to everyone, "Sorry, everyone, we'll talk another time." Of course, Lord Riani. It seems Lord Riani must have family in Flashgold Town, many murmured as they watched Rain quickly leave. Soon, Rain returned to his room, took his skull warhammer, and hurried toward the sword-bearer's branch's main gate. He planned to go to the villa recently purchased by Jenny nearby. He had just thought of his family. Although there were elite cavalry guards sent by Javier, thinking of the recent calamity in Flashgold Town made Rain feel it wasn't safe enough. He decided to go and fetch his family himself. As fate would have it, just as Rain was leaving the main gate of the sword-bearer's branch, familiar figure hurried over. It was the short Mateo. This made Rain's heart skip a beat. Could it be? Lord Riani, your parents' sister, and Lady Baroness Crawley have just arrived in Minster. Mateo, also seeing Rain exiting the gate, couldn't help but brighten up and quickly approached him. Hearing this news, Rain immediately felt a wave of relief. We'll head there right away. By the way, Mateo, has Miss Jenny found a new residence? Rain asked as they walked. This matter was something he had arranged with Jenny before he last left Minster. No, Miss Jenny and Miss Agatha have been looking around these past few days, but haven't found a suitable residence. I heard that recently, many rich merchants and nobles from other counties have been flocking to Minster, and they're all scrambling to buy properties here. These last few days, even the housing prices in the civilian districts of Minster have been raised by at least 30%, he said, his voice tinged with concern, and they are still climbing. In the noble and administrative districts, villas are nearly sold out, with prices having risen by at least 50%. Mateo had briefly discussed the recent fluctuations in Minster's real estate prices with Rain. Rain nodded. It seemed in the wake of the recent attack, the local situation had become quite unstable. Those who could afford it were flocking to Minster to buy properties. When Rain and Mateo arrived at the villa, before they even entered, they saw servants bustling in and out, moving belongings. Upon seeing Rain's arrival, his mother Emma and father, old Rain, were visibly overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, his sister Mint, who had clearly grown much taller, rushed into Rain's arms the moment she saw him, abandoning the cookies she'd been playing with. Mistress Jennifer was still stunningly beautiful, but at this moment, it was not her place to express her deep feelings to Rain. She could only gaze at him with her watery, large eyes. Rain, did you hear? There's been trouble in Flashgold Town, Emma said, her face etched with residual fear. Apparently even the sheriff was killed by the cult. Thank goodness you moved us to County Town back then. Or else. Hearing this news, Mateo, who was short in stature, stiffened and couldn't help but exclaim, Aunt Emma, did you just say Lord Hamilton? Yes, it's confirmed Lord Hamilton has sadly perished, Jennifer stepped forward, affirming solemnly. Mateo naturally knew that the lady before him, Baroness Crawley, controlled the Hammer and Rose Commerce Guild, and thanks to Lord Rain's support, though not exceedingly prominent in Meister, was well connected and well informed. Having received reliable information, Mateo was momentarily lost in thought, but then he felt a hint of relief. Thankfully, his family had already moved to County Town with him earlier. At that moment, Mistress Jennifer hesitated and then turned to Rain, saying, Baron Rain, there's a letter. It came into my possession by chance, apparently from a former friend of yours. Rain looked puzzled as he took the letter from Mistress Jennifer. To be precise, it was not so much a letter as it was a mere piece of paper, dirty and slightly torn. The writing on it was hurried, as if written in a panic. On the pale yellow paper there were several drops of dark red blood. It read, Rain, this is George. I am terribly scared right now. My eyes, nose, and ears are bleeding, Father, too. I know we're both dying. You are the most formidable one I know, and used to be my best friend. Please help. The message ended abruptly after the words, please help. It was George. At that instant, Rain felt an immense heaviness in his heart. Since his original arrival in this world, George had been his first friend. George, we were not just once best friends, but have always been best friends, Rain silently admitted to himself. The Black Flame cult, you bastards, just wait. At that moment, Rain felt more anger than sorrow, as if a fire blazed within his chest. However, as a member of the Imperial Sword Bearers, he couldn't act impulsively. After calming himself, Rain decided to return to the Sword Bearers branch once more to check the mission hall for any tasks related to Mingster Province and the Black Flame cult. If there were, he would take them up. Before leaving, Rain informed Mistress Jennifer briefly. "Father, Mother, I'm heading to the Sword Bearers branch and will be back before dinner," Rain said as he greeted his parents, Emma and Old Rain. Meanwhile, high above, aboard a large airship flying from Imperial City to Mingster, a young woman dressed in noble hunting attire and carrying a dual-handed greatsword was gazing down at the distant scenery from on high. The tight hunting outfit outlined her shapely figure, particularly emphasizing her taut buttocks and round, springy thighs, which were quite eye-catching. From the front, the young woman had a beautiful oval face, not delicate but rather rough with thick eyebrows and the posture of carrying a greatsword, giving her an overall impressive and dashing appearance. In just a few minutes, 4 or 5 nobles also on the airship had approached her, one of them even being an old earl in his 50s. This caused the young woman to frown slightly, visibly annoyed. Soon, she returned to her cabin. Inside, a middle-aged woman dressed as a maid was already present. On seeing the young woman enter, she stood up respectfully and said, "Miss Clea, the Earl has asked you not to return to Meister." "But you have." Clea waved her hand dismissively and said, "Shadia. The Imperial Royal Academy is about to go on spring break. Besides, Father is severely injured. I couldn't possibly not come back." She continued, "Moreover, I've heard that Mingster Province is currently unstable, and Meister, being our family's ancestral land for hundreds of years, is in an especially bad situation. By the way, didn't Father mention he was summoning his old comrades? How is that going?" "Well, apart from Viscount Brizo sending 2 peak knights, the other lords have only sent a symbolical 1 or 2 newly promoted knights or a troop of cavalry," Shadia replied, her face betraying her concern. Shadia had been transferred from the Habsburg Manor to the Count Mansion in Maest County City a month ago. Just a few days ago, when the attack occurred, Count Habs was gravely injured, and she was arranged to immediately board the military airship to the Imperial City to contact Clea, asking her to refrain from returning to Meister for the time being. As for the current situation in Maest County, the majority of Count Habs's former subordinates, as well as the noble families on good terms with them, all believed that there was little value in continuing efforts to save it. With cultist attacks and the Sea Clan invasion, Meister's condition was no longer something a Count's family could turn around. To continue investing manpower, material resources, and financial assets would be unwise. The best choice was to first arrange for a partial withdrawal of the Habs family's properties and personnel. Count Habs had not failed to consider hiring mercenaries, but forwent the idea because in the entirety of Mingster, mercenary groups varied widely in quality, and it was hard to ensure none were infiltrated by cultists. Moreover, those well-established and famous mercenary troops had already found employers amid the unstable situations. After pondering for a while, Shadia tentatively asked, "Miss, about those fellows in the Imperial City, the ones pursuing you, is there any possibility? They are all proposing marriage alliances, and I don't want to tie myself down so soon. However, if there really is no other choice, we'll deal with it when the time comes," Clea said, waving her hand. Facing the dire straits of the Habs family, Clea, Meister's genius female knight, also frowned deeply, at a loss for solutions. Although she had only studied at the Imperial Royal Academy for around half a year, her strength improved rapidly, advancing from being merely an experienced knight when she first arrived, to now stepping into the realm of a peak knight. Such a rate of improvement, even among the geniuses gathered at the Dragon Imperial Royal Academy, could be considered among the higher echelons. In addition, Clea's own appearance and figure were top-notch. Though being born into a local hereditary earldom was considered a demerit at the Royal Academy, overall, Clea had many suitors, including sons of dukes and direct descendants of marquises. But Clea was not very interested in any of them. Her aspirations toward the knightly path far surpassed marrying into a great noble family. "By the way, miss, why don't you seek help from Sir Rain?" Shadia cautiously added the honorific Sir Rain. Clea involuntarily recalled the lean figure she had instructed in swordsmanship once in the Habsburg Manor. It had been over half a year since she last saw Rain, whom she should consider one of her followers, in theory. The last news she heard about him was that he had become a formal knight, which surprised her greatly. Later, she learned that Rain had passed the Imperial Conferment Assessment and became a Baron. The most recent news was what her father, Count Habs, had written to tell her, stating that Rain had become a Peak Knight and successfully joined the ranks of the Imperial Sword Bearers, which shocked her tremendously. A common farm boy ascending to the status of a Peak Knight in just over half a year, just like her. By the goddess above, Clea was very aware that no ceremony of allegiance, not even in any form, had taken place between her and Rain. She never imagined that a youth she merely saw potential in would possess such astonishing talent. This left her completely unsure whether she could count on Rain to help, despite being the one who initiated him on the knightly path. Moreover, the aid of one Peak Knight was akin to a drop in the ocean in the face of her family's current crisis, essentially insignificant. I heard he joined the Sword Bearers last time. Clea hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, miss, came the reply. Well, once we get to Minster, let's go see him. It would still be good to have the support of an additional Peak Knight. Clea sighed softly. Miss, I think you might be too pessimistic. In my memory, Lord Riani is not that kind of person. Shadia recalled the big boy from the past and said. Clea shook her head and said, You don't understand. When a person gains strength, honor, power, money, and other temptations will follow. Do you think he won't change? This. Shadia fell silent for a moment. There was no denying that what her young mistress said made sense. The Earl's former friends and subordinates would all judge the situation and act accordingly. Besides, the young mistress was merely Lord Riani's mentor in the way of the knight in the past, and indeed should not hold too many hopes. Inside Minster City, at the Sword Bearers branch entrance on Shaded Boulevard, the nearby vendors selling nuts changed their expression upon seeing Riani returning to the Sword Bearers branch, immediately turned around, swiftly wrote something down, and quietly released a pigeon from the wooden box behind them. Minutes later, Asani, the leader of a merchant convoy who was reporting something to Viscount Fabian in the study on the third floor of Munster Axon Auction House, received another message from the pigeon. Why another? That's because several stalkers had already sent information to the merchant leader Asani when they saw Riani leaving the Sword Bearers branch for the villa earlier. He's returned. Asani glanced at the small piece of paper in his hand, his expression involuntarily changing as he raised his head, looking somewhat anxiously toward Viscount Fabian sitting behind the broad mahogany desk. Didn't you just say that Riani had left the branch, and now he's back? Viscount Fabian's face stiffened, followed by obvious displeasure. Not only because he felt played, but because he had just notified the ice messenger Grant Savagii, who had recently arrived from the Imperial City headquarters. This ice messenger was not known for his good temper. Now Fabian had to immediately go and explain himself, but then Fabian thought and said, Asani, you go and report this situation to Lord Grant. This. Yes, Viscount, I'll do it right away. Asani, sweating from his forehead, hurriedly got up to take his leave. Hopefully Lord Grant the ice messenger had not set out yet. Asani did not want to bear the brunt of his anger. Alas, he had been quite pleased half an hour ago when he received the message from his subordinates responsible for surveillance and came to report immediately. But who would have thought Riani would return to the branch again? Meanwhile, Riani had already arrived at the mission hall. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A young and pretty receptionist saw Riani approach, stood up, bowed, and smiled sweetly. Check for me any tasks related to the Black Flame. Colton Meister County, Riani said, handing over his gold badge to the receptionist while speaking. Certainly, sir, please wait a moment. The receptionist saw the gold badge and took it with both hands respectfully and quickly. Sir, there are a total of 11 missions. Would you like to review them all? So many? Riani raised his eyebrows slightly. After a moment of thought, Riani asked again, how many are gold level? Sir, there are 3 gold level missions. Would you like to see the details? Yes, Riani nodded. Very well, sir, it's ready. Please look at the wisdom slate. The receptionist quickly brought up the gold level missions related to the Black Flame cult in Meister County on the wisdom slate in front of Riani. Riani immediately began reviewing them. Eliminate the perpetrator of the Flashgold Town tragedy, Raxel, gold level. Raxel, formerly the high priest of the Black Flame Church in Wells County, now serving as an envoy, has been dispatched to Meister by the Black Flame Church and is one of the leaders and organizers of the recent attacks on Meister County. He planned and orchestrated the Flashgold Town tragedy. A rare shadow wizard, strong and known as Blood Burner. According to the latest information from our spies, Raxel was last seen in the Wild Wolf Hills area of eastern Meister County. Task requirements: eliminate Raxel within half a month. Recommended number of participants is 1 full sword bearers team. The mission has a set reward, 2 gold medals and 3,000 merit points. Note: it is recommended to exchange counterfeit Emperor's Scepter or Emperor's Sword before engaging high-ranking cultists. The first mission alone made Rheanie's gaze turn sharp. Rheanie had thought that investigating the perpetrator behind the Flashgold town tragedy would take a long time. But now, he somewhat felt no need to break through iron shoes in search, for it comes without any effort. Raxel, was this guy the planner behind the Flashgold town tragedy? Shadow Wizard, hey, exchange a counterfeit Emperor's Scepter beforehand. All of a sudden, Rheanie remembered something. Previously, when Batista and Ramil from Rock Team came to perform a mission in Meister, the silver-white scepter used by Batista seemed to be a counterfeit Emperor's Scepter, which eliminated the evil god's presence with a single strike, and disrupted and severely injured the Black Flame High Priest who was in the midst of ascending. So the counterfeit Imperial weapons came in both scepter and sword styles. Well, he could check out the exchange hall later. Investigate the true purpose behind the Meister attack, gold level. The real purpose behind the Black Flame cult's attack on Meister is unclear. Task requirements: clarify the situation within 1 month. Recommended number of participants is 1 full sword bearers team. Mission rewards: 3 gold medals and 5,000 merit points. Note: if the investigation yields additional findings or takes a shorter time than expected, the reward will increase. Protect the governor of Mace County City, gold level. Several attacks have occurred recently in Mace County City, and the local governor, Count Habs, has been seriously injured. The cult is growing bolder, continuously creating a panic within the city. Task requirements: protect Governor Count Habs of Mace County City within half a month. A team of 3 or more sword bearers is recommended. Task reward: 1 gold medal, 1,000 merit points. Note: if multiple members of the Black Flame cult are killed during protection, the reward will increase. After looking through 3 tasks, Rain's brow furrowed. Although the refreshed tasks on the Wisdom slate were all gold level, the recommended number of participants listed in the task requirements generally required a full sword bearers team, and he was just 1 person. Furthermore, according to the rules, a sword bearers team could only take on 1 task at a time, but he wanted to take on all 3 tasks. Right, is Deputy Governor Olna available? After some thought, Rain decided to find someone. She is, sir. Do you know Lady Olna? Yes, tell her Rain is looking for her. Very well, sir. I'll go and notify her at once. The young clerk quickly stood up and hurried towards the back offices of the hall. Soon, a capable-looking young woman with a smiling face, Olna, emerged from the office. Lord Rain, would you like to come to my office to talk? Olna, with her acute perception, seemed to understand that Rain needed her for something and suggested as soon as they met. Yes, thank you for your time, Rain said with a smile as he stood up. Inside the office, Rain and Olna sat facing each other. Lady Olna, the gold-level tasks I wish to undertake all require a complete sword-bearers team, yet I am currently on my own. Oh, Lord Rain, are you planning to complete a gold-level task alone? Olna's eyes twinkled with surprise. That's right. Well, Lord Rain, I do not doubt your strength, but I am unable to change this rule. Olna's words made Rain's brow furrow. He hadn't expected that even Deputy Governor Olna couldn't allow him to take on a team task by himself. However, Lord Rain, do you have any friends among the new batch of sword bearers? If so, you might consider forming a team right away. I have considered that, but both of my friends are currently on missions and are not in the sword bearers branch. Olna smiled lightly and said, Lord Rain, that won't be a problem. As long as your friends don't object afterward, I can help you establish a team immediately. Rain was briefly stunned as he understood Olna's suggestion. Taking on a team task alone was something even Olna couldn't assist with. However, a workaround would be to form a team and undertake the task in the team's name. The specifics of how the team operated wouldn't be scrutinized by the sword bearers branch, and he could complete it alone. Of course, the precondition was that the team members wouldn't disclose the situation. Vinica and Evelyn would naturally not object since they had both expressed a willingness to be on the same team as him in the past. I understand. Then I'll be troubling you, Lady Olna. It's no trouble at all, Lord Rain. Rain took the quill and paper handed to him by Olna and started to fill out the team. Registration information. However, when he came to the team name, he hesitated. At that moment, Olna glanced at the paper and suggested with a smile, "Lord Rain, Meister's siege hammer seems quite appropriate as your team name. It represents your origin and showcases your combat strength." Rain was somewhat speechless at the name. All right then, choosing a name was too difficult for him, so for now, he would just go with it. "By the way, Lady Olna, I wish to take on 3 gold-level tasks related to the Black Flame cult in Meister County." "This, Lord Rain, if you really intend to do so, I can give you special approval for a series of tasks. We do allow this for sword bearers with strong capabilities." Olna thought for a while and came up with a solution. "A series of tasks? Yes, all 3 tasks are in the same location and related to the Black Flame cult, thus they can be considered a series of tasks." "Then, thank you, Lady Olna." "Sir Rain, you are too kind." After taking all 3 gold-level tasks, Rain made his way to the exchange hall. This time, he intended to rent the replica Imperial Scepter, similar to what Battista had done previously. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I would like to rent the replica Imperial Scepter," Rain said as he handed over his gold badge to the clerk. For Rain, the scepter was a type of hammer, which naturally suited him better than a sword. "Certainly, sir," the young clerk said with respect as she took the badge. "Sir, renting the Imperial Scepter will require 1,000 merit points. Additionally, if it is lost, you will be charged 10,000 merit points plus 1 gold medal as compensation, so please handle it with care," the young clerk said crisply as she went about her business. 1,000 merit points to use it once. Rain finally understood why Battista had looked so displeased after using the replica Imperial Scepter, due to the wastage of 1,000 merit points. But the task was not completed, no wonder. Possible, Rain nodded. "By the way, sir, I see that you haven't borrowed a replica of the Emperor's weapon before. May I briefly introduce the instructions for use?" "Possible." "Well, sir, the replica series of the Emperor's weapons is mainly aimed at various evil god powers and creatures or items contaminated by them. It has a potent destructive effect on these, but the damage to ordinary wizards and knights is not substantial." Rain nodded. He essentially understood. The replica of the Emperor's weapon was prepared to combat various evil god powers. "By the way, do you have any hardened essence gold ingots?" Rain thought of something, the double-handed warhammer he currently had on hand. The weight was still slightly insufficient. "Yes, sir. How much would you like to exchange?" "Start with 50 pounds. "All right, sir. 50 pounds totals 1,200 merit points." After completing the exchange, Rain quickly left the hall. On his way back, Rain found a secluded spot and transformed the hardened essence gold ingots to cover his plate mail gloves. This made the whole set of knight plate mail look a bit odd. The whole body except for the plate mail gloves was silver, while the gloves were a grayish black. The airship from the Imperial City to Minster finally arrived, and Clea and her servant quickly descended the airship. Not far away, an elderly man dressed as a butler noticed Clea appearing and immediately showed a look of surprise, went forward to greet her and bowing said, "Miss, good day. The carriage arranged by Earl Habs is already here. We can head to Meister whenever you're ready." Upon learning that Clea insisted on coming back, Count Habs had still arranged personnel and a carriage in advance in Minster. "Let's find a place to stay first, and I plan to visit a friend at the Sword Holder Minter branch." Clea thought for a moment, being cautious with her choice of words for Rain. "This, of course, Miss Butler Yodel." Although puzzled about when his mistress had friends at the Sword Bearers branch in Minster, as a servant, it was not his place to ask too much. Thus, the luxurious carriage bearing the Kali bird emblem smoothly headed towards the Sword Holder Minter branch. Clea then looked out the window, only to see the street bustling with people and no signs of any disturbance. What's this?" Clea glanced through the window and suddenly noticed a middle-aged man wearing a white wizard robe. Among the passing pedestrians, this middle-aged man was overly conspicuous. Those around him, even formal knights, kept a considerable distance from him. The middle-aged man was holding a wand that appeared to be made of crystal. Meanwhile, he gave off bursts of cold air, possessing a strong aura that warned strangers to keep away. But Clea knew that this was not an illusion. Rather, his body was genuinely emitting cold air. The main issue was that she had seen this man once before, and that place was the Imperial City. Strange, Ice Messenger Grant, why is he in Minster? He should be at the headquarters of the Yixon Auction House in the Imperial City, shouldn't he? Could it be that the Yixon Auction House has some very important items that need escorting this time? Clea couldn't help speculating. Previously, at the invitation of a suitor from the Imperial Royal Academy, she had attended an auction organized by the Yaxen Auction House in the Imperial City and met Ice Messenger Grant once. It was said that he was a rare ice mage. The offensive power of ice magic was well known, and the defensive power of some ice spells was also exceptionally strong. Therefore, Grant was a wizard with hardly any weaknesses. It was rumored that he once escorted a treasure of the Yaxen Auction House alone, fought against a famous mercenary group disguised as a band of thieves, which included 3 great knights and 12 formal knights. But all was slain by Grant thus, earning the title Ice Messenger. Behind Ice Messenger Grant by a few dozen meters, the portly commerce overseer Asani was hurrying over, his body fat trembling as he moved. At the instructions of Viscount Fabian, he could only obediently comply. But as he arrived at the mansion where Grant was staying, his subordinates informed him that the Ice Messenger had just left. Thus, an anxious Asani hurried along the way. Yet just as he arrived, he witnessed this scene. The strikingly white-robed Ice Messenger Grant was standing in the middle of the road ahead, and a few dozen meters in front of him was Rain. Hey, wasn't it said that Rain had returned to the Sword-Bearer's branch? Why had he come out again? This indeed brought an unexpected delight to Asani. 2 minutes before, Rain, having completed the exchange, had just stepped out of the Sword-Bearer's branch, but just a short distance out, suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He looked up to see the approaching middle-aged man in a white wizard robe. Rain did not recognize him, but he could clearly feel that the man's gaze was focused on him. That is to say, he was being sought out. In a carriage not far away, Clea and her servant, who had also noticed the direction of Ice Messenger Grant's gaze, upon seeing the tall young man in silver-white night plate mail, Clea felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that moment, Shadia, accompanying Clea in the carriage, looked thoughtful. The next second, her eyes widened dramatically as she pointed out the window at a young man and said, "Miss." But before she could finish, the situation at the scene suddenly changed. "Where are the fangs?" the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Rain calmly stared at the other party, saying nothing. When he had left the Sword-Bearer's branch earlier that day, he had a nagging feeling that someone was tailing him, and now it seemed his suspicions were correct. Moreover, Rain had already figured out the origins of his followers. Very well. The man in the white robe lifted a finger, and suddenly an ice blade, nearly 1.5 meters long and thin as a cicada's wing, rapidly formed at his fingertip. The crescent-shaped ice blade, sparkling and semi-transparent under the sunlight, flickered in and out of visibility. The surrounding pedestrians, seeing the sudden display of ice magic and the rapid drop in temperature, started screaming and scattered in all directions. The next second, the ice blade, moving at a speed barely perceptible to the human eye, struck at Rain. Swoosh! So fast, Clea, watching from a distance, shivered inwardly. If it were her facing this ice blade, she wouldn't have had time to dodge. Her only options would have been to block it with her greatsword either horizontally or vertically, but that would have put her on the defensive. The assailant's subsequent ice blades would come at her like a barrage of arrows, forcing her into a passive position where she could only endure the hits. What? Clea's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, her lips parting slightly. Because she saw the tall young man did neither dodge nor block. Instead, he quickly raised his hand, clad in a slightly dark knight's gauntlet, and grasped the incredibly sharp ice blade directly. Snapper! He actually crushed the hard and sharp ice blade in one grab. You must know this was a level 1 witchcraft, ice blade technique. With an attack power of 32 degrees, how could it possibly be crushed by hand? This surprised the Ice Messenger Grant as well, his eyes narrowing slightly. This power clearly did not match the information reported. Moreover, just now he had subtly sensed a fleeting surge of energy particles, likely some sort of witchcraft, but wasn't the opponent a great knight? Could it be that the opponent was a great knight and also a level 3 wizard apprentice? At that moment, Rain tapped his foot on the ground, and the white strip stones on the pavement shattered suddenly. A wave of air mixed with debris spreading outwards in all directions. In an instant, Rain vanished from his spot, and a silver streak rapidly surged toward Ice Messenger Grant. Facing Rain's charge, Grant, unfazed, quickly started chanting and pointed towards the ground in front of him. As he did, a white beam of icy rays shot out. Splash, a sound followed, and the ground in front of him for dozens of square meters thickly frosted over. This was a freezing ray, a technique very effective against professions requiring close combat abilities. But the next second, he seemed to see something unbelievable. All of a sudden, Rain's right hand bizarrely produced a short black spear, and now, leveraging the momentum of his sprint, he hurled the black spear ferociously. Swish! The momentum of the sprint combined with Rain's giant strength talent made the speed of the spear incredibly fast, truly like a bolt of black lightning striking toward Grant. Grant's expression changed dramatically and he shouted out loud, "Ice shield!" Instantly, an oval-shaped thick ice shield enveloped Grant, thoroughly protecting him. Clearly, this was Grant's innate wizardry. Clang! The ice shield blocked the incoming spear. However, the power of the spear was unexpectedly great. The spear tip had already penetrated the ice shield, essentially getting stuck in the ice. Suddenly, he felt something was off. He quickly looked up and through the 10-centimeter thick layer of ice, saw Rain was already right in front of him. How could this be possible? How could the opponent maneuver past the large patch of slippery ice so quickly? But what did holding the spear mean? PFFT. Suddenly, one end of the spear curved forward and extended by 20 centimeters, the sharp point stabbing directly into Grant's forehead. In an instant, Grant's eyes bulged, his expression frozen in shock and horror. His whole body shook like a sieve. Rain only used 3 moves to kill Grant, the renowned ice messenger from Yaxen Auction House, on the spot. With Grant's death, the immense ice shield condensed by his innate wizardry also began to disintegrate. Instantly, Rain quickly withdrew the hardened Essence Gold short spear, but before pulling it out, he had already straightened and shortened the tip using the metal morphing spell. Thud! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. Ice Messenger Grant lay facing upward on the ground, with his eyes wide open, staring at the sky. Rain looked calm as he scanned his surroundings. Despite having killed someone in the street, not one person dared to meet his gaze. On the contrary, the passers-by, whether commoners or knights, all watched with rapidly twitching eyelids and parched tongues. Because the person who was just killed was clearly a formal wizard. Anyone with working eyes could understand that he was also the rare ice mage. But now, he lay on the ground with a look of unyielding death on his face. This meant that this young man's strength had to surpass that of the powerful ice mage, naturally instilling awe in everyone. At the sight of Rain's clean and efficient kill, Clea's beautiful eyes bulged in shocked astonishment. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "If only our family had such a master." And Shadia, the chief maid who had been about to say that the person seemed to be Rain, now kept silent. Because although he looked a lot like Rain, the stranger's strength was too formidable, too unlike Rain. Sani nearby was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He swore he had never opened his eyes so wide in his life. But the body of Ice Messenger Grant was laid out not far in front of him, leaving Asani no choice but to accept the outcome. In an instant, he thought of many things, such as, the death of this great person here would definitely bring trouble to their auction house, even though he was from the Imperial City. In fact, when Ice Messenger Grant had just arrived in Minster, Viscount Fabian had subtly reminded him at the reception to act outside of town if he was not absolutely certain of success. Grant responded with, "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" at the Yaxen Auction House's branch, leaving them red-faced. Now look at what had happened. Ice Messenger Grant had a certain reputation in the Imperial City, and the sword-bearers could easily bring the investigation to the doorstep of the Yaxen Auction House. Alas, what a mess. No, he had to report to Viscount Fabian immediately and ask the main office to cover things up quickly, like assigning an undercover cult identity to Grant or something. Without delay, Asani, quivering with fat, turned and hurried back even faster than when he had arrived. At this moment, Rain hung the hardened Essence Gold short spear on his knight's armguard, giving observers the impression that he had been carrying the short spear all along. Being able to tactically mislead the enemy, he could afford to cover up a bit. In the recent battle, Rain did not use his best hammer skill nor the advanced secret skill Shattering Hammer. The whole fight was basically centered around Rain using transformation magic. Especially at the beginning, Rain's action of crushing the opponent's ice blade with one hand stunned the other for a brief moment. Though it was just for a moment, in a fight between masters, gaining that instant meant gaining the initiative. Rain could feel that his opponent intended to press him down in combat, so he instinctively chose the opposite approach. Indeed, when facing an ice mage, if a close combat class opted for a defensive counterattack, it would essentially fall into the attacking rhythm of the opponent, and the subsequent powerful magic would come one after another. Because ice magic is not water magic. The characteristic low temperatures of ice magic make one's movement stiff, and icy surfaces make life miserable for close combat classes, completely disrupting combat rhythms and preventing them from performing even 60% of their capabilities. Thus, at the start, when faced with the incoming ice blade, Rain immediately decided, if you intend to make me defend, then I will attack, and furthermore, I will attack in a way that forces you to defend. Looking back now, it appears he achieved very good results. Rain bent down and picked up the crystal wand by the other side, which was faintly emitting energy fluctuations, and it felt cool to the touch. A very beautiful weapon, it should be quite valuable. Because Rain dispatched Grant so quickly, the guards at the entrance of the sword-bearer's branch just a few hundred meters away had only just realized a fight was taking place when it had already ended. As the panicked crowd dispersed, the guards could see clearly that the one attacked was none other than Lord Rain, who had just left their gate moments earlier. To think someone dared to attack a sword-bearer right outside the sword-bearer's branch. What audacity! This immediately set the guards ablaze with shock and fury, and they ran over. Lord Rain, go, contact Lord Logan, the public security officer of the administrative district, immediately. Secure the scene. The guards promptly surrounded Rain and the scene, putting it under tight security. Lord Rain. In the carriage, Shadia's eyes suddenly widened upon hearing the address. She quickly shook Clea, who was lost in thought next to her, and said, Miss, that's Rain. Clea looked at Shadia with an expression one reserves for an idiot. Someone capable of killing Ice Messenger Grant had to be one of the absolute best among great knights. How could he possibly be Rain? Moreover, the way the stranger handled the opening moves of the confrontation, the interplay of those three techniques, Clea had just been repeatedly pondering them and felt they were highly beneficial to her. She had been pondering one thing all along, but after thinking for quite a while, she still couldn't understand it. If she hadn't seen wrong, Grant, who had cast the innate wizardry Ice Shield, had clearly defended against the opponent's attack, and Grant had also dodged to the side away from the spearhead's trajectory. How could he still have been hit right between the eyebrows? What was going on here? It couldn't be that the short spear could turn corners, could it? Lady Clea glanced at the short spear resting on Rhianni's bracer, her eyes filled with confusion. Although this was the administrative district, the law enforcement officers and the city guard always arrived slightly later. According to what the sword-bearer's branch's guards said, a sword-bearer lord had been attacked right at the entrance to his own branch. Everyone was immediately filled with righteous indignation. But after seeing the corpse, they were all silenced, including the law enforcement officer Logan. The attacker turned out to be a formal wizard. The power behind this was no ordinary force. At that moment, Assistant Undersecretary Melanie of the Administrative Building's Empowerment Department came out with a squad of guards. She had just left the administrative building when she heard the commotion outside the main gate. As she approached, the sight of large fragments of ice on the ground and the body in a white robe lying there caused her eyes to narrow, and her gaze towards Rhianni changed. Even though Melanie knew Rhianni was powerful, she hadn't expected him to be this strong. The one lying dead by Rhianni's hand was clearly a rare ice mage. Lord Rhianni, are you hurt? I heard from the guards that you have just been assassinated. Yes, Melanie, that's correct. This is truly despicable. Leave the follow-up matters to me, Lord Rhianni. Melanie noticed the replica imperial scepter on Rhianni's belt, knowing Rhianni likely had a mission to attend to. All right then, thank you for that, Melanie. Rhianni thought for a moment and decided not to mention that the assailant might have been sent by the Yixen auction house. Taking his crystal staff, he prepared to leave. Because some matters are better investigated by others. At that moment, Rhianni's eyes caught a glimpse of a luxurious carriage parked not far from the side. The carriage seemed to have been there since the beginning of his battle, and he felt that the person inside the carriage had been observing him earlier. However, when Rhianni saw the familiar Kaleri bird crest on the surface of the carriage, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Wasn't that the Habas family crest? What was a carriage of the Habas family doing here? At that moment, Chief Maid Shadia, with an excited look, hurriedly opened the carriage door and stepped down. However, there seemed to be a hesitation in her expression. So after getting out of the carriage, she didn't come forward but instead fixed her gaze on Rhianni. Chief Maid Shadia, why had she come? Rhianni paused for a moment before taking the initiative to walk over. At this time, Shadia was far more excited than Rhianni because, from the way he looked at her, Shadia could be sure that he was indeed Rhianni. It was truly Rhianni. She hadn't been mistaken. As for why Rhianni's power had become so strong, she didn't understand, so she stopped dwelling on it. Chief Maid Shadia, what brings you here? Rhianni greeted her with a slight smile. Rhianni. Baron I. Shadia was so nervous she found herself tongue-tied, because Rhianni now exuded such a strong presence. Rhianni, carrying the aura of having just killed a formal wizard, approached, causing Shadia, a commoner, to feel nervous instinctively. At that moment, stepping down from the carriage was a figure Rhianni found familiar, and moreover, one that often appeared in his youthful dreams. This immediately made Rhianni's eyes widen, and he blurted out without thinking, "Lady Kreia, you're supposed to be in the Imperial City, aren't you?" Kreia gave a slight smile and said, "Rhianni, no, I should now refer to you as Baron Rhianni. It's been a long time." Long? A long time indeed. For some reason, Rhianni thought himself much stronger than her now, yet facing this lady, his goddess during his days as a youth servant, he still felt a bit ill at ease or perhaps slightly nervous. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man scratching his head before her, his honest demeanor caused Kreia to cover her mouth and giggle. Suddenly, her full and tight figure trembled slightly with her laughter, overwhelmingly beautiful. Kreia realized that, although the young man's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes and had become insurmountable even for her, and his stature was no longer thin, but tall and burly, those clear eyes and mildly familiar gestures seemed to still be those of the Rhianni she remembered from her memories. Rhianni, it doesn't seem quite appropriate to chat here. Perhaps. Kreia steadied her emotions and, noticing the frequently inquisitive glances from the people around her and Rhianni, suggested. Of course, Lady Kreia, why not come and sit at my place? It's not far from here, Rhianni offered. Good, Baron Rhianni, then please lead the way, Kreia replied with a light smile. Miss Kreia, it's best to simply call me by my name, Rhianni, just like before. The trio didn't take the carriage but instead walked towards a villa nearby. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for the better part of a year, and even though they didn't feel strange, both of them were a little unsure about where to begin the conversation. Then Kreia seemed to remember something, her expression turning serious. Rhianni, do you know anything about the background of the ice mage you just fought with? Rain nodded. He must have been sent by the Yaxen auction house, Rain said. Lady Kreia looked at Rain in surprise, not expecting him to know the origin of the other party. It seemed that the young man before her must have some entanglement with the Yaxen auction house. Lady Kreia, do you by chance know this ice mage? The other party's name is Grant Savagei, and he holds the title of Ice Messenger. I've seen him once at the Imperial City Axon auction house headquarters, Kreia said, Rain's eyebrows raised at Kreia's words. At first, he thought the Yaxen auction house must have hired some top assassin from somewhere. But he didn't expect that the person was actually one of the Yaxen auction house's own experts. Could it be that they did this because? However, Rain swiftly thought of something and asked again. Lady Kreia, during your time in the Imperial City, are you clear about the background of the Yaxen auction house? Kreia looked at Rain with admiration, not expecting the young man to so quickly grasp the crux of the issue. The major shareholder of the Yaxen auction house is Duke Ferdinand, but it's said that the auction house has the support of the second prince of the Dragon Empire. Kreia revealed a secret. The second prince of the empire. No wonder they act so arrogantly, Rain murmured. Yes, but not entirely so. Oh, Lady Kreia, is there more to it? Rain asked curiously. Yes, actually, including the Ice Messenger Grant and some other experts, although they actually work for the Yaxen auction house. On the surface, they belong to a separate independent mercenary group. The Yaxen auction house acquires their services by purchasing them. By doing so, the auction house can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, they can also do some sensitive matters, Kreia explained slowly. This kind of secret is usually only easily understood within the nobility-laden Imperial Royal Academy. So that's how it is. Rain was taken aback. Wasn't this exactly the concept of outsourcing that he had often heard about in his previous life? If there were issues, would the contractors be scapegoated? Who said the Dragon Empire was backward? This was quite advanced. Seeing Rain's expression turn somewhat sour, Kreia couldn't help but laugh and said, Rain, it's not as exaggerated as you think. With both witnesses and evidence against them, the Yaxen auction house has to bleed a bit to settle this. However, if you want to trouble the Yaxen auction house through Grant, that would be more difficult. Rain nodded and said, thank you, Lady Kreia, for clearing up my confusion. Since the Yaxen auction house had such deep roots, he naturally would not choose to cling to the issue now. Of course, this depended on how the Yaxen auction house would deal with the aftermath. Otherwise, soon Rain and the two ladies arrived at the villa. The beautiful woman, Jennifer and Jenny, were not present. They had gone out to look at a noble residence that had just been put up for sale. In the living room, after some pleasantries, Kreia slightly organized her thoughts. She planned to have a serious talk with Rain about the Meister's matter. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a young, crisp female voice said, "Lord Rain, I heard you were attacked. Are you hurt?" The beautiful girl who suddenly appeared interrupted what Kreia was about to say. "Alyosha, why have you come?" Rain asked, slightly surprised as he stood up. Kreia glanced at the doe-eyed girl who had suddenly appeared from the door, instantly realizing that the other party must be from nobility, and not just any nobility, given that she wore a tiered waistcoat with multiple patches of pure gold embroidery. From the design, it seemed to be the latest model from the famous imperial women's clothing brand, Minel. It was expensive. Kreia took another careful look at the beautiful girl before her, sensing a scholarly wisdom about her. Alyosha, upon seeing Kreia, appeared slightly startled, but quickly lifted the hem of her long coat gracefully and smiled as she performed a curtsy. Then she turned to take a wooden box from an attendant and handed it to Rain, saying, "Lord Rain, this is a potent healing potion, personally crafted by my mentor, the potion master Cafrella from the Royal Alchemist Association." "This, Miss Alyosha, thank you for your concern," he said. Upon hearing Potion Master Cafrella's name, a bolt of lightning flashed through Kreia's mind. She remembered the girl before her was that somewhat famous potion prodigy from the Royal Pharmacy Academy. Even in the Imperial Royal Academy, her friends had mentioned her. It was well known that potion making is a discipline that requires cumulative effort, and across the entire empire, potion-making prodigies were actually even rarer than those on the knightly path. Yes, she remembered now, Potion Master Cafrella from the Royal Alchemist Association had taken in a talented potion prodigy named Alyosha. Kreia had also heard that she was a marquis's daughter and didn't expect that her attitude toward Rain would be so intimate. Kreia felt somewhat uneasy for a moment. How should she put it? It was like a child who has a toy that they don't really play with often and left aside for a long time. Suddenly one day, another child takes interest in that toy and starts to play with it enthusiastically. This made Claire realize in an instant that even though the boy in front of her was still the same, the people and events around him had completely changed. Meanwhile, Asani, who rushed into the Yaxen auction house's third-floor study, hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a rush, "Viscount, something terrible has happened. Lord Grant was killed on the spot by Rain." "What?" Viscount Fabian, who had been leisurely sipping Jordan red tea, suddenly trembled in his right hand, nearly dropping the teacup. "Are you joking, Asani? Even if Lord Grant couldn't defeat Rain, there's no way he could have been killed on the spot by him." Fabian immediately thought of the inconsistencies. "It's true. Although I don't know why, Rain killed Ice Messenger Lord Grant right on the street. Not only did I see it, but a crowd of people did too. Moreover, Viscount, you would never guess, Rain killed Lord Grant with just 3 moves. Asani recounted, still shaken. 3 moves? Viscount Fabian was stunned. Damn it, this is getting more and more ridiculous. But wait, what did Asani just say? An attack on the street. That arrogant Grant actually attacking an imperial sword-bearer in the street. What a fool. Is his brain made of ice lumps? Viscount Fabian, after his initial shock, also came to his senses immediately. The trouble now was here. Grant's death was one thing. But the problem is, whether it's the sword-bearers or the administrative office. A slight investigation could trace it back to them. Asani, contact headquarters immediately. Report this situation right away. At once, Viscount. 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Viscount Fabian saw the district's sheriff, Logan, looking seriously at him, with a capable young woman and a squad of guards by his side. "Viscount Fabian, excuse the intrusion. This is Miss Melanie from the Imperial Sword Bearers branch, and we are investigating an assault incident. Just now, an Imperial sword bearer was attacked on the street. Although the attacker has been executed, eyewitnesses saw that the attacker had visited the Yaxen auction house." Viscount Fabian didn't expect the investigation to come so quickly. As he looked at the attacker's portrait shown by Sheriff Logan, he fell silent, and after a while he said, "Mr. Morgan, Miss Melanie, although we have hosted this wizard Grant, I truly don't know why he would do such a thing. I think you might want to inquire at our headquarters. Meister Wild Wolf Hills, a secluded location. A dark-robed monk with black flames embroidered on the cuffs and collar was reporting something to a middle-aged man seated in a large, luxurious chair. Bloodburner, we have just heard some recent news. Count Habs's daughter, Clea, seems to be returning to Meister from the Imperial City soon. The dark-robed monk said, I think, if we can capture her alive, we might be able to use her to blackmail the Habs family. Oh, when is she arriving? The middle-aged man seemed quite interested in the news. She should arrive in the next couple of days. I have already arranged for people to keep an eye out both inside and outside the county town. Good, it's a decent plan, but we still need to further investigate the protective forces around her. We need to succeed in one try without startling them. Never mind, I'll take care of it personally. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then spoke. That old Hebs has already been seriously injured by Lord Freeman. His daughter's return must be intended to help the Habs family maintain control over Meister. The foundational rule of the Dragon Empire is these manorial nobles. Without their constraints and lacking the support of the Habs Manor and Meister, it will soon be under our complete control. Now that the Limb Attachment Cult, Sea God Sect, and Secret Snake Sect are engaging the Empire's elite forces elsewhere, we must seize this opportunity. Within Minster City, the Rieni Villa, the drawing room. By the way, Alyosha, how did you know that I was attacked today? Did the news spread that quickly? Rieni asked after taking the special healing potion. Lord Rieni, actually, I came today to congratulate you, but just so happened to hear about your attack. Alyosha, seeing no signs of injury on Rieni, couldn't help but relax and said with a smile. Congratulate me? Rieni looked puzzled. Yes, don't you know? Because of your recent outstanding performance, the Sword Bearers branch of Minster has already submitted your application for a Viscount title. Viscount Clea was taken aback at the side. How much time had passed, and Rieni was about to be promoted from Baron to Viscount. As an heir to nobility, she naturally knew the difficulty involved. Most barons could not accumulate enough merits to be promoted to Viscount in their lifetime, but how long had Rieni taken? 5 months, 3 months, or even shorter? The chief maid Shadia standing beside Clea had her eyes suddenly widen and covered her mouth with a hand. Good heavens, what on earth had Rieni done in this half a year? Previously, although young barons like Rieni were rare, she had heard of them, but such a young Viscount of the Empire was unheard of. And with a Viscount title, wouldn't it mean he was just one step away from becoming an Earl? Shadia couldn't help but cast her eyes down and look at Clea sitting on the large deer leather sofa, thinking to herself, Miss, since you noticed Rieni's remarkable talent back then, why didn't you have him sign a contract to become your follower? Alyosha, how did you find out? I didn't even know about this. Rieni mused, thinking that it was most likely because of the diamond-level mission he had just completed, hearing Rieni's words. Alyosha chuckled and said, Lord Rieni, have you forgotten what my father does? Rieni instantly realized. He really hadn't thought of it for a moment, that Alyosha's father, Javier, is the special envoy stationed in Minster Province by the Imperial Ennoblement Examination Committee. All promotions to Baron and Viscount within Minster Province need to be reported to Javier. Only after examination and verification, confirming that there are no issues, would Javier report to the Imperial Senate for the record, which means Javier is a necessary step in the promotion process. No wonder Alyosha came to congratulate him. Speaking of promotions, Rieni suddenly remembered something else. The last Sunday of the Grass Moon this year, he had to attend the official ennoblement ceremony of the Duke of Minster, who would be ennobling on behalf of His Imperial Majesty. Thank you, Miss Alyosha. Rieni promptly expressed his gratitude for the girl's concern and congratulations. You're welcome, and Lord Rieni, since you have esteemed guests today, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now. Alyosha cast a glance at Clea and after curtsying to both, turned to leave. Alyosha came in a hurry and left just as quickly, but what she brought was a compounded shock to mistress and maid Clea. Clea smoothed the hair falling by her ear, steadied her mind, and looked at Rieni with intense eyes, smilingly saying, Congratulations, Viscount Wren. Miss Clea, please just call me Rieni. Rieni couldn't help but show a wry smile. Rieni, I didn't expect that, just over half a year since I last saw you. You would have progressed so much. I should have signed a contract with you back then and made you my follower. Having a Viscount of the Empire as a follower would indeed be quite a statement, Clea half joked. Miss Clea, if it weren't for your initial guidance, I wouldn't have been able to take the first step towards being transcendent, Rieni replied with a smile. At this moment, Clea turned to Shadia and said, I need to talk with Viscount Wren, Shadia. Please ensure that no one disturbs us. As you wish, miss. Shadia left the drawing room and closed the door. Clea's expression grew solemn as she slowly began. Rieni, now that you've joined the sword bearers, are some things you must already understand. My return from the Imperial City is because our family faces an unprecedented crisis. My father, Count Habs, was critically injured in a covert attack by the high ranks of the cult of the Black Flame, and we've lost many of our family elites. Moreover, our family's allies and old friends mostly aren't optimistic about the current situation and offer limited support. If not for special departments like the Sword Bearers and Earthshakers dispatching squads, the situation in Maest County might even be worse. As a family whose fief is in Maest, the Habas family has a special affection for Maest County and a responsibility to maintain the stability of the situation. Therefore, Rieni, I would like to offer you the position of Guardian Knight for the Habas family. Having said this, Clea paused, then stated the terms. Rieni, once you agree to become the Guardian Knight of the Habas family, you will receive the maximum support of the resources collected by the Habas family, including extraordinary battle technique, witchcraft, potions, funds, and networks. After a moment's thought, Rieni honestly replied, Miss Clea, in fact, before I met you today, I had already taken on several missions related to the cult of the Black Flame in Maest County City as a sword bearer. These included protecting your father, the governor of Maest County City. So, you don't need to hire me as the Guardian Knight for the Habas family. Some things are just as much my duty to undertake, he stated. Don't forget, Meister is also my hometown, he reminded her. Unquestionably, the terms Clea offered were extremely generous, richer indeed than those usually afforded even to Guardian Knights of ordinary marquis families. But by then, Rain was no longer the young servant who once aspired to advancement solely within the confines of the Habsburg state. At that moment, the idea of becoming the Guardian Knight for the Habas family or that of any other great noble lacked appeal, feeling instead like a new set of shackles. After all, according to the contract of a Guardian Knight, once the family was in danger, he had to rush to their aid. Now the only family Rain had agreed to protect was the Crowley family, where the fair Lady Jennifer resided. To him, his close relationship with them meant whether he was officially a Guardian Knight was irrelevant. Rain would come to their aid regardless. Upon hearing Rain's words, Clea initially showed delight, but it quickly vanished. She slightly furrowed her brow, shaking her head. Rain, perhaps there's something you don't know. From what I've gathered at the Imperial Royal Academy, the turmoil that Meister and much of the Empire's territories are currently facing, this is likely just the beginning, she said. Lady Clea, are you certain? Rain furrowed his brow. This turbulence, nearly sweeping through the entire Empire's territories, was just the beginning. Why had he heard nothing of this at the Sword Bearers branch? Yes, it is said to stem from a prophecy by Grand Astromancer Dalian. The Empire Emperor himself is taking this prophecy very seriously. Grand Astromancer? No wonder. Rain recalled seeing a brief mention of this title in some book. It seemed to specifically denote high-ranking wizards specializing in prophecies, of which there were only a few across the entire empire. Rain, I witnessed you killing the Ice Messenger Grant in 3 moves. Your knack for the Path of the Night far exceeds my expectations, she confessed. I believe this isn't your ultimate potential. Your power will continue to grow over time. Furthermore, while the conditions I offered would attract other experts, I'd still rather place my trust in you. As you just said, Meister is also your hometown, she added. Clea's words plunged Rain into deep thought. If the current chaos was only a beginning, then he might need to reconsider the issue. Despite obtaining extraordinary battle techniques and witchcraft from the Imperial Sword Bearers organization, what he lacked were resources like funds and connections. Such things usually necessitated generational accumulation within noble families, and having only recently elevated to nobility himself, Rain was short on such heritage, so support from the Habas family would certainly be beneficial. Setting aside other considerations, even the information Clea had just shared was something he hadn't come across within the Sword Bearers. Of course, this could be due to his only being part of the Sword Bearer Minter branch, or perhaps due to insufficient privilege. Nevertheless, Rain still shook his head. Lady Clea, I'm sorry, but I must decline, he said. This made Clea's beautiful countenance unable to hide her disappointment. But then Rain quickly changed his tone, however. "Lady Clea, please allow me to become your personal guardian knight." H.M. This immediately surprised Clea, but then she showed delight. She understood what Rain meant. Being the guardian knight for the Habas family and being her personal guardian knight was similar, yet profoundly different. Simply put, if he were her personal guardian knight, then other members of the Habas family seeking Rain's protection could be outright denied by him. Also, he could act at his discretion regarding issues that implicated the interests of the Habas family, or even choose not to act at all. The only obligation Rain would have was to intervene if she was in life-threatening danger. "Rain, thank you," Clea said, straightening her back, her beautiful eyes earnestly fixed on him. But immediately, Clea's complexion turned slightly red. She had recalled something else. Because traditionally, if a knight of equal formal rank expressed the wish to become a noble lady's guardian knight, it was a tacit declaration of romantic intent. Clea wasn't sure if Rain was aware of this custom. Furthermore, if the noble lady accepted, it was genuinely an expression of "I accept your affections." Rain, of course, was unaware of this. Rain simply felt that if Clea faced danger, even without any contract, he would willingly intervene. Therefore, seeing the usually confident Lady Clea suddenly blushing slightly, he found it somewhat strange and gave her a closer look. But admittedly, this side of Clea possessed a uniquely charming allure and beauty. Clea, under Rain's gaze, blushed even more, quickly saying, "Rain, I will head back to the inn first. Oh, and since we need to meet up with 2 reinforcements sent by my father along the way, we will depart for Meister early tomorrow morning. Does that work for you? As for the official hiring ceremony and banquet, please allow me to hold them once we return to Meister." "Of course, Lady Clea." After Rain had helped Lady Clea and her servant onto the luxurious carriage parked at the front door, a while later, the beautiful woman Jennifer and Jenny returned home. That evening, accompanied by Rain, his mother Emma, father Old Rain, sister Bohee, and Jennifer enjoyed the first and sumptuous dinner after arriving in Mingster, the provincial capital. However, during the dinner, when everyone learned that Rain would be heading to Meister on a mission the next day, their expressions varied. Mother Emma and Old Rain naturally showed concern, while Bohee was still full of confidence in her brother, with no trace of worry on her little face. The beautiful woman Jennifer, however, could hardly hide her disappointment. The next day, Rain was to embark on his mission, making it naturally difficult for her to stay the night. But soon it seemed like some kind of signal had revived the spirits of the beautiful woman. Agatha found it strange that Jenny, who almost never went out at night, was breaking her own rule and calling her out for shopping. "Jenny, did you say that shopping at night isn't safe? Isn't that because the guard is here now? But you don't like shopping during the day either." Agatha was still puzzled. "Stop asking so many questions. Are you going to charity or not?" "HM, yes, but can we go a bit later? I want to talk with Baron Rain a bit more." Agatha was very torn. But soon, Agatha was persuaded by the offer Jenny made to help her order a women's outfit at Mingster's famous tailor shop Charity, and they left together. Just after the meal had ended, the beautiful woman Jennifer, slightly blushing, stood up and said, "Baron Rain, there have been many issues with the Merchant Guild recently. I need to discuss them with you." Mother Emma and Old Rain didn't suspect anything. Inside the room, having become a senior great knight, Rain's needs naturally further increased. And the beautiful woman, having not seen Rain in a long while, was also at an age of great need. Therefore, a fierce battle soon began. Omitting 10,000 words here. An hour passed. Downstairs, Mother Emma, somewhat puzzled, said to Old Rain, "It seems like the work at the Merchant Guild is really busy. Look, Jennifer has been upstairs consulting with Rain for so long." "Yes, I hear that the guild's business has expanded from the county town to the provincial city. It's normal for it to be busy." "That's true, it's just tough on Jennifer. We should have Rain properly thank her." And in the upstairs room, at that moment, her loose cashmere double-breasted coat was already tossed aside by Rain. The large and snowy white hips were faintly visible in motion, while Rain easily held her slender waist with one hand. After a while later, the beautiful woman could finally rest on the luxurious, oversized chair. Turning her head, she brushed away the slightly messy hair by her ear and tiredly looked at Rain. "Dear, you're really too amazing. My love, I really think you should find a lady of nobility with transcendent powers." Rain knew the beautiful woman was speaking the truth. She had mentioned it several times since he became a great knight. If when he had just become a formal knight, the beautiful woman could still be considered a match for him, now, Jennifer was truly outmatched. After all, no woman would push away a man she loves. Now, she simply couldn't stand it anymore. One shouldn't say 30 as strong as a wolf and 40 as strong as a tiger, even real. Wolves and tigers, before becoming ferocious, couldn't be much stronger than kittens and puppies when facing Rain, now a senior great knight. Letting the beautiful woman Jennifer rest early, while he himself feeling quite energetic, Rain had returned to his bedroom when he suddenly remembered something. At that moment, he recalled that he had forgotten to check the system notifications today due to his long overdue meeting with Clea. The system notifications read: You've participated in a battle, Wizard Legendary. Experience plus 802, congratulations. You've defeated a powerful enemy and gained 1 golden skill point. Congratulations, your Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. The Wizard Legendary profession level had advanced 2 levels consecutively, reaching LV3, 422 over 500, and was about to level up again soon. Also, this again awarded Rain 2 attribute points and 2 skill points, leaving him with a total of 8 remaining attribute points and 4 skill points. Additionally, although the battle ended very quickly, the opponent, known as Ice Messenger Grant, was quite formidable and certainly considered a powerful enemy. Hence, the battle also awarded Rain an additional golden skill point, bringing his total golden skill points to 8. This made Rain contemplate. It seems I'm just 1 step away from promoting the crushing hammer to a top-level secret technique. Immediately, Rain accessed the Weapon Master Legendary panel to check again. With a little calculation, advancing the crushing hammer to a top-secret technique required both hammer skill and breathing technique at level 18 or above, needing 4 golden skill points, plus the advancement cost, totaling 8 points, which exactly matched his current total. However, he was a bit short on the attribute requirements. Top secret technique required strength of 45 points, agility of 38 points, and constitution of 40 points or more, and currently on Rain's attribute panel. Constitution, 38 strength, 41 agility, 35 spirit, 52. Constitution, strength, and agility all had gaps, but the total gap for attribute points was only 1 point. However, Rain's brow furrowed almost immediately. He recalled the day's battle. Although his strength had been growing, the enemies he faced were also becoming more difficult to deal with all sorts of techniques emerging one after another. Actually, when he crushed the opponent's ice blade, he could clearly feel the bone-chilling cold in his left hand. If the cold lasted a bit longer, it would slow down blood flow and cause stiffness in his limbs. This was one of the special effects of ice mage witchcraft that people dreaded. Therefore, Rain thought he should diversify his response methods. Perhaps he could consider enhancing his shield defense first. Although his intermediate steel body, innate wizardry was extremely effective in defending against sharp objects like knives, guns, swords, and arrows. Based on the day's events, steel body's defensive power was relatively weak against witchcraft's extreme cold, extreme heat, and other effects. After pondering for a moment, with a thought, Rain instantly transformed the hardened essence gold covering the plate gauntlet of his left hand into an iris shield. Then, it quickly morphed into an even larger tower shield, firmly guarding the area directly in front of Rain. The innate wizardry metal morphing spell allowed Rain to produce all sorts of shields at will. At that moment, Rain was certain in his heart. Therefore, as Rain consecutively added 4 skill points, he directly advanced his Rock and Axe Shield combat skill to LV12. Instantly, a flood of memories on how to practice Rock and Axe Shield combat skill surged into Rain's mind. This Axe Shield practice memory, now flooding Rain's mind, quickly integrated into the muscle and fascia memory, as though he had spent over 10 years in some mysterious space, devotedly practicing Rock and Axe Shield combat skill alone. At the same time, Rain vaguely felt that he was only a step away from the subsequent derivative secret technique of the combat skill. Without hesitation, he continued to add points. With the investment of 1 golden skill point, Rock and Axe Shield combat skill successfully reached LV13, and the system's prompt about the secret technique finally appeared. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Rock and Axe Shield combat skill. Flash cut. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Rock and Axe Shield combat skill. Iron Wall. A. 2 secret techniques. I was expecting flash cut, but it seems the second one is about the shield defense secret technique. Surprised, Rain carefully started to examine them. Soon enough, he saw 2 brand new icons located directly above the Rock and Axe Shield combat skill on the Weapon Master Legendary panel. Inside the icons, the patterns were like twin stars, with identical characters and weapons but different postures. The pattern on the left depicted a stalwart man holding a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, striding forward with the axe fiercely chopping downward. The other pattern showed the stalwart man with an axe and shield, the axe retracted, and the shield raised high, a posture of being solid as a rock, in tight defense. The textual explanation of the secret techniques was as follows. Flash Cut Basic Secret Technique Effect utilizes a special emission technique combining force and slashing to swing the axe, delivering a strike with powerful cutting ability. Iron Wall Basic Secret Technique Effect utilizes a special blocking technique combining force and the shield to swiftly maneuver the shield, like an iron cast wall. To advance Iron Wall to an intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Rock and Axe Shield Combat Skill LV14 or above. 2. Bear King Breathing Technique LV14 or above. 3. Strength 35 points, Agility 32 points, Constitution 30 points or above. 4. Consume 1 golden skill point. Having just mastered 2 new secret techniques. If it weren't for the lack of a training area in his own villa, Rain would have liked to practice a bit. But for now, he could only suppress the eager anticipation in his heart. My own Weapon Master, Legendary, profession, combined with the innate wizardry metal morphing spell, is naturally suitable for different combat scenarios. In other words, relying on the nearly instant metal morphing spell, my legendary profession Weapon Master has become greatly strengthened. First of all, I don't need to carry 6 or 7 types of weapons to adapt to different combat scenes anymore, which significantly reduces my burden. In future battles, I just need to carry a reasonable amount of special metals to achieve the effect of carrying multiple weapons. Secondly, the sudden transformation of my weapon during combat and the resulting drastic change in fighting style will certainly catch the enemy by surprise. Thinking of this, Rain's brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. This is precisely where the metal morphing spell and my role as a weapon master, this legendary profession, fit together perfectly. It has an effect that is far greater than the sum of its parts. I can imagine, in a certain battle, my weapon shifting from a 2-handed warhammer to a suddenly thrown spear. The surprise of the enemy may cause them to falter, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Of course, to forge iron, you also need to be strong yourself. Last and most importantly, I need to ensure that every weapon I create through the metal morphing spell is mastered to the level of a secret technique. That would be impressive, Rain sighed to himself. However, I have limited skill points, so I can't enhance everything. Therefore, I need to think carefully. A knight or great knight using a variety of weapons isn't difficult. Mastering 1 or 2 types of weapons isn't too hard either. But to master a multitude of weapons is very hard. That process requires an enormous amount of time and energy for intense training, and that's under the premise of having decent talent. As for doing what Rain has done, mastering a secret technique in nearly every category of transcendent combat skills for various types of weapons, that is extremely difficult. The hammer secret technique is acquired and is the only one that has reached the level of an advanced secret skill, suitable for dealing with powerful individuals or huge, ferocious wild beasts. The sonic secret technique is acquired, suitable for dealing with groups of enemies but whose strengths aren't too formidable. It's just a bit of a pity. If there were other group attack secret techniques, even if the enemy's strength was greater, I could wipe them out. I'm still short on group attack methods. Rain mused to himself. The single-handed axe and shield secret techniques are also acquired. They are more suitable for defense and counterattacks, or when you can't find an opportunity to attack in the short term. I don't have a long-range attack secret technique yet. If hardened essence gold were turned into a bow, the flexibility of the bow limbs would be too poor, and its power inferior to projectile weapons. Just like today during the counterattack, the first thing I used was the metal morphing spell to create a short spear. It seems. The next step would be to try and find a transcendent combat skill involving throwing. Of course, it would be even better to have an offensive metal-based wizardry, but that's a bit harder to come by. I should start by looking for throwing transcendent combat skills, which should be relatively easier. After pondering for a while, Rain summarized his insights on the conditions under which various weapons should be used. Now that he had figured it out, Rain immediately began to review the skills under his Weapon Master, Legendary Profession panel. Several minutes later, he focused his attention on Kadar martial arts. Rain had no skill points left now, but his Kadar martial arts had already advanced from LV-10 during his initial transition to Weapon Master to LV-12 after several battles, which meant that subsequent enhancements would require only golden skill points. Why did he choose to enhance Kadar martial arts? Because after thinking it over, Rain believed that closing the distance to fight wizards at high speed and with high frequency attacks could result in quite effective outcomes. Analyzing from the psychology of enemies typically skilled in witchcraft, or say, long-range attacks, being up close and personal in physical combat could cause them to panic to some extent. Moreover, in a confined environment, Kadar martial arts could also prove extremely effective, something that was clearly evident in his previous cave battle against the Sea God sect envoy Myarko. Therefore, Rain decided to enhance his Kadar martial arts. Of course, he also wanted to see what kind of secret technique Kadar martial arts would bring. Let's not forget, Kadar martial arts had two techniques. As the golden skill points were invested, Kadar martial arts instantly advanced to LV-13, and Rain, as if transported to a mysterious space, underwent what seemed to be years of grueling training in Kadar martial arts in an instant. When Rain came to his senses, the system prompt arrived as expected. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Kadar martial arts, heavy punch combo. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Kadar martial arts, rapid cutting. Just as expected, two techniques. Giving rise to two secret techniques, Rain expressed his delight. At the same time, he quickly saw two brand new icons located right above Kadar martial arts on his Weapon Master, Legendary panel. The descriptions are as follows. Heavy punch combo, basic secret technique, effect, utilizes a special force exertion method that combines inner strength with martial arts to deliver several powerful punches with destructive force in an extremely short time. Rapid cutting, basic secret technique, effect, uses a special force generation technique, combining primal force with bladed finger. Tigers to swiftly wave and slice the enemy's limbs. To upgrade rapid cutting to intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Kadar martial arts LV-14 or above. 2. Giant bear breathing method LV-14 or above. 3. Strength 38 points, agility 35 points, constitution 32 points or above. 4. Consumes 1 golden skill point. At this moment, Lord Rieni once again appeared pensive, crossed his arms, and started pacing back and forth in the room. I just used 2 points. And now I still have 6 golden skill points, he thought. If I upgrade all 4 of the newly mastered basic secret techniques to intermediate secret techniques, that would only require 4 golden skill points. Rieni's eyes sparkled. He immediately decided to upgrade all 4 of the freshly realized basic secret techniques, and as for the golden skill points, they could always be earned. The next second. As the number of golden skill points decreased from 6 right arrow 2 on the panel, system notifications began appearing like a flood. Congratulations, you have mastered the intermediate secret technique of Rockin's Axe Shield Combat. Flash cut. Congratulations, you have mastered. Thus, the 4 basic secret techniques Flash Cut, Iron Wall, Heavy Punch Combo, Rapid Cutting were all upgraded to intermediate secret techniques by Rieni. Looking at the freshly upgraded 4 intermediate secret techniques, Rieni showed a satisfied expression. The next morning, after bidding farewell to his family and the beautiful woman Jennifer, Rieni set off towards the end of the world in where Lady Clea was staying. Rieni at this time had a warhammer with a miniaturized skull at the front, known as the Skull Warhammer, slung on one side of his waist, and behind him carried a long wooden box, housing a replica of the Emperor's scepter. As for weapons like the glimmering greatsword, Rieni had them hanging on both sides of his fast-stepping angle horse Little Black. Initially, Rieni did not intend to bring the glimmering greatsword, because its surface had been hardened through quenching and polishing, and using the metal morphing spell would damage this surface effect. That meant if Rieni fought holding the glimmering greatsword, it would be somewhat sharper, but could not transform, however. After reconsidering, Rieni thought he could place the weapons on Little Black, now a ferocious beast, without having to carry them himself, which would not add to his burden and would not affect his speed in combat, but would instead serve as a tactical decoy. So, Rieni decided to take the weapons with him after all. Riding the towering fast-stepping angle horse Little Black, with a fierce battle hound the size of a pony cub called Cookie following behind, Rieni arrived strikingly at the doorstep of the End of the World Inn. At this time, a luxurious carriage bearing the Kali bird emblem and 2 groups totaling 24 elite cavalrymen were already waiting at the front of the inn, and Lady Clea and her servant had just walked out. The timing was perfect. Lady Clea naturally noticed Rieni on his high-stepping horse. 2 fierce grade pets. Lady Clea's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the extraordinary aspects of the horse Rieni rode and the hound behind him. However, with the inn's doorway crowded and noisy, it was not a suitable place for pleasantries, so after nodding towards Rieni, Clea boarded the carriage. Lord Rieni, Lady Clea invites you to join her in the carriage. Just as Rieni was about to ride Little Black and follow the cavalry behind Clea's carriage, the chief maid Shadia approached quickly, smiling. Am I to get in the carriage as well? What about my warhorse? Lord Rieni's warhorse can be left to me to take care of, said Yodel, the butler, with a beaming smile. All right, thank you. Eager to catch up with Clea after a long separation, Rieni naturally wanted to chat with her. When Rieni climbed into the carriage, he discovered that the space inside was extremely spacious and luxurious, with 2 rows of seating and a long, brown, solid wood coffee table in the middle. Once Rieni was inside the carriage, the entire convoy slowly started moving towards the County of Wales. Inside the carriage. By the way, Rieni, remember I taught you the giant bear sword technique before, but in terms of level and power, the giant bear sword technique as an extraordinary combat skill isn't very strong. I have a scroll of Arcadian swordsmanship here. Consider it a welcome gift for you, the Guardian Knight. Clea smiled as she took a quaint pale yellow scroll from Shadia's hands and handed it to Rieni. Arcadian swordsmanship. Yes, Arcadia, full name Arcadia Payson, was a famous sword saint hundreds of years ago. Rieni, you can take a look first. It should be of some help to you. Rieni felt intrigued and immediately took the scroll and started reading. Rieni naturally would not refuse the Arcadian swordsmanship offered by Lady Clea, especially since it was an extraordinary combat skill from a sword saint. The secret technique derived from his previous study of the giant bear sword technique was the sonic secret technique. Not that it was bad, but it was quite different from the traditional derivations of the dual-handed greatsword secret techniques. Therefore, Rieni was quite eager to see what kind of secret techniques mastering this Arcadian swordsmanship would bring him. I remember you once asked me if it was the giant bear swordsmanship I was practicing. Actually, I have always been practicing this 2-handed sword technique, which is also a treasured family heirloom. Clea recalled the past, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Although this sword technique is quite difficult to begin with, I believe that with your talent, it would not be too difficult to learn. I estimate that you will be able to master it in no more than a month or 2. Rain listened and looked at Arcadian swordsmanship, his eyes shining brightly. Right, although I'm no longer a match for you now if it's just practicing Arcadian swordsmanship. Rain, you can come to me anytime if you want, Clea suggested. Swordsmanship practice. Rain felt his heart stir upon hearing this. It immediately reminded him of the practice sessions he had with Clea. Based on the situation at that time, calling it practice wasn't quite accurate. It was more like a one-sided teaching from Clea. Thinking back on those moments brought a knowing smile to Rain's face. Thank you, Lady Clea. I hope you will give me guidance when the time comes. You're welcome, Rain. Don't forget, you are now my guardian knight. Because Clea's luxurious carriage was drawn by 4 horses, its speed was not much slower than that of the cavalry. The entire convoy sped along, and by noon they had already reached the territory of Welsh County, about 2 hours away from the agreed meeting point. However, at noon, the convoy naturally needed to adjust and rest, and soon enough, several campfires were lit in a roadside forest clearing. Gathering firewood and cooking were naturally not tasks for Rain and Clea to worry about. The butler Yodel and chief maid Shadia had already organized everything methodically. During the break, Rain approached Clea and said, Lady Clea, if possible, I'd like to ask you to teach me a bit about Arcadian swordsmanship. Clea's beautiful eyes looked at Rain with puzzlement. Rain, don't tell me you've already gotten the basics down, just in that short time on the carriage. I've got a bit of an understanding. If Lady Clea can spare the time to teach me, I believe I'll be able to master it very quickly." Although Clea didn't quite believe it, she immediately nodded in agreement. "Of course, I can." The two then went to a clearing in the forest. "Rain, we've agreed you can only use Arcadian swordsmanship, otherwise I'm no match for you," Clea said with a smile. Naturally, Rain replied with a smile. Suddenly, the clearing was filled with two swiftly moving figures. The sound of their clashing weapons rang out frequently. Even though it was just a sparring match, the elite knights sitting and resting on the side watched with great interest. Arcadian swordsmanship was bold and extravagant in attack, and even Clea, the less capable of the two, possessed the strength of a peak, at a level seemingly unattainable in the eyes of the knights. Minutes later, the fast-moving figures abruptly came to a stop. Clea's heaving chest betrayed her state of exertion, and her beautiful eyes gazed at Rain in disbelief. True, the Arcadian swordsmanship Rain had just used could scarcely be called proficient, obviously putting him at disadvantage, yet Clea could clearly feel Rain's control over Arcadian swordsmanship improving slowly throughout the process. This grasp of extraordinary battle technique was utterly terrifying. It made Clea somewhat understand why Rain's strength had grown so formidable in just half a year's time. At the same time, Clea quickly considered another question, and glancing at the skull warhammer at Rain's waist, she couldn't help but ask, "Rain, are you skilled in several extraordinary battle techniques?" Because the day before, she had personally witnessed Rain kill the ice messenger Grant, clearly using a short spear. "Ah yes, Lady Clea," Rain pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "In addition to the dual-handed greatsword, you must also be good at hammer skill. Is there anything else?" "Well, also the shield single-handed axe." Clea was momentarily at a loss for words. Such a talent for quickly mastering extraordinary battle techniques was truly. "Rain, you're already skilled with so many weapons. Even in the Imperial City, I've hardly seen anyone with the talent or ability you have. It's very rare indeed." However, Clea then appeared thoughtful, as if something had occurred to her, and continued. "But your talent, it reminds me of a race from ancient times that resembles you." "An ancient race?" Rain's eyebrows raised with apparent interest. "Yes, have you ever heard of it? Ancient giant trolls." "Aha!" Rain's eyes lit up. Of course, he had heard of them. Not only had he heard, but he had also consulted several related ancient texts. Clea nodded and explained. "The ancient giant trolls once lived in primeval forests. In those forests, there were many fierce and wild beasts, giant creatures, and even more terrifying ancient creatures. The living environment was extremely harsh, but they were able to establish a mighty empire of ancient giant trolls. This was closely related to the valiant and skillful combat abilities of the ancient giant trolls. Basically, every adult troll was extremely good at using various weapons for combat, just like you. They would use dual-handed greatswords, warhammers, long spears, various throwing weapons, and so on in battle. For this, they even established ancient and majestic colosseums to showcase their bravery. Not only did they fight against giant beasts, but they also fought amongst themselves. Among the most valiant and skilled warriors, they would determine the strongest master of weapons, who would be honored with the title King of Thousand Blades and hold a lofty position within the tribe. Suddenly, at that moment, Rain stiffened entirely, because just then he had received a system notification. Ding. Detected that the host is listening to ancient secrets, triggering the Weapon Master, Legendary, Special Advanced Job Change King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Advancement to King of Thousand Blades, Epic, prerequisites are 1. Weapon Master LV9 or higher. 2. Mastery of 9 different secret techniques. 3. Physical second-order breaking limit of 90% or above. 4. Any breathing technique LV18 or above. 5. Strength of 50 points or more, agility of 50 points or more, constitution of 50 points or more. Current conditions do not meet the requirements. Job change to King of Thousand Blades, Epic failed. An epic-level profession. King of Thousand Blades, a king skilled in 1,000 types of blades. That's exaggerating. For a moment, Rain's thoughts raced. Meister, Wild Wolf Hills. On a dry road, several robust men wearing the Empire's Special Department ground shaker armbands lay fallen by the road, bodies covered with numerous scars and signs of significant blood loss. Middle-aged man in a black robe, still emanating bursts of blood light from his body. However, as the battle ended, it gradually dimmed. "Bloodburner, sir, these presumptuous fools even dared to trouble you, truly seeking their own death." A black-robed figure with a black flame embroidered on the collar approached and flattered. "Stop the flattery, by the way, how is that matter?" Raxel waved his hand. Sir, I was just about to report that matter to you. Seemingly recalling something, the face of the reporting black-robed person turned a bit strange. Sir, just now I received news from inside the Earl Hab's mansion. Their young lady did not arrive at Meister via a military airship. Instead, she will be traveling from Minster by carriage, heading to Welsh County first, then reaching Meister. Is the information confirmed? This took Raxel by surprise. Because, according to the previous discussion with his subordinates, they believed the other party would surely choose to arrive in Meister by Imperial military airship. After all, airships are not only much faster than carriages, but also safer. Therefore, they already prepared to ambush the other party. On the necessary path, between Meister's airship landing site and Earl Hab's mansion. The necessary path is located on Meister's main thoroughfare, surrounded by dense patrol teams. Moreover, considering that there was sure to be a certain number of guards, along with the other party, capturing this Count's daughter alive necessarily required top experts to quickly resolve the battle within 2 to 3 minutes and move her away. If the delay exceeded 10 minutes, the several Imperial sword-bearers in Meister County town would surely be alerted and come to assist rapidly. Thus, to be safe, it would be best to finish the battle within 5 minutes. This was also why Raxel planned to take action himself. Now, the news they had received became much more interesting. The other party actually chose to travel from Minster by carriage to Welsh County first, and then to Meister. This couldn't help but make Raxel and his subordinates laugh. It appears I do not need to act personally. This miss from the Habas family still doesn't quite understand who she is opposing. Since she's heading to Welsh County, all I need to do is stay here, waiting for good news from Garana. Garana was appointed by Raxel as the chief priestess of Welsh County, ruthless and particularly skilled in illusion technique. Contact Garana. Tell her to find a suitable opportunity to settle this matter. I don't care about the others, but I want that Countess daughter alive. As you command, sir. Welsh County, within a manor. High Priestess, just now, we received an urgent message from Lord Stainer. A black flame cultist respectfully said to a slender female figure in black robes. Oh, is it a letter from Lord Raxel? Bring it to me. As you command, my lady. The black flame cultist handed over a slightly curled letter. A pair of overly pale, bloodless hands reached out, took the offered letter, and lifted the hood to read it. At that moment, the face under the hood was revealed to be that of a young woman with a seductive appearance, especially her deep brown eyes and the makeup around them resembling black eyeshadow seemed to emit a special charm, luring people into oblivion. This seductive young woman was none other than the Black Flame, cult's high priestess in Welsh County Garina Barking. As she parted her thin lips, she read softly, Count Habs's daughter Clea and her party are passing through Welsh County on their way to Meister with a certain strength of guards. Capture her alive. There's an informant within their team. Their camp should be tonight in the woods between Calma Town and Ez Town. After reading, a contemplative look crossed Garina's face, and she then passed the open letter to her subordinate, seemingly for them to have a look as well. Several minutes later, Garina spoke. Since it's a request from Lord Raxel, of course. We must cooperate. Get in touch with this informant and find out their current location and confirm where they'll be camping tonight. By the way, what is the strength of this Earl's daughter? Does she have any particularly formidable experts with her? We need to investigate all of this thoroughly. If we're going to do this, let's do it beautifully. As you wish, High Priestess. The robed subordinate slowly withdrew. At this time, a sly smile appeared on Garina's face, and she whispered, the phantom art combined with the explosive black flame newly bestowed by the great god of hunting. My new trump card has just been perfected. It's a good time to test it in real combat. I hope this time the enemy proves to be somewhat interesting. Garina was originally a wizard apprentice specializing in illusion techniques, but due to limited talent, and after exhausting all effort to obtain the vaporization agent, she failed to break through to a full wizard, and instead suffered a great loss in power. This caused her mentality to gradually warp, and with Raxel's seduction, Garina turned to become a follower of the god of hunting, Lewin, years ago. After joining the Black Flame cult, Garina performed exceptionally well in several missions, which earned her the god of hunting's favor during prayers and sacrifices. Not only did she break through to a wizard, but she also became an evil sorcerer. Evil sorcerer. The power comes not only from their own witchcraft, but more from the blessings granted by the deity they serve. This effect is similar to witchcraft, but even more sinister and bizarre, classified as evil magic by the Orthodox. And everyone who uses the powers of evil magic bestowed by the evil god can be collectively referred to as an evil sorcerer. Wait, the training for the new believers within the Minster province is set to be held here. It's perfect timing to call them all to witness this. It can serve as practical training and also bolster their convictions that the empire is in decline, driving them more actively into the embrace of our Lord. Garina stopped the subordinate who was about to leave and said, "As you wish, High Priestess." The Black Flame cultist bowed again before turning to leave. Welsh County, a temporary campsite by the road. Rain carefully reviewed the conditions for his advancement to King of Thousand Blades, finding that he could hardly meet any of them at the moment. The only one he had already satisfied was the Bear King breathing technique. This also implied, from another perspective, that his breathing technique level was already high enough, but since he had stepped onto the transcendent path for such a short time, the effects had not fully manifested yet. This was normal. The enhancement to the body provided by a breathing technique is a continual and slow change. Normally, an ordinary person wanting to become a formal knight would need years of breathing technique practice to enhance their physical quality. However, Rain soon thought of another factor. Since he could add points to his own attributes, the effect of the breathing technique was even less noticeable. It was likely that just as he was about to experience an increase in strength or constitution due to the technique, his attribute points would cover it up. For instance, because of the effects brought by the breathing technique, Rain might soon face an increase in strength or constitution. But if he added points to strength or constitution at that moment, the benefits of the technique would naturally be overshadowed by the attribute points. To put it another way, if someone already possesses the physical quality of a great knight, and practicing a beginner-level breathing technique would basically have no effect or only an insubstantial one. Also, does it require 9 secret techniques? Luckily, it's not 9 different types of weapons. If it's 9 secret techniques, it might be difficult for others, but for myself, it's not so bad since I've already mastered 5 of them. Seeing Rain standing still, Clea, who had just walked over, thought Rain was shocked by the legend of the King of Thousand Blades of the ancient giant troll race, and jokingly said, "Rain, do you think it's possible that you have ancient giant troll blood in you? Otherwise, why would you be proficient in so many weapons and extraordinary combat skills?" Gazing at Clea's clearly teasing pretty face, Rain couldn't help but be momentarily startled, but he was in a good mood. Shrugged his shoulders and responded with a smile, "That should not be the case." Actually, at this time, Rain thought to himself that after so many years, the fangs of the ancient giant trolls he had absorbed in his class change to Beast Priest surely couldn't still contain any troll essence. At this moment, he was certainly still a complete human being. Since his Arcadian swordsmanship had now reached entry level and achieved LV1, 12/100, Rain was about to speak and suggest to Clea that they continue. Just then, the chief maid Shadia came over. Looking at Clea and Rain, who were chatting and laughing, she bowed slightly with a smile and said, "Miss Lord Rain, lunch is ready." Clea and Rain were having lunch on the carriage. Although they were in the wilderness, the chief maid had thoughtfully prepared butter, white bread, roasted steak, and more. "Rain, after lunch, let's continue our journey. Just ahead, about 10 kilometers away from the county town of Wells, there's a manor under the name of Viscount Serial where, according to the agreement, we are to meet," said Clea. "All right, Lady Clea. Viscount Serial was once my father's officer, and has always been on good terms with the Habs family. This time he has sent a cavalry troop led by 2 peak knights, including nearly 10 senior knights and 3 squads of elite cavalry. It is quite a respectable force for support," she added. Although Rain had some doubts, he still nodded without voicing them. No great knight-level strength. For the county of Meister, while peak knights were considered capable, they were far from being considered top fighters. That's to say, even though they would be somewhat useful, they could only make a slight difference in the situation and would not play a significant role, let alone a decisive one. This realization gave Rain some insight into the predicament currently faced by the Habs family. Thinking about it, it made sense that Clea had sought him out if things were not as they were. Looking out the carriage window, Rain saw that the chief maid Shadia had taken very good care of Cookie, the lurcher hound, and Little Black, the speed pedal horse, who were both feasting nearby. As for the blood-feathered horned eagle, it was able to hunt for its own food, sparing Rain from worry. After lunch, the group resumed their journey, and about 2 hours later they arrived near Cereal Manor. Several kilometers from the manor, Rain could already see from afar a large group of cavalry and knights gathering at the entrance. There are more men than Clea mentioned, and their strength is much greater too, especially the noble standing at the forefront of the group who was flanked by 2 great knights for protection. That came as a surprise to Rain, but what surprised Clea even more, she murmured to herself, why is Earl Rodlin here too, I thought, and how come this annoying fellow is also? Rain, Shadia, wait for me in the carriage, Clea said, apparently wary of something and not wanting Rain to get out of the carriage with her. As they drew closer to the group, Clea quickly got out of the carriage and politely bowed slightly to Earl Rodlin, saying, Earl Rodlin, what brings you here? Viscount Cereal, good day. Clea also greeted the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows standing to the side, and Cereal promptly returned the gesture. My dear niece Clea, it's been a long time, you've become even more beautiful. Earl Rodlin laughed heartily. Thank you for your compliments, Clea. As Clea got off the carriage, a young man resembling Earl Rodlin, who was by his side, immediately approached her eagerly. It seemed that the young man wanted to take Clea's hand in a hand-kissing gesture. However, it was not very polite to make such a gesture towards an unmarried woman. Clea's expression changed instantly, and she evaded the young man's outstretched hand, leaving him embarrassed and forced to withdraw his hand, saying, Clea, it's been a while. Hello, Rachel, Clea said, her face cold. At this point, Earl Rodlin tried to smooth things over for his son, Clea, actually, Rachel cares a lot about you. He's been telling me he wants to send help, but as you know, the situation within Wells County is also quite unstable, he said. As he spoke, the young man named Rachel puffed out his chest and looked at Clea intensely, as if full of deep feelings. I believe, Clea, that you know Rachel has always had strong feelings for you. If you would agree to his proposal, and our 2 families were to unite through marriage, then even if the situation in Meister is dangerous, the Rodlin family would stand by you unconditionally, he continued. As he said the last 4 words, Earl Rodlin's voice rose dramatically, filled with an air of self-righteousness. Just then, Rain heard the chief maid Shadia whispering indignantly to the side. So shameless, utterly disgusting, the Rodlin family should remember who put down their nightly rebellion 10 years ago. Now, they turn around to take advantage during a time of crisis, wanting Miss to marry that Rachel, a man known for his dalliances with women. Hearing Shadia's words, Rain, even without a full grasp of the situation, immediately understood the intentions of Earl Rodlin. The man was taking advantage of their plight, only willing to send the troops behind him if Clea agreed to his son's marriage proposal. Now, whether it was the great knights by his side or the group of knights and cavalry behind him, they all seemed like bait, tempting Clea to accept the offer. However, as the daughter of Count Habs, Clea was well acquainted with some noble tricks and could immediately see through the intentions of the other party. Her expression changed slightly and she refused, saying, Viscount Rodlin, I am really sorry, I truly have no feelings for Rachel, and since the situation in the Welsh county is rather unstable, let's call off the reinforcements. I must take my leave now. Wait, Rodlin had not expected Clea to refuse so decisively without even considering it. He first glared at his own disappointing son, then turned his head to gaze at Clea's tight and exquisite figure, his face showing a hint of covetousness as he said, Niece Clea, considering the current unstable situation in Meister, and as your elder, I think it would be better for you to stay in the Welsh county from a protective standpoint until the situation stabilizes, and then return. While speaking, Rodlin did not wait for Clea's response and waved his hand. Suddenly, the 2 great knights behind him quickly moved towards Clea from either side, apparently attempting to confine her. This made Clea's face suddenly change, and with a stern look she said, Viscount Rodlin, you are going too far. Are you trying to detain me too? No, dear niece Clea, I am only concerned for your safety. Even Count Habs would understand and not blame me for this, Rodlin said with smug shake of his head. At this, Rachel, who had witnessed the scene, could not help but flush with excitement and said, Father, it's about time you did this. By his side, Viscount Cereal looked uncomfortable and said, Viscount Rodlin, isn't this a bit too much? After all, Count Habs. Cereal, you must understand you are just a Viscount. Are you really in a position to advise me, a Viscount? Rodlin glanced at Cereal displeasedly and said, At this point, Rain, who was in the carriage, could no longer stand by. Damn, this was a first-hand insight into the ugly nature of some nobles. Never had he thought about sending coal and snow. This sort of dirty deed was happening right before his eyes. Such scum. Seeing a tall, black-haired young man in silver elite knight armor emerge from Clea's carriage. The two great knights, who had previously been at ease, instantly tensed up, preparing for a confrontation. They immediately stopped in their tracks. Rain, with a relaxed expression, walked up and took her soft hand, pulling Clea behind him and said, "Lady Clea, let me handle this." Clea, whose hand was held by Rain, instinctively pulled back, but to no avail, which made her cheeks turn slightly red. However, she looked at Rain's towering figure and said nothing, instead feeling a relief wash over her. Seeing an attractive young man descend from Clea's carriage, Rachel's expression changed drastically and he yelled, "Who are you? How come you are on Clea's carriage?" "Clea, I had no idea you were such a slut." This immediately made Rain's expression change. Swoosh! Rain disappeared from the spot. Watch out! The two great knights just wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. The next second, smack! Rachel was struck by a slap from Rain, immediately falling to the ground like a radish planted in the soil, with some blood and more than 10 teeth scattered around. In fact, on closer inspection, one could see that Rachel's entire mouth had been twisted, and his somewhat handsome face was now disfigured. Rain's quick, lightning-fast action surprised everyone around. Obviously, this black-haired young man was also a great knight, and from the looks of it, his strength seemed even superior to that of the two great knights from the Rodlin family. The two great knights glanced at each other. The next second, the two moved to strike Rain from both sides. However, neither drew their weapons, seemingly still leaving room for maneuver. "Be careful," Clea cried out. Rain's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately turned and stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit. Using the force from the stomp, Rain, swift as lightning, moved first to the left, his right fist punching out. Bang! Rain's punch landed on the abdomen of one of the great knights, but it seemed he held back at the last moment. Yet the force was still too strong, and the knight's breastplate was instantly shattered, folding the man over, his eyes bulging and his limbs splayed out straight like a folded piece of paper. Bang! Following that, Rain spun around, his left fist striking to the right, sending another figure flying backward twice as fast as he had approached, suffering the same fate as the previous great knight. The two great knights were thrown against the nearby horses, causing immediate chaos in the crowd. The two horses that were hit directly broke their bones and died instantly. Seeing Rain's formidable power, even a fool knew Rain was no ordinary figure, defeating two official great knights with just 2 punches. "You. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of attacking an Empire noble?" Viscount Rodlin, seemingly wary of Rain's potential attack, stood frozen in place, but the injury to his son and his men forced him to question with a pale, iron-blue face. "This is my guardian knight, Lord Riani," Clea said as she slowly stepped forward. "Even if he is a guardian knight, can he assault a noble?" Rodlin, pointing at his son who had been knocked out of half his teeth, spoke in an angry, victimized manner. "Looking to trouble me? Welcome anytime." Riani took out the golden badge of an imperial sword-bearer and flashed it in front of Rodlin. "Sword-bearer? And it's a golden one." Rodlin's face turned pale in an instant. "How can you be a golden sword-bearer at such a young age?" "Feel free to lodge a complaint at the sword-holder Minter branch," Riani said casually, waving his hand dismissively without looking back as he walked away, leading Clea. "Those two great knights?" Clea asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, they won't die. The other side didn't draw their weapons, so of course I showed some restraint," Riani explained to Clea. Just then, Riani had executed his newly comprehended intermediate secret technique from the Kadar martial arts, the heavy punch combo, but stopped abruptly, leaving each with a single punch and holding back some strength. Seeing that he was unable to do anything about the situation, Count Rodlin said hatefully, "Let's go." The people behind him helped the two heavily injured great knights and the dazed Rachel to hastily depart. At that moment, Viscount Cyril, still at the scene, called out to Clea, "Miss Clea, please wait. We will join you on your journey to Meister. You know about what just happened. After all, I am in the county of Wales, so." Clea smirked and turned around, saying, "Viscount Cyril, I understand. Your joining is welcome." She knew that Viscount Cyril was also forced by circumstances, being in the same county as Rodlin. If he offended Earl Rodlin, life would become difficult for him. Among the nobles, his neutrality, especially not making things difficult for her just now, was already quite commendable. Hence, their party grew significantly larger. In terms of strength, there was no longer a gap. Apart from Rhianni, who was outwardly an experienced great knight, they gained 2 peak knights, a group of veteran knights and dozens of cavalry. Meanwhile, in a manor in the county of Wales. How is it? Where has the party reached and how is the information gathering? Galena asked casually as a subordinate entered, flicking her long, slender fingernails. High Priestess, just as we predicted, they are now heading in the direction of Kalma town. However what? The daughter of Count Habs might have a highly skilled senior great knight protecting her. Immediately, the Black Flame monk detailed the happenings at the gate of Serial Manor as reported by their informant. 2 official great knights, taken down by 2 punches. The opponent's strength is likely beyond that of an ordinary senior great knight. After hearing the subordinate's report, Galena's expression grew serious as she pondered. However, her face showed no sign of worry. Instead, there was almost an eager expression. He must be a true master of secret techniques, otherwise merely based on physical prowess, no senior great knight could nearly instantly defeat 2 official great knights, she mused. Interesting, that should make for a very good test subject, Galena said with an alluring smile, getting to her feet. After all, if the opponent was too weak, she wouldn't even feel the desire to deploy her trump card. However, Galena suddenly noticed that the subordinate who had finished reporting had not left and asked in confusion, "What now? Is there something else to report?" Well, the informant mentioned that before they left, someone showed a gold badge, and judging by Earl Rodlin's demeanor at the time, he was very wary, and also something was said about a golden sword bearer. But this information isn't absolutely accurate because the informant was a bit far away and didn't hear it very clearly, the subordinate added. What? Galena's expression changed. A golden sword bearer. Of course, Galena knew what a golden sword bearer meant. Imperial sword bearers had always been a source of dread for those like her from non-Orthodox churches. Not only because the sword bearers were powerful, but also because they often operated in teams, coordinated, and very difficult to deal with, if the opponent was golden. The task given by Raxel this time seemed anything but easy. Was it just one person? Galena asked. Yes, my lady, it's certain. The opponent is alone. That made Galena feel a bit relieved. Dealing with one person and a team were not at the same level of difficulty. Even if it was a golden sword bearer. If it was only one person, she still had a lot of confidence in winning. Especially since the opponent was a knight who had gone the route of a golden sword bearer. There were many methods available to deal with him, but just to be safe. How is the assembly of that thing coming along? Galena turned to ask her subordinate. High Priestess, are you referring to the big gadget the church is testing with us? It's almost fully assembled now. With a bit more work, it will be ready for the prayer ceremony and activation, reported the robed subordinate. Tell the craftsmen to speed up the process. I want it ready tonight. That, although dozens of craftsmen are working overtime. I'm afraid it might not be in time for tonight, High Priestess. Wouldn't it be in time if we killed a craftsman? Galena said with a wicked smile. The robed subordinate shuddered and bowed respectfully. High Priestess, I shall see to it immediately. Watching the flustered subordinate hurry off, Galena nodded in satisfaction. With that device, there should be no surprises tonight. When Lord Rhianni led Lady Crea to the carriage door. Perhaps because the chief maid Shadia was inside, this time. Clea took the opportunity of opening the door to slightly exert some force, withdrawing her soft, delicate hand from Rhianni's. Inside the carriage. Upon seeing Rhianni and Clea return, the chief maid, who was quite excited, exclaimed, Lord Rhianni, your actions just now were truly satisfying. Seeing you teach that ungrateful Earl Rodlin and his son a lesson made me feel sweeter than honey. Thank you. That's what I'm supposed to do, isn't it? I am now Lady Clea's guardian knight, Rhianni said with a smile, responding to the chief maid's praise. Hearing Rhianni mention guardian knight again, Clea's pretty face blushed slightly. The caravan continued to gallop swiftly towards Meister County, and as night fell, the knights seemed unfazed, but exhaustion was thinly veiled on the cavalry's faces. The cavalry were merely well-trained mortals, and a day of intense travel had indeed tired them out. At that moment, Clea in the carriage asked the old steward outside the window, Where are we now? Miss, we have now passed Kalma town. We are about midway between Kalma town and Ez town, replied Yodel, the old steward riding outside. Then let's camp nearby. Don't forget to inform Viscount Serial, she ordered. As you command, Lady Kreia, he acknowledged. Rieni, standing by, did not offer any opinion, because Kreia had already told him earlier that, to save time, they planned to camp in the wilderness according to schedule. After spending one night in the wilderness, they planned to continue their journey early the next morning and should arrive at Meister by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon that same day. Hearing that they could camp and rest, the cavalries let out a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. Soon, on a clearing by the roadside in the forest, campfires began to rise, and the group started to roast various kinds of jerkies. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley not far from the temporary campsite, a massive troop, several times larger than Rieni's group, was rapidly approaching them. The leader was a luxurious carriage without any emblem, surrounded by more than 10 hooded monks. The most numerous in the troop were over 100 individuals dressed in uniform gray robes with hoods, all bearing the mark of a burning black flame on their sleeves or collars evidently. Those gray robes must be the new followers that Galena had mentioned who were trained in the county of Wells. Shifting the view to the end of the procession, one could see a massive cart pulled by 16 horses, dragging an extremely heavy object, slowly moving behind the group. Even though the cart was loaded with a thick tarpaulin making it difficult to discern the specifics, it was vaguely recognizable as having a massive humanoid silhouette. Despite the cart's numerous wide wheels installed to prevent it from sinking into the ground, it left behind deep ruts, a mere 10 centimeters into the earth. High Priestess, the weather is in our favor. Look, we don't even need to cast the fog spell as a thin fog has already risen around us, said a hooded monk, bowing slightly to Galena inside the carriage. Galena's enchanting eyes glanced outside the window and, flicking her long fingernails, said, "Don't be complacent. Send a few men to go ahead and release a few fog spells. By the way, have we heard from Bidales yet? Bidales has already led his men from Kalma town to encircle from that side and should arrive at the enemy camp around the same time as us." "High Priestess, it's too late for the enemy to retreat now. Both the front and back roads have been blocked by us," replied the monk. If the enemy decides to hold their ground, Kurban, I don't want too many casualties. Don't forget, so many new followers are watching us from behind," she instructed. "Of course, High Priestess. Rest assured, I've brought the materials for the evil spell formation. They will soon understand that under the power of the evil spell formation, all battle formations are but clay chickens and pottery dogs," the hooded monk said confidently with a smug look on his face. "Good." In the clearing, at the temporary campsite, Rieni was about to invite Clea to further improve her Arcadian swordsmanship when suddenly, a shrill cry of a bird of prey came from the sky. Soon after, a massive bird of prey with blue and purple feathers circled down from the sky. This scene immediately caused some panic among the cavalry, who drew their weapons in alarm. "Don't worry, it's my pet." Rieni waved his hand reassuringly. Bloodfeather, flapping her enormous wings and stirring a strong gust, landed on Rieni's arm. Rieni was confused as to why Bloodfeather would actively seek him out, but he quickly noticed a pigeon grasped in Bloodfeather's talons. The pigeon was not dead, but it seemed to be extremely terrified of Bloodfeather and did not dare to struggle violently, its little eyes filled with fear. A pigeon? Rieni immediately thought of something. After a brief exchange of gestures with Bloodfeather, he understood what had happened. "Bloodfeather, you've noticed our caravan sends out these little birds every so often, right?" Rieni asked. Bloodfeather looked proudly at Rieni and nodded after a short screech. Rieni removed the small bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg and pulled out a piece of paper from within. On it was written, "The troops have encamped, located between Kalma town and Ez town." Just as expected, Rain's eyes flickered with thought, aligning with his earlier speculation. Clearly, there must be an inside spy among the troops, for had the communication been from our side, it wouldn't be so frequent nor phrased in such a manner. Soon, Rain had found Clea inside the carriage, holding the note. "Lady Clea, I think you need to take a look at this," Rain said as he passed the note to Clea. With just one glance, Clea's pretty face turned serious. "This isn't the way we communicate with our family, Lord Rain. It seems like there is an enemy's inside spy among us." "Yes, that's what I believe too." Clea's brows creased lightly as she said, "It's just that we don't know who the spy is working for. Lord Rain, do you think we can find out who it is?" After a moment of thought, Rain nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. The two stepped out of the carriage and Rain called out, "Cookie." Soon, the spirit hound the size of a small pony rushed over, wagging its tail at Rain with an excited demeanor. Rain brought the small bamboo tube to Cookie's nose for a sniff. Cookie, find the owner of this bamboo tube. Starting from the people closest to it, Cookie sniffed each one quickly and began searching around before soon barking furiously at a somewhat panicked cavalryman near a campfire not far away. Lady Clea, it seems we've found our spy, Rain said with a smirk, turning to speak to Clea beside him. Butler Yodel quickly recognized the cavalryman as someone he had brought from Meister. Zayamauki, why would you do such a thing? Lady Clea, I am sorry, Butler Yodel said, both furious and self-reproaching. This let Viscount Cyril heave a great sigh of relief beside them. Fortunately, the spy, or rather the mole, was not from his own team. Otherwise, it would have been tough for him to clear his name this time. Speak up, who are you serving? Demanded Viscount Cyril, stepping forward. The spy, known as Zayamauki, wept bitterly. My lord, I really don't know who I serve. I only knew that I would receive a generous reward by reporting the condition and the exact journey of the troops. Please forgive me, Lady Clea. It looks like we have been marked by a hostile force. Rain, who do you think it could be? Clea asked, not addressing the traitor but instead turning to question Rain. I think I might know who it is, Rain said, thinking it over. Black Flame Cult, they both said almost simultaneously. For if the enemy were political adversaries of the Habas family, they would never choose this moment to risk the wrath of the imperial upper echelons by attacking a member of the Habas family engaged in battle with the cult. Eliminating the option of political enemies, it was highly likely that their enemy was the cult this time. Considering that the Sea God sect was mainly fighting against the Imperial Navy along the coastline, it was reasonable to believe, or most likely, it was the Black Flame cult that had seriously injured Count Habs and was planning to destabilize the imperial control over the county of Meister. The three immediately returned to the carriage compartment to discuss the matter. Lady Clea, do we need to break camp and evade immediately? Viscount Cyril also realized the severity of the situation and asked. His question made Clea fall into contemplation. Send someone nearby to scout immediately, she said. The fog is rising around us and it's getting thicker, Rain suddenly mentioned. Indeed, Clea and Viscount Cyril pulled open the curtain on the carriage window and saw that, as night fell, a faint mist had begun to rise around them. Rain had just used his core skill Beast Eye to scout the surroundings in the vision of a blood-feathered creature from high above, but unfortunately, due to the fog, he could hardly see the ground situation from 100 meters up in the night sky. After all, even with the excellent vision of a blood-feathered horned eagle, one cannot see through fog. Seeing the fog getting thicker, Clea's expression turned solemn. It might be too late, Viscount Cyril. The fog is thickening too fast. Tell everyone to heighten their alert. The enemy might have already reached nearby. Ah, they should have arrived already, Rain remarked, eyebrows raised. Clea and Viscount Cyril both looked toward Rain. Prepare for battle. Rain was the first to step down from the carriage. Next second, screams erupted from all around them. Immediately, Clea and Viscount Cyril also got off the carriage following Rain. Regroup towards the carriages. Form up in defense formation, Clea commanded sharply. As a student of the Imperial Royal Academy and daughter of an Earl of the Empire, Clea had been trained in battle formations from a young age and immediately took command. Hearing Clea's voice, the knights and cavalry around them all felt much more secure. Everyone swiftly gathered toward the carriages, with shield-bearing cavalry at the front spontaneously forming a circular defense. Inside the circle were those holding bows or crossbow arrows, with Viscount Cyril, Rain, and a few others at the very center. Facing the rapidly formed defensive formation, more than 100 cultist recruits nearby, although unable to discern details from afar, could make out the general outline of the battle formation and knew that a head-on charge would result in significant losses. Clea's face broke into a slight smile and said, I heard that Count Habs's daughter Clea is a top student at the Imperial Royal Academy. Seems she does have some merit after all. High Priestess, wasn't this what we expected? Their response to the surprise attack is exactly as we anticipated, a tall and thin Black Flame cultist said with a chuckle. Kurban, leave the formation breaking to you, Galena said with a seductive smile. Don't worry, High Priestess. The Black Flame cultist named Kurban, along with 5 other Black Flame cultists, stepped forward. At a considerable distance, they began to lay out some materials on the ground. Soon, under the direction of the one named Kurban, a dark magical formation with intricate black lines was set up. Including Kurban, The 5 black flame cultists each took their positions at one of the 5 points of the inverted pentagram formation, with Kerbin standing at the most forward point. Almost simultaneously, they began chanting the spells. Surrounding the 4 other black flame cultists, a black fire like serpentine flames began to curl around them, while Kerbin raised his hands, palms facing up, and a black flame fireball the size of a fist formed about a meter in front of him. In an instant, the 4 serpentine black flames converged towards the black flame fireball in front of Kerbin, like rivers flowing into the sea. The originally fist-sized black fireball swelled at a visibly rapid pace, a powerful energy disturbance escaping from it. Rain, in the midst of the battle formation, furrowed his brow at once as he sensed the strong energy disturbance from not far away. Moreover, the pattern of the disturbance suggested that it was a combined spell attack, indicating that a powerful witchcraft attack was likely on the way. Damn, it's combined witchcraft, no, it's a dark magical formation. Clea's face changed color immediately. She quickly realized that the enemy was far more troublesome than she had anticipated. A side had just set up a defensive battle formation, but the enemy quickly countered with a dark magical formation. Judging by the energy disturbance from the dark magical formation, a powerful dark spell was about to strike. To the northeast, archers, attack at maximum range. Clea immediately reacted, giving the command. Following a volley of arrows, a faint black shimmering membrane pulsed in the distance. The arrow barrage seemed to splash against an umbrella, failing even to delay the enemy's spellcasting. The problem was, disbanding the battle formation now would not only be impossible in time, but also a devastating blow to their own side's morale. Suddenly, Clea was faced with a dilemma. Leave it to me. A calm and familiar voice reached Clea's ears. Rain. Clea looked up in surprise. Soon as Rain had spoken, he stomped heavily on the ground, leaving behind the clear impression of his armored boot as he vaulted up, quickly crossing the shield-bearing cavalry to the very front of the formation. Immediately after, he rushed towards the direction of the energy disturbance. Rain, your weapon. Seeing Rain charge forward unarmed, Clea cried out in alarm. On the dark, magical formation side, the sight of a figure suddenly jumping out of the enemy formation and rushing towards them. The black flame cultist led by Kerbin paused in astonishment. Was this seeking death? At this point their chanting was coming to an end. In the next second they could unleash a dark spell with far greater power than first-level witchcraft black flame burst. Charging straight forward, wasn't that courting death? Wait, the enemy could dodge, but if so, then his battle formation behind him would suffer the consequences. Aim for this guy who jumped out, let's see if he dodges or not, Kerbin said with a mocking smile. Huh? In an instant, a nearly half-meter in diameter, fiercely burning black fireball, dragging a long tail of flames, was hurled at Rain, who was in full sprint between the battle formation and the black flame cultists. Rain, watch out! Clea's eyes suddenly widened. This power. Facing the incoming colossal black flame fireball, Rain let out a low growl, activating his giant strength talent. In an instant, the hardened essence gold that covered the surface of his gauntlet transformed into a huge square tower shield. Iron wall. Rain's shield glowed with a faint light of elemental power, vibrating at a specific frequency. Boom! The moment the colossal black flame fireball came into contact with the tower shield, it exploded with a thunderous blast. An annular blast swept outward, and the corrosive black flames that splattered everywhere ignited upon contact. Of course, the most deadly part was the powerful blast of the explosion, not lesser than a modern artillery shell in terms of power. At this time, the muscles in Rain's shield-bearing left arm had bulged, and he stood like a giant, with his armored boots digging deep furrows into the ground. The surface of the tower shield was visibly dented, but the powerful black flame burst had been forcefully blocked by Rain. The scene naturally had Kerbin and the other 5 black flame cultists' eyes nearly popping out. How? How could it be blocked? Kerbin exclaimed. The next second his face twisted grotesquely as he began chanting again. I refuse to believe you can block it again. Whoosh! A black short spear, fast as lightning, suddenly assaulted him. Bang! The black short spear struck a basin-sized indentation into the black energy shield, but it barely held up, preventing the spear from piercing through the screen. However, this strike had significantly dimmed the black shield, as the violent clash with the spear drained a large amount of energy. Before Kerbin and his companions could catch their breath, a pop sound like that of a bursting bubble rang out. A pale silver silhouette, wearing a pair of sharp metal gauntlets, pierced the dimmed shield. Then with hands it forcefully tore it apart as easily as ripping through a piece of thin paper, instantly tearing the black film. Rain darted right in. The scene stunned Kerbin and the other 5 to their core. They hastily dodged for cover. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Above the demonic formation's grounded airspace, dozens of black blade arcs flashed by in an instant. What Rain was executing was the Kadar martial arts intermediate secret technique, Rapid Slash. 2 seconds later, calm returned above the demonic formation, and the 5 stood frozen on the spot, motionless, save for the dozens of intersecting bloodlines faintly appearing on their faces and bodies. Plop, plop. A dense sound of things falling echoed. Where the 5 black-robed, black flame practitioners stood, now there was no one to be seen, and at the 5 corners of the demonic formation on the ground lay 5 pools of blood and flesh chunks. Each piece was nearly the same size. Adult male fist-sized, mixed with blood, organs, and white brain matter piled together. Meanwhile, Rain slowly straightened his body, shook off the remaining traces of blood on his finger tiger blades, and looked calmly towards the main force of the Black Flame cult, as if to say, "You're next." This sight immediately horrified the Black Flame cultists. The numerous cultist recruits were left looking at each other in disbelief, unsure why the Lady High Priestess of Wales County wanted them to come and observe this battle now. Wasn't it supposed to be a combat training? But it seemed like they were the ones getting schooled. Because judging from the situation, it appeared they were not at an advantage, or rather. Although the Lady High Priestess hadn't yet taken action, the first battle was indeed a real loss. Galina's expression had also turned quite grave at this time. Just now, it wasn't that she didn't want to provide aid. She was just about to dismount her carriage when she realized Rain had already broken into the heart of the demonic formation, making rescue futile. Why was her reaction so delayed? That was because the opponent had actually withstood the enhanced black flame burst from the demonic formation, a sight that greatly surprised Galina. Clearly, this person was the golden-level sword-bearer mentioned by the inside informant. If she wasn't mistaken, the opponent had just executed at least 2 secret techniques, one resembling a shield and the other like a blade or short dagger. One offense and one defense, which made Galina increasingly wary. Originally, she had planned to test her new trump card, but after witnessing this scene, she decided to let the big guy at the back take over first. If the opponent only mastered 2 secret techniques, it would not be too difficult to deal with. She could still deliver the final blow later. Otherwise, they would have to plan for the long term. After all, this wasn't a mission imposed by the church, but a task requested by her predecessor, Raxel. Additionally, there was something else she didn't quite understand. When the opponent withstood the black flame burst enhanced by the demonic formation, it seemed like he was holding a shield, but somehow the shield disappeared later on. Did he throw it away? Galina was puzzled. With a slight shake of her head, Galina decided not to dwell on that for now. She turned to a black flame practitioner beside her and said, "Go, activate the giant axe golem guards immediately." After a moment's thought, Galina also stepped off the carriage, feeling it was safer to activate it herself. The giant axe golem guards in ancient times were responsible for guarding the depths of the Black Flame Temple, and recently, the cult had luckily found several remnants of golem guards, and even more importantly, the crucial blueprints. These giant golems, apart from their weapons, were entirely made of a special stone, Grey Ridge stone. The Dragon Empire's Welsh County was one of the rare places that produced Grey Ridge stone. Thus, the task of constructing the giant axe golem guards was assigned to Welsh County. Galina, the high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County, naturally acquired another title. Chief Supervisor of the giant axe golem guards, responsible for the timely completion and testing of the golems. The one on the cart was the latest replica of the giant axe golem guards. Suddenly, Galina said to a nearby Black Flame monk, "You few, take those new followers and block that person. Consider it a practical training exercise." Huh? Several Black Flame monks were instantly startled, lowering their heads with tingling scalps, looking at each other, and seeing the color of fear in each other's eyes. But recalling the new High Priestess's methods, they could only stiffen up and say, "As you command, High Priestess." Their hesitating scene naturally caused Galina's eyes to twitch. However, suddenly she seemed to realize something. She looked up towards the west and muttered, "Bidales is finally here." The Black Flame monks also instantly heaved a sigh of relief. "Bull Bidales has arrived. Thank goodness they no longer had to march to their death. That's more like it. If the sky were falling, there would certainly be a tall one to hold it up. What are you waiting for? Get going now. Garina, seeing her subordinates relieved, got annoyed. They still have to go. Several black flame monks sagged like frostbitten eggplants, coming before a crowd of new followers disheartened. And when the nearly 100 gray-robed new followers heard they had to stop this menacing foe, many immediately exploded in uproar. What is happening? Weren't we just supposed to observe? Why do we have to take action? Though most faces showed hesitation, there were still quite a few loyal followers among the crowd. Immediately, over 20 ran forward from the group, stating their willingness to join the adults to take down Rain. Meanwhile, the emotions of the people within Klea's battle formation were like a roller coaster over those brief 10 seconds. Initially, when Rain chose to directly confront that black flame fireball, larger than a washbowl, everyone felt both relieved and suddenly anxious. Relieved because this Lord Rain, standing in front of them, faced the powerful dark magic that was meant for them. Anxious because they felt this young Lord Rain, most unlikely to withstand that hit, could be gravely injured, if not dead. Including Viscount Cyril, everyone thought Rain was too conceited. Clea, having witnessed Rain defeating the Ice Messenger Grant in 3 moves previously, had much confidence in Rain's strength. But being good in offensive power and defensive power are 2 different things. Thus, her heart was in her throat. But in the next second, everyone was shocked, because they saw Rain actually withstand that massive fireball, and even had the strength to continue charging at the enemy's cult formation. This immediately made them shout uncontrollably. As many knights were pondering whether they should join Lord Rain in the charge, they saw his towering figure already breaking into the enemy's cult formation. In just a few seconds, he had cleared the field. This scene left them looking at each other in disbelief. Then their blood began to boil. He was freaking awesome. In battle, behavior like Rain's, a lone brave warrior, naturally boosted morale the most. In the battle formation, Clea, looking on, blushed with a radiant smile. Against such odds, Rain alone had turned the tide. Miss Clea, Lord Rain has already blocked the hardest attack for us. Yes, Miss Clea, I think we shouldn't let Lord Rain fight alone. The knights present all looked eagerly at Clea, hoping she would agree. The military spirit was ready and morale was high. Even Clea could hardly hold back the knights' voluntary requests at this moment. On the cult formation, Rain, through the mist, saw shadowy figures not far away, knowing this time the Black Flame cult seemed to be all in. Lord Rain, we are here. Leave this to us. Just as many knights were about to charge over, suddenly, a series of thuds and cries of alarm rang out from the rear of the battle formation. Bang! In an instant, 3 or 4 chain-mailed, shield-bearing cavalry in the rear of the formation were knocked 3 to 4 meters into the air, spurting blood profusely, with limbs and bodies in unnatural bends, most likely not surviving. Enemy attack, from behind. Quick, block them. Although everyone reacted quickly, the disturbance in the rear of the formation didn't stop and seemed to be spreading towards the center of the formation. The cult formation, where Rain stood, was situated on a small hillock, and though there was mist, the visibility was relatively good. He saw it clearly, a tall and robust silhouette, with his shoulders lowered and body leaning forward like a charging bull. It entered the battlefield from behind at an extremely fast pace. He caught everyone off guard and killed them. One important reason for his breakthrough was the distinctiveness of the enemy's knight armor, particularly the raised, sharp metal horns on the shoulder armor. Simultaneously, his metal helmet was also crafted in the style of bull horns, equipped with 2 pointed tips. Furthermore, the enemy was an unusual great knight who wielded a pair of metal spike gauntlets. As a result, as soon as he infiltrated the battle formation, he moved like a fish in water. The cavalry would die upon collision, and even the formal knights would be sent flying with a mere graze. Rain narrowed his eyes. In light of this, he temporarily had to abandon his original plan of continuing to charge forward. As Clea's guardian knight, he obviously couldn't allow her to be attacked right before his eyes. Immediately, Rain's toes touched the ground, and he rushed back towards the battlefield, like a silver streak flashing back. On the other side, the enemy within the battlefield was also moving at a fast pace. Fortunately, with a dense crowd in the battle formation, a few knights armed with shields and short weapons managed to slow down his momentum. The sight of savage charge Bidale's rampaging through the enemy lines brought instant joy to the faces of several Black Flame cultists. Wasn't this a pincer attack? And at this time, the gray-robed cultists also became excited, their faces no longer showing fear. Indeed, our cult is superior, so they were only feigning weakness just now. I was wondering why they had us come to watch. This inspired even the hesitant new cultists to start moving. Suddenly, over 100 new black flame cultists followed behind those few cultists. Charging from the front, Galena watched this scene and nodded slightly, but she didn't stop to watch and instead approached a large carriage. A servant next to her quickly pulled back the cover on the carriage. A giant human-shaped golem, nearly 5 meters tall and made entirely of rock, became visible to everyone. As Galena promptly began chanting and casting spells, a strange black energy beam shot out from her palm, hitting the giant axe golem on its forehead. Seconds later, a terrifying presence suddenly emanated from the massive body of the golem, spreading outwards. The next second, ZZT sound of stone grinding echoed. As the giant axe golem slowly straightened its upper body and stretched out one leg to the side. With a bang, it stamped a huge depression into the ground. Once the golem stood up completely, the cultists in attendance truly felt the oppressive force of its 5-meter height and the weight of over 10 tons. For a moment, the atmosphere among the Black Flame cult's side reached a peak. Meanwhile, although Rain was rushing back to defend, he felt the enormous and sinister presence from behind him. But at the moment, he had no time to care about anything else. Make way! With a loud shout from Rain, the knights in front of him quickly opened a path straight to the center of the battle formation. At that moment, in the center of the battle formation, including Viscount Cyril crouching down with 2 more standing to his right and left, a total of 3 peak knights, each holding a shield, were preparing to jointly intercept the enemy wearing the charging shoulder armor. Seeing the 3 peak knights ready for combat, Savage Charge Bidales did not slow down, but rather showed a ferocious smile. Savage Charge! The next second, his body suddenly radiated a black glow, and with a roar, his speed abruptly increased even more, as if he had employed some secret technique, and charged at the trio including Viscount Cyril like a meteor. Viscount Cyril's complexion turned pale upon seeing this, and all 3 shouted in unison, resisting with all their might. Boom, they were knocked flying like a strike in bowling all at once. Now, exposed before Savage Charge Bidales was only Clea, dressed in noble hunting attire and holding a dual-handed greatsword. That moment Bidales licked his lips, a look of delight on his face. But the next second his expression changed dramatically, because just as he was about 2 or 3 meters away from Clea, a burst of silver light attacked swiftly from the side. Dodge! Upon hearing Rain's voice, Clea, without thinking, instinctively made a side leap. In an instant, Rain charged from behind and to the side of Clea, swinging a heavy punch at Savage Charge Bidales with the sharp blades of his finger tiger making a piercing sound through the air. Why did he not use any other weapon? That was because just moments ago, Rain had detected the intense commotion behind him. He knew he needed to end the fight quickly. However, to end the fight swiftly, he had to force the strong man in front of him, who was skilled with the spike gauntlets, into a head-on clash. But Rain himself also fought with finger tigers, a type of short-bladed weapon, and even mastered 2 secret techniques. He knew all too well that those adept with the spiked gauntlets had extremely quick footwork and were more agile than the average great knight. If the opponent were to avoid combat or, out of fear, dart into the crowd to dodge, then with his own people in the way, it would be very difficult for Rain to capture him quickly. So Rene's choice was to swing his fist. Using the intermediate secret technique, heavy punch combo, he threw a heavy punch at the burly man in front of him. The opponent, being a great knight who also practiced boxing, would likely instinctively punch back instead of dodging in the first instance. Sure enough, originally when Bidales the Bison saw Rene rapidly attacking, he intended to dodge to avoid the brunt because he had just unleashed the secret technique Savage Charge and needed a few seconds to adjust. But suddenly he discovered that this young great knight in front of him, not using any other weapons but relying on the bladed finger tiger, swinging his fist at him, filled the inside of Bidales the Bison with joy. He cursed inwardly, "What an idiot. Doesn't he know I am taller and have a longer reach than him? Your punch hasn't hit yet, but mine already has." After all, the height difference between Bidales the Bison at 2 meters 3 and Rene at 2 meters was quite noticeable. Normally, unless one is a long-armed monkey, a 2 meter 3 tall person would naturally have a longer reach. Moreover, the spikes on Bidale's spiked gauntlet were even slightly longer than the 4 blades protruding from Rhianni's knight gauntlet. Combining these factors, Bidale's the bison was very confident that being equally boxers, he would definitely hit his opponent first. So, without even turning his head, Bidale's punched heavily towards the forehead of Rhianni. Thus, the entire battle scene turned into both men throwing punches towards each other's foreheads. In the blink of an eye, PFFT, the spectators could not see clearly what was happening, but they saw the 4 blades on Rhianni's knight gauntlet piercing the opponent's forehead first. At that moment, Bidale's the bison stared hard at the tip of his spiked gauntlet. It was a few centimeters away, almost penetrating the young man's head. How could this be? My hand is longer, my spikes are longer than his blades, how could he hit me first? This was the last thought of Bidale's the bison before he died. Actually, this was because at the moment, both punches were swung. Rhianni suddenly extended the hardened essence gold blades at the front end of his knight's gauntlet by 20 centimeters, naturally piercing Bidale's, the bison's, forehead first. Since Rhianni's fist and Bidale's eyes were aligned and directly opposite each other, the sudden lengthening of the blade was extremely difficult to notice due to the angle. For the surrounding spectators, the actions of both were too quick, they couldn't clearly see what happened. But after killing Bidale's, the bison, Rhianni quickly withdrew his fist. Not being able to see clearly did not lessen the shock in the hearts of the people at that moment, because their enemy, who had been vigorous and formidable, now collapsed on the ground limp as a spineless snake. Keep in mind, just moments ago, this guy had been charging fearlessly in the battlefield, unstoppable even in the face of Lord Cyril the Viscount and 2 other knights in cooperation. Such a formidable man was killed in one move by the young Lord Rhianni. The spectators looked at Rhianni with great respect. This scene made the 4 or 5 dark flame monks leading 100 or more cultists charging forward internally curse their bad luck. Originally with Bidale's the bison piercing in from the rear, a pincer attack would have secured their victory. Now with Bidale's the bison being instantly neutralized, the outcome of the battle was uncertain. The main issue was that Bidale's died too quickly. If he could have lasted another 10 seconds, long enough for the cult's forces to materially engage in a front and rear pincer attack, then the overall situation would have been hard to reverse. But now Bidale's death had instead boosted the enemy's morale, weakening their own. At that moment, a thud, 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 akin to distant thunder arose. With each step, there came a slight tremor of the ground. Whether friend or foe, at this moment, everyone on the scene either turned around or looked up. Piercing through the fog, a figure over 5 meters tall was striding forward, step by step. Though the steps of this giant was slow, each was notably wide, and within just a few strides his distinct appearance became visible to all. This creature was a humanoid golem, appearing to be made entirely of a special type of rock, with rough yet fine patterns engraved on its surface. But what Rhianni noticed most was the creature's arms. The giant golem's arms were incredibly long, naturally hanging down past its knees, nearly touching its ankles. In addition, the long-handled battle axe it carried was unusually large, with a double-bladed, nearly 3-meter-long metal giant axe. With the arrival of the giant axe golem, a captivating aura enveloped the entire scene. The next second, the sound of thud, 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 footsteps immediately intensified as the giant axe golem quickly accelerated, dragging its axe and charging directly towards the battlefield. Since Rhianni had just killed the charging enemy knight with a punch, his troops were motivated, and neither the cavalry nor the knights at the front shrank back, but raised their shields in defense. But the scene that unfolded in the next second profoundly illustrated that in the transcendent world, courage alone is useless. A cold gleam flashed by and directly cut through the 2 rows in front. A total of 14 or 15 shield-bearing cavalry, severing both men and shields in a single strike by the giant axe golem. Spread out. Seeing this, Clea and Viscount Cyril shouted aloud. Facing such a gigantic golem, without any solid fortifications to rely on, it was very foolish to resist by formation alone. Scattered guerrilla fighting wouldn't lead to victory, but it was at least a better choice to reduce casualties. On seeing this, a smile of triumph couldn't help but emerge on Galena's lips. She quickly began chanting, and the next second, a dark ring of light spread around the giant axe golem. Instantly, everyone within a several dozen meters diameter felt as if their feet were stuck in mud. Their movement slowed down by more than several times. This caused everyone, including Clea, to change their expressions dramatically. Everyone knew what loss of mobility meant when facing an almost unbeatable golem. Swoosh! As many faces showed despair, a silver figure shot upstream, like a bolt of silver lightning, charging directly towards the guard of the giant axe golem, accompanied by a loud boom. The 5-meter-tall, 10-plus-ton giant axe golem was actually knocked down by a hammer. Such a powerful secret technique. Galena squinted her eyes, the corners twitching with her smoky makeup. As the proud expression on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious look. Although she had already taken the Golden Tier sword bearer's combat abilities seriously, she realized she might still have underestimated him. The power of his last strike was at least on the level of an intermediate secret technique. Moreover, this was already the third secret technique he had used. At this moment, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Lord Raxel, what exactly have you gotten me into?" Just then, Rain had pulled out the skull warhammer from his waist, which under the metal morphing spell, instantly extended with a shaft made of hardened essence gold. The one-handed hammer transformed into a two-handed warhammer in an instant. A blow from the advanced secret skill Hammer of Crushing directly hit the golem's midsection, but Rain's expression did not relax. Because he could feel that just as the surface of the giant golem flashed with a black glow, it seemed that a mysterious black energy layer, smooth and slippery like greased rubber, blocked his attack. Sure enough, before the knights could cheer, they saw the golem getting back on its feet. The spot where it had been hit only had a fist-sized white spot, virtually undamaged. Oh, the patterns on the surface can instantly release some kind of energy membrane that absorbs attacks. Of course, it might also be that there is some kind of energy core inside the golem, capable of providing energy to withstand attacks. In an instant, Rain thought of two possible defensive modes the opponent could be using. But regardless of which, it meant that he couldn't possibly defeat the golem within a short time. Seeing this, Rain immediately focused his gaze on the black-robed female. Decapitation strategy. However, Galena was no pushover. Seeing Rain looking at her, she immediately started chanting, and the next second, a beam of black light shone on Clea. The beam seemed to have no lethality. Clea only felt as if she had been flashed, her head crowned with a faint black light, feeling no discomfort. But the next second she understood the opponent's intent. This is a mark. The giant axe golem abandoned Rain in front of it, and as if finding a new target fixed on Clea. Gripping its long-handled battle axe, it took large steps and charged rapidly towards Clea with a thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Clea understood the enemy's plan. The other side feared that Rain would employ a beheading strategy. They cast a spell resembling a tracking mark on her, and the giant axe golem would then pursue and attempt to slay her based on the mark's location. This not only eliminated the possibility of Rain opting for a beheading attack, but also meant that if she could not escape the golem's pursuit, Rain would be forced into direct confrontation with the golem. Although Rain had just taken down the 10-ton-plus golem with a single, mightily powerful strike of hammer skill secret technique, Clea didn't believe Rain could repeatedly execute such powerful attacks. After all, humans fatigue. Combat consumes a great deal of physical energy, especially when using high-powered secret techniques, which would undoubtedly drain Rain's stamina considerably. Once Rain became entangled in battle with the giant axe golem, the entire tempo of the battle would fall under the enemy's control. The enemy could manipulate the golem while casting various weakening spells on Rain. In the end, they would easily achieve a total victory once Rain exhausted his strength or made a mistake. Having realized this, Clea began to retreat at high speed, calling out to Rain with a hint of urgency. "Rain, they're trying to force you to combat the golem. Don't fall for it." Deep down, Clea hoped that Rain would come to her rescue, but rationally. That was obviously not the best choice. To Clea's actions, a sneer appeared on Galena's face. She had already noticed that this young golden-ranked sword-bearer had one fatal flaw. He seemed to be tasked with protecting the beautiful daughter of Count Habs. When Bulbidials attacked their formation from behind, the fact that they abandoned their offensive to return and protect her was telling. From this perspective, the death of Bulbidials was not entirely in vain. It had some effect, after all. Moreover, the strength of this earl's daughter was slightly lacking. If she had been a great knight, she would have been more difficult to deal with, but as a peak knight, it was almost impossible for her to escape the pursuit of the Golem Guardians. This time, she had no intention of bothering about her mission. Her primary goal now was to take down this young golden-ranked sword-bearer. Having already lost 2 capable generals, if she only gained Raxel's favor as a result, it would be a loss not worth the cost. But if she could take down a golden-ranked sword-bearer, the losses would be valuable, and she could even afford to lose a bit more. Because if successful, she was certain to receive accolades from the church's higher-ups, as well as rewards from the great hunting god during the Black Flame prayer ceremony. As for the task Raxel had entrusted her with capturing the Earl's daughter alive, it was no longer important. Who knew, she might end up being Raxel's superior. Thinking of this, the corners of Galena's lips curled slightly. But the smile lasted less than a second before she was stunned. Out of nowhere, a tall black unicorn battle horse burst out of the dense fog, lowering its head slightly, allowing the Count's daughter to successfully mount it. H.R.R. Ruyumph, the swift unicorn Blackie, upon taking Clea aboard, let out a neigh and immediately used its innate ability Swift Step, its agile form darting ahead like an arrow released from a bow, whooshing towards the distance. In comparison, the speed of the giant axe golem guardian was not even close, resembling an 80-year-old granny shuffling after Bolt. Clea, riding Blackie, widened the gap between herself and the following golem guardian, already safe. That is to say, almost as soon as Galena's plan had been implemented, it had already failed. Rain watched this unfold, his lips curling into a smile. Even if Clea hadn't reminded him just now, he had roughly guessed the possible countermeasures of the other side after they cast a spell similar to the tracking mark. Therefore, he immediately commanded the swift unicorn Blackie to stand by behind him. As expected, it was a resounding success. Rain, with a calm expression, walked towards Galena, saying, "It seems your plan has not succeeded." Before Galena could answer, and once Rain had left the range of the other side's spell, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, instantly cracking the earth and sending up a ring of dust with a powerful shockwave. Using the strong reactive force, Rain, holding the skull warhammer, charged at Galena like a bolt of silver lightning. Since the enemy's beheading strategy had failed, it was naturally Rain's turn to employ his own. Seeing Rain's rapid approach, Galena's face turned serious, and she immediately began chanting quickly. The next second, a duplicate figure of herself appeared to her left and right sides. Both figures, indiscernible as to whether they were illusions, immediately sprinted off in opposite directions. Rain narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly, because he discovered that all 3 images had an aura similar to real people. However, Rain didn't hesitate at all and continued to charge at the first figure he had targeted. At this moment, the actions of the 3 figures were identical, both hands conjuring seals in front of their chests, seemingly preparing to cast the same spell. Hammer of Annihilation. Rain swung the skull warhammer in his hand towards the enchantingly beautiful face of the figure and brought it down heavily with a blow. However, the figure of Galena before him didn't dodge or evade, but instead revealed a seductive smile. In an instant, 3 figures made the same move. Stretching out a finger toward Rain, and a black stream of energy shot from the slender tip of a finger straight at Rain. Pop! The moment Rain's skull warhammer hit its target, it was as if it struck a mere bubble of illusion. Although the Galena before him shattered with a hammer blow, the complete lack of resistance made Rain instantly realize that he had not hit her true body. Furthermore, Rain, unable to dodge the 3 black streams of energy, still got hit by one, and his movement speed immediately slowed down. Seeing that Rain was affected by the single target slow spell, the illusions of the 2 Galenas chuckled simultaneously. The next second, another Galena illusion appeared behind them. The scene slightly startled Rain. He was certain that he should have hit her real body. However, to his surprise, it turned out to be an illusion, a peculiar aspect of her witchcraft, or rather dark magic. Indeed, this was quite tricky. Because if he couldn't identify her real body, no matter how many illusions he destroyed, they would soon recover and reappear like this time, rendering his efforts useless. At that moment, the 3 Galena illusions once again cast spells simultaneously. However, this time she didn't launch any offensive dark spells, but instead cast another black beam indicating the tracking mark, almost instantaneously as before. This time, the target was not Clea. The black beam hit Rain in an instant. Faint black light then appeared above Rain's head. Rain immediately understood their scheme. Clearly, they wanted the giant axe golem to abandon the chase after Clea and go after him instead. And at that moment, slowed down by her slowing dark magic, Any chase, especially with the golem attacking from behind, would be very hard to endure. Sure enough, heavy footsteps thundered from afar, rapidly closing in. The situation was turning decidedly against him. Of course, Rain wasn't without countermeasures, but he didn't want to resort to them so soon. With the enemy still at some distance, Rain was planning to use that thing when he was more certain of taking her down. However, if it's just 3 illusions, there's still a way, he muttered. Rain's eyes remained calm as he grasped his warhammer and charged at the nearest illusion once more. Seeing Rain, who had been hit by the slow technique, still so doggedly trying to take down one of her illusions, Galena couldn't help but show a mocking smile. Strong indeed, but seems a bit weak in the head, she mused. Perhaps I don't even need the giant axe golem to work with me. I can dispose of him on my own. Galena didn't even try to dodge Rain's assault. Instead, she began chanting another spell. Rain could tell from the content of her incantation that it was different from the previous 2 dark spells. Quite likely, she was preparing a much more powerful attack spell this time. In Galena's view, Rain might continue destroying one of her illusions, but he was soon going to face her explosive black flame attack. She didn't believe he could withstand it unscathed. Once he was injured, he would fall into a passive cycle. Slowed down by her negative dark magic, he would continue to be bombarded by her explosive black flame until total collapse. This was the disadvantage of the knight's path if a great knight didn't possess anything to dispel negative effects. They would be severely hampered. Suddenly, just as Rain's warhammer hit another Galena illusion, a fierce war hound the size of a small pony sprang up next to 2 other Galena illusions, along with a raptor with blue-purple feathers diving from the sky. All at once, Rain and his 2 spirit animals attacked Galena's 3 illusions. The illusion before Rain shattered with a single hammer blow. The illusion, target of the blood-feathered horned eagle's dive, dissipated like bubble foam under the talon's assault. Next to the last figure, the Whippet war dog Cookie bit into a supple black membrane. Though not tearing through, this undoubtedly disclosed the location of Galena's true body. Also, this sudden assault interrupted Galena's spellcasting of the dark magic explosive black flame. Galena's expression turned sour in an instant. Charming eye technique. Galena fixed her gaze on Cookie's canine eyes, unleashing a rare pupil skill, and in the next second, Cookie foolishly altered its attack direction, charging toward Rain at high speed at that moment. Cookie saw Galena where Rain stood, while Rain appeared as Galena. A 6-meter radius of cold light flashed by. Within that radius, whether a knight or a cultist, all were killed with a single blow. Rain leapt to dodge the attack, but also lost the chance to pursue Galena. Immediately, the giant axe golem caught up behind him, the attack no longer a horizontal axe sweep, but a vicious downward chop aimed at Rain's head. Just as Rain tried to dodge, suddenly, 2 large hands formed of black energy erupted from the ground and grabbed hold of Rain's plate-armored boots, firmly rooting him in place. The caster was none other than Galena in the distance. Having landed a successful strike, Galena burst into excited laughter. Ha ha. You've been caught by my grasp of the evil spirit. Perhaps it was the immense pressure Lord Rain had just put on her, but now that she had regained the upper hand, Galena was inexplicably thrilled. In Galena's view, there was no way Rain could turn the tables now. Or she simply couldn't fathom how a great knight, under such circumstances, could make a comeback. This critical moment immediately caused the hearts of the surrounding spectators to rise to their throats once again. The battle between Lord Rain and the cult leader before their eyes was nothing short of spectacular, opening their eyes to new wonders. If it had been anyone else facing such peril on the field, chances were slim to none, but Lord Rain was different. He had turned the tide twice before in battle, so could he do it again against all odds? The crowd watched nervously to see how Rain would resolve this dangerous situation. Facing the giant axe that split the air towards him, Rain sighed softly. Ah! With this faint yet distinct sigh, Rain's left hand suddenly brandished a dark tower shield, raising it high and once more deploying the intermediate secret technique, Iron Wall. Clang! Intense sparks flew in all directions. He blocked it. Though Rain was nearly buried halfway into the ground, he had indeed borne the brunt with great resilience. What's going on? The crowd stared in bewilderment. This time, whether it was their own or the enemy cultist's side, everyone saw it clearly. Rain had originally been holding a warhammer, but what was happening now? How did a tower shield suddenly appear out of nowhere? Was this some sort of magic trick, the thing in your hand? No, this is the metal-based witchcraft metal morphing spell. In a flash, Galena realized something, her eyes widening as she exclaimed. Being an evil sorcerer, she had just sensed a rather significant fluctuation of witchcraft energy. You've also taken up wizardry, but that's still not right. Even if you have mastered the rare metal morphing spell, you couldn't possibly change metal that quickly. This is impossible. I've got it, you've made the metal morphing spell your innate wizardry. Galena muttered to herself, revealing Rain's secret. Clea, on the other hand, watched Lord Rain with an equally perplexed look on her face. As the daughter of an earl and a student at the Imperial Royal Academy, her insights were extraordinary. Thus, she too realized that Rain was a rare metal-based wizard. Some assets lose their trump card value once they are revealed, which is why Rain had always kept his abilities close to the vest. For the average person or knight ignorant of witchcraft, it didn't matter much, but most formal wizards had a broad range of knowledge, and once Rain used his abilities publicly, the opponent would likely pick up on some clues. However, this was not Rain's strongest trump card. Delaying its exposure was also to cause the enemy to misjudge. Facing a 5-meter-tall stone golem, even with his giant strength talent and mastery of multiple secret techniques, Rain didn't want to physically challenge such a behemoth. This type of golem, weighing over 10 tons, could deliver force with each strike to rival 1,000 pounds, making a head-to-head confrontation extremely taxing. The problem now was that with Galena constantly tripping up Rain from the sidelines, he had no choice but to meet the giant axe golem's blows head-on. Normally, if the golem hadn't been covered in that black aura, Rain could have waited for the right opportunity to repeatedly strike at certain parts, like the knees or ankles, and would have been able to quickly disable its mobility. But here was the issue. That black aura absorbed almost all the damage, rendering Rain's attacks nearly ineffective. After rising from the crater, he was buried in. Rain was once again besieged by the slow technique and the grasp of the evil spirit. Forced to deploy Iron Wall again to block a chop from the giant axe golem, Rain followed up the next second with an advanced secret skill, Hammer of Shattering, aimed at the golem once more. As the giant axe golem was toppled by Rain, there wasn't the slightest worry on Galena's face. On the contrary, her bewitching eyes shone brighter than ever. So he's just a half-baked wizard, and here I was worried for nothing. Even if you are exceptionally talented, how much strength do you have left to perform such attacks? Galena internally shouted. This time, Rain noticed that the brief flicker of black light on the giant axe golem seemed slightly dimmed, which meant his attacks were indeed having an effect, and the defense of the opponent was trending downward. Whether the opponent relied on surface runes to absorb energy or used some kind of power core within to drive the defense array, as long as the strikes were plentiful and strong enough, eventually, their protective layer would break. Understanding this, Rain instantly put a little more power into his strength. Suddenly, with his energy at its peak, Rain once again utilized the hammer skill's advanced secret skill, Hammer of Shattering. What followed was a solo performance by Rain, because everyone present was stunned by the scene unfolding before them. They saw the little fella Rain, who stood 2 meters tall, wielding a warhammer, and with one swing, he knocked down the giant axe golem, over 5 meters tall and weighing over 10 tons, to the ground. No sooner had the golem stood up than it was knocked down again by Rain. This process looped over and over. The sight before them was like watching a 3-year-old child with a small wooden hammer, repeatedly knocking down a full-grown, muscular man. The entire scene was strikingly dissonant. Although Rhaenys' previous battle with Galena was intense, it relied more on the dismantling of techniques based on experience. But the scene before them was completely different. Rhaenys' performance was truly beyond human. Many knights thought to themselves in shock, initially believing that the huge golem was the monster, only to realize that Lord Rhaenys was the actual monster. At that moment, Galena's enchanting eyes were also staring blankly at Rhaenys. Her mind was a complete blank. What in the world is this thing? This thought suddenly sprang to Galena's mind. High Priest, it's bad. Look, the energy core is almost depleted. To the side, an anxious black flame disciple ran over, clutching something resembling a tablet of wisdom, marked with segments of progress bars. Now this progress bar was nearing the bottom, flashing occasionally as if to signal a warning. Upon seeing this, Galena said nothing and turned to leave, facing someone who could overpower an obstacle and shatter the giant axe golem with brute force. No. Facing such a monster What else could she say? Thud with another dull thump, the fight continued. This time, the black radiance no longer flickered on the giant axe golem, and Rhaenys' hammer of shattering finally hit the golem itself. It was known that when Rhaenys had mastered the intermediate secret technique Shockwave, he had already felled an obsidian giant, thus earning the nickname Meister Siege Hammer. Now, having mastered the advanced secret skill Hammer of Shattering, without the protective black radiance, Rhaenys' hammer created a basin-sized hole directly in the chest and abdomen of the giant axe golem. Instantly, the internal structure of the golem was devastated. The golem, standing over 5 meters tall, crashed down and remained motionless after the fall. But for Rhaenys, the battle was not over yet. Galena was still on the run. Some of the die-hard, fearless followers of the Black Flame cult, in their fervor, even shouted for High Priest Galena, for the god of hunting, and rushed towards Rhaenys. Rhaenys didn't stop for a step, but instead his chest swelled violently, the veins in his neck bulged, and his mouth opened wide. Roar! A ferocious gust of air, accompanied by a deafening roar, swept in all directions. Suddenly, the cultists, with expressions of shock, had their faces torn and distorted by the fierce wind, their eardrums bursting instantly. Within a radius of nearly 20 meters, all of the cultists suddenly froze in place, maintaining their attacking poses. The next second, thud, thud, the sound of numerous heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. Dozens of cultists toppled over like mown wheat, forming a large semicircle with their bodies neatly falling outward. All of these gray-robed cultists failed to delay Rhaenys even for a second. As a horse whinny, Little Black, the swift-paced steed, burst forth from one side, and Rhaenys leapt onto it, chasing in the direction of Galena. Although Bloodfeather could not provide direction due to the fog, Rhaenys had already set Cookie on Galena's trail. With Cookie's guidance ahead, Rhaenys quickly closed the distance between them. At this time, Galena's originally seductive face twisted fiercely. She knew that if she didn't slow down the pursuit, she would soon be caught. She had considered using the pupil skill to attack her pursuer when Rhaenys got closer. But she remembered that her opponent was also a proper wizard, with strong spiritual power, so the effect of the pupil skill might be extremely poor, or even worse, it might backfire. This cancelled Galena's intention to use the pupil skill. Thinking for a moment, she reached up and pulled off a crystal pendant around her neck, a look of distress on her face, yet she still crushed it in an instant, pointing behind her. Evil power imprisonment. Suddenly, a dense black fog surged from Galena's fingertips, violently striking at Rain. This was Galena's life-saving evil magic, her last resort. Rain dug his heels in, leaping forward on his horse, while the hardened essence gold covering the surface of the knight's gauntlets instantly formed a shield to block the attack. However, in the next second, the shield in Rain's hand felt as if it had hit real mist. The black fog was indeed in the form of fog, and didn't explode upon contact. But as soon as it touched the shield, Rain felt as though his entire body had solidified inside amber. Even with his huge strength pushing past his limits, his movement was scarcely faster than that of a snail. Galena, who turned to check the situation, finally let out a breath of relief upon seeing Rain affected by the spell, visibly relaxed. After thinking it over, she still didn't feel secure. After all, the evil power imprisonment could only last around 10 seconds. To ensure her escape, she planned to cast a group slow spell on Rain and his horse and dog. But before she could begin chanting, Galena's eyes, dark with smoky makeup, suddenly widened. For she saw a faint blue light flash on Rain's body, and the effects of the evil power imprisonment she had cast were instantly dispelled. Now unimpeded, Rain's movement speed suddenly surged. The rapid change in speed left Galena, who was so close, no time to dodge. She could only instinctively raise her arm to block. With a bang, the black membrane on Galena's body was indented to almost the size of a basin, missing her forehead by mere inches from the skull Warhammer's head. But in an instant, Rain switched from hammer to fist. This time, the black membrane, drained of most of its energy by the advanced secret skill Decisive Hammer, couldn't withstand the blow from Rain's finger tiger. Pop! After penetrating the black membrane, Rain's finger tiger continued to surge forward, striking Galena's raised arm. Blocked it. Gazing at the blade that had pierced through her arm, and was now a mere centimeter from her forehead, Galena's pupils contracted sharply. But in the next instant the blade suddenly lengthened. PFF. 4 blades made of hardened essence gold suddenly extended by several inches, piercing into Galena's smooth forehead. Galena's eyes suddenly bulged, and after a violent convulsion she moved no more. It was only then that Rain withdrew his finger tiger. Thump! A sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Galena collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Rain had relied on the gold conch medal given to him by the Church of the Monsoon and Sea Goddess, using the divine arts exorcism spell embedded within it to instantly break free from the imprisonment. At such close range, Rain finally delivered the decisive hammer, finishing off his opponent. Rain took out the medal engraved with a golden sea conch from his chest, its faint blue light now much dimmer. I remember Bishop Shin saying that this medal contained an exorcism spell divine arts, although it would need to be recharged after use before it could be used again, he mused. It seems I'll need to seek Bishop Shin's help to recharge it once I'm in Meister, Rain thought to himself. Against the cult, the Church's medals are indeed quite useful, Rain pondered quietly. After a moment's thought, Rain looked down at the corpse on the ground. Considering what her subordinates called her, she seems to be a high priestess. I'm currently in the county of Welsh, which suggests that this female high priestess is likely the head of the Welsh county's Black Flame cult. If that's the case, perhaps there's a bounty for her at the Sword Bearer's branch in Minster. With a look of contemplation, Rain quickly thought of something. He grabbed Galena's neck like one would a dead snake, leapt onto his swift-footed steed N, and headed back toward the temporary camp. With the assistance of N, the swift-footed steed, when Rain returned with Galena's body, there were still many of the Black Flame cult's die-hard members resisting. This seems to be some kind of secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. To Rain's surprise, Clea was wielding a dual-handed greatsword, occasionally spinning 360 degrees at high speed, sending circular blades of light flashing past and slaying a large group of gray-robed cultists. Clea was charging in his direction, seemingly planning to provide him support. Rain, upon seeing Clea, quickly noticed her as well and saw her coming his way. Upon seeing that Rain was unharmed, Clea immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, ever since Rain came to her rescue and killed Bidales with a single punch to save her, Clea's mindset had started to subtly shift. Prior to that, whether Rain was slaying Ice Messenger Grant or breaking through the enemy's evil magic formation, he had showcased individual strength, but a rescue carried a very different meaning, conveying not just strength but a sense of care, trustworthiness, and it affected the rescuer's heart more deeply. This had caused Clea, the talented night girl, to have a deep impression of a man for the first time. Only, at this moment, Clea herself was not fully aware of it. When Rain appeared in front of everyone, all the combatants on the battlefield gradually stopped their actions. Especially the knights, when they saw Lord Rain holding the fleeing female cult high priestess and walking towards them, they all looked at Rain with admiration on their faces. This is the high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wales County, and she was dealt with by the young Lord Rain. However, the mentality of the cultists who witnessed this scene was very different. Seeing Galena dangling from Rain's hand, like a dead snake, those die-hard cultists saw their last glimmer of hope vanish in an instant. This caused the cultists, who were still desperately resisting, to scatter like birds and beasts in mere minutes. "Quick, pursue them!" Viscount Cyril commanded the knights, quickly chasing after these defeated remnants. And Clea sheathed her greatsword and stepped forward, asking with concern, "Rain, how are you? Are you all right?" "Miss Clea, I'm fine. This person seems to be the main high priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wales County. Perhaps from her you can learn why they came to attack us," Rain said as he threw Galena's body at Clea's feet. Let me see." Soon, Clea found several items on Galena's body: a crystal ball, the high priestess token of the Black Flame cult, several different types of Black Flame cult prayers, and a note. Clea opened the note and looked at it for a while before handing it to Rain, saying, "Rain, it's just as we expected." Rain took it and nodded his head. "Miss Clea, this explains why the Black Flame cult high priestess from Wales County came to assassinate you. It turns out she was acting at the behest of someone nicknamed Bloodburner Raxel. You might not know, one of the sword bearer's tasks I took on this time is to kill this Raxel. Besides, he is also the planner and creator of the Flashgold Town massacre." "What? The Flashgold Town massacre was orchestrated by this Bloodburner?" Clea said in surprise. Though Clea had special channels through her family for intelligence, it was still not as comprehensive as what the sword bearers had. Rain nodded and said, "Yes, the intelligence from the sword bearers branch shouldn't be wrong. However, Rain, if they manage to get the high priestess of Wales County involved, it suggests that this Bloodburner might be even more powerful than this Galena. If you really intend to go and kill him, you must be extra careful, Clea reminded him. Rain nodded. As they talked, they came near the temporary camp, but when Rain saw the huge remains of the giant axe golem, something suddenly occurred to him. He took out his glittering gold insignia of a golden, ranked sword bearer and rubbed the name on the back of the insignia 3 times with his thumb. This was a special one-way communication method, available only at the golden rank, which served to summon non-combat assistance. Simply put, once activated, it would send out a special signal that observers nearby with the corresponding receiving device could detect the signal's location and the sword bearer's name and other information. Most importantly, once the signal was received, the local observer would immediately dispatch someone to provide non-combat assistance. Rain thought that this giant axe golem, including Galena, was likely registered with the Mingster Sword Bearer's branch. The task he took related to the Black Flame cult was within Meister County, not Wales County. Therefore, Rain decided to have someone send these remains back to Mingster. About an hour later, a small team of elite rangers escorting a middle-aged wizard in wizard robes hurried to the vicinity of the temporary camp. This immediately put the cavalry, who had just suffered an attack, on high alert as they readied their bows and aimed. "Don't panic, may I ask if Lord Rain is here?" the middle-aged wizard asked, gesturing with his hand. An hour ago, observer Macon Clinton of Wales County received a communication signal that showed golden rank sword bearer named Rain had sent out a signal between Calma Town and Ez Town. This indicated that a sword bearer was calling for non-combat assistance. Naturally, observer Macon did not dare delay, and after some thought, he rushed over personally. And as he approached the temporary camp, seeing the trail of destruction, gaping trenches crisscrossing the ground, and the bodies of over 100 cultists, he was quite astonished. Though he expected a battle might have taken place after receiving the communication, he hadn't anticipated the scale would be so massive. From an intelligence perspective, he could be unaware before the battle took place, but to still be unaware after the event, as the observer of Wales County, would indicate negligence. Quickly grasping and reporting on significant local events is one of the main responsibilities of an observer. But when Macon followed the trail of the battle to the massive remains of the giant axe golem, his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the very golem guard that he had been tasked to pay close attention to? Previously, they had sent a message asking him to closely monitor any production of golem guards by the Black Flame cult within Wales County, for which he had dispatched people to search extensively without any findings. Little did he realize that one had been made right under his nose and had already been killed. He looked around at the knights, including the noble lady, all of whom were peak knights. Macon shook his head slightly. He knew that although these people were not weak, they were not great knights, and definitely could not defeat this big fellow. The answer was clear. It must have been a transcendent-level sword bearer who had taken care of this big fellow. He observed the golem guardian again. Around the huge hole the size of a wash basin in its torso, there were no residual energy traces left. That also meant that this transcendent-level sword bearer, Lord Riani, was very likely a great knight, but aside from witchcraft, he rarely saw secret techniques with such great power. It was likely that Lord Rain's strength ranked among the top within the sword's bearer's branch. "I am Rain, may I ask who you are?" "Hello, Lord Riani, I am Macon, the observer from the County of Wales. This is Galena, the high priestess of the cult of Black Flame from the County of Wales. Lord Rain, I really didn't expect her to die by your hand." Observer Macon's eyes widened, for he discovered the corpse of a woman in black robes lying on the ground next to them was actually Galena, which completely shocked him. You should know that Galena's phantom art was quite remarkable, with an extremely strong ability to save herself. Even if one defeated her, killing her was much more difficult. Macon pondered his words and said, "Previously, there were also transcendent-level sword bearers who came to assassinate Galena, but she managed to escape by using her phantom art. Later, the Empire's situation became turbulent, and this matter dragged on. I never expected her to die by your hand this time." Rain nodded and said, "Indeed, her phantom art was quite tricky." Observer Macon gave Rain a weird look at his calm expression and muttered to himself, "You don't look troubled at all, plus there's no sign of injury on you. By the way, Lord Macon, I wanted to ask if there are any related missions for these two within the sword bearer's branch." Rain pointed to Galena's corpse and the remains of the giant axe golem and asked, Hmm. Mackin looked puzzled and continued. Wasn't Lord Rain on a special mission to kill them? This, actually no. Rain was surprised at first, then shook his head. My target or mission was to go to Meister, but these fellows suddenly attacked us, so I took the opportunity to deal with them. This made the observer Mackin look even stranger as the words he was about to blurt out got stuck in his throat. He thought about it, swallowed them back, and reorganized his language to say, Ahem. Lord Rieni, you are truly formidable to be able to complete 2 transcendent-level missions just like that. Huh, 2 transcendent-level missions? Yes. Don't you know? Killing Galena is a 1-star transcendent mission, investigating the Guardian Golem is a 2-star transcendent mission, and since you also killed one, it probably would be a 3-star now. Mackin explained. Rain nodded. This was indeed an unexpected piece of good news. He had anticipated there would be related missions, but hadn't expected the rewards to be so high. 1-star mission indicates the reward of a medal of that mission's level, and a 1-star transcendent mission signifies the reward of a golden medal. By the way, Lord Mackin, I have a favor to ask of you. Regarding Galena and the Guardian Golem's remains, I need someone to transport them to the Mingster Sword Bearer's branch. But I still have other tasks to attend to, so. Of course, no problem, Lord Rain, I'll take care of that. Observer Mackin said with a smile. Not long after, Observer Mackin arranged for people to cover the remains of the golem and Galena's corpse with a tarpaulin and had them escorted away by dedicated personnel. The giant cart used by the cult of Black Flame played an important role in the transport of the golem's remains. Before leaving, Mackin also took away the bodies of Bull Bidales and another black-robed cultist, as they both had Black Flame Guardian tokens on them. According to Mackin, these two should also have related missions, and though not of transcendent level, there was no need to waste them. At that moment, Rain suddenly remembered that he had not checked the system prompts. He called up the system and saw, You have experienced a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary, Experience plus 873. You have experienced a battle, Wizard, Legendary, Experience plus 321. You have experienced a battle. Note, the skill experience above has enjoyed a 30% enhancement due to the exclusive talent, Beginner Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy, and you have gained 3 golden skill points. Congratulations. You have defeated a formidable enemy, and you have gained 2 golden skill points. Congratulations, your Wizard Legendary. Profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. After this battle, Rain found that the total experience for his Wizard Legendary profession had increased by 1,471. Since his original Wizard Legendary profession level was already LV3 and close to leveling up, this time he leveled up 2 levels in a row, reaching LV5, 383/2000. This also earned him another 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Now he had a remaining 8 attribute points and 2 skill points. At the same time, the profession level experience for Weapon Master, Legendary, also saw a significant increase, reaching LV8, 5,121/7,000. The battle could actually be divided into 4 fights. But in terms of the opponent's strength, the first 2 fights, that is, the black-robed cultist from the Demon Array and Bull Bidales, were a bit lacking in power, so Rain did not receive golden skill points as a reward. The giant axe golem guards and Galena who followed were indeed very strong and naturally fell into the category of formidable enemies. After the battle concluded, they provided him with 3 and 2 golden skill points respectively. That is to say, from this battle Rain had obtained a total of 5 golden skill points, and together with the original 2 points, at this moment, his golden skill points had reached 7. Mingster, underground at the Sword Bearer's branch in the Intelligence Hall, was a high-ceilinged hall stretching dozens of meters in height. Nearly 50 staffers bustled about on the floor of the hall, a scene of hectic activity. In the center of the hall were placed dozens of spiral, towering bookshelves, except that what populated the shelves weren't books. Scrolls of information and intelligence documents. Several staffers were going up and down in a lifting device equipped with a basket. At the top of the hall were 2 deep tunnels resembling vents, except it wasn't humans but birds, bats, and other flying creatures that were coming in and out. These creatures carried intelligence of various levels of secrecy, falling into the hands of the staffers who then swiftly decoded, filed, reported, or transferred the information as necessary. The entire hull operated around the clock. So even at night, it was brightly lit and filled with a flurry of activity. Lord Colin, here is an urgent intelligence report from the Empire's Army Special Department, Earthshaker, said a female staffer as she briskly walked over, reporting with a hint of urgency. Read, replied the slightly pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man Colin, one of the 4 undersecretaries of the Intelligence Hall and the person in charge of the Intelligence Hall for the night. Because the hall operated non-stop 24 hours a day, there were 4 undersecretaries specially appointed to work in shifts. Urgent intelligence from Earthshaker. Raxel's strength surpasses expectations. The Blade Panther squad has been annihilated. Furthermore, the secret snake sect seems to have sent an envoy to Meister, specific purpose unknown. I remember the branch issued an assassination mission for Raxel. Did anyone take it? Undersecretary Colin seemed to recall something and asked, "One moment, please, I will check." Yes, the Meister Siege Hammer squad took on the mission, the female staffer reported back promptly. The newly promoted Golden Tier squad, however this name, seems strangely familiar. Colin's face showed confusion. Yes, Lord Colin, indeed it's a newly formed squad. The captain is Rain Carlin, the 2 team members are Evelyn. Captain's profile joined Sword Bearer, completed Bronze Tier, completed Diamond Star Tier. The female staffer continued reporting while her face showed a look of surprise. Diamond Star Tier, Colin voiced his skepticism. This surely did not conform to the normal pace and procedure of promotions for sword-bearer recruits, and Colin could also discern that the opponent had completed Diamond Star Tier tasks while at the Silver Tier, which clearly had been specially approved. Rain, Meister Siege Hammer, I remember now, it's that talented sword-bearer newcomer. Suddenly, something occurred to Colin. But then his expression changed as he instructed. Quick, issue this intelligence to the mission hall with the following annotation. Suggest immediately notifying Lord Rain that the enemy's strength exceeds expectations and the situation has changed. The assassination mission for Raxel is to be suspended. Understood, Lord Colin. No sooner had the female staffer left than another female staffer swiftly came to report. Supervisor Colin, here is an urgent intelligence report from Wiltshire County. Read, urgent dispatch from the Observer of Wiltshire County, Macon. Golden Tier Sword Bearer Squad Captain Lord Rain has killed Galena, the High Priestess of the Black Flame cult in Wiltshire County, 2 Black Flame Guardians and completed the investigation mission for Golem guards and furthermore has killed a Golem guard. What? Colin showed astonishment. No way was this sword-bearer newcomer Rain so powerful. Could it be that the opponent had genuinely accomplished the Diamond Star Tier tasks based on his own abilities? If that were the case, then perhaps this mission could indeed continue. Immediately, Colin thought of a problem. The annotation he had just made on the previous report might not be appropriate. Forget it, such headache-inducing matters were better left to those in the mission hall to deal with. Colin tugged at his sparse hair, looking troubled as he said, "Send both the urgent report from Earthshaker and this report." Combined to Lord Umez, the mission hall officer. Lord Colin, what should our annotation from the intelligence hall be? The nearby female staffer asked with wide eyes. According to regulations, any intelligence reported or transferred by the intelligence hall needed to include annotations. Suggest, let Lord Rain decide for himself. Information from the underground intelligence hall was quickly transmitted to the mission hall through specially designed channels. At this hour, the mission hall, compared to the brightly lit intelligence hall, had fewer staff but still maintained personnel on duty. After receiving the urgent message, the originally yawning female clerk sprang to life and hurriedly delivered the marked urgent intelligence to the officer's room with a clatter. Today Lord Umez was on duty, but his type of duty was different from that in the intelligence hall. It usually involved no significant happenings, except for situations like today. Shortly after, Deputy Officer Olna, who was resting at home, was also called to the Sword Bearers branch. In the office of Officer Umez at the mission hall, Lord Umez, did you summon me? Yes, Olna, there is something I need to discuss with you. Umez handed over 2 pieces of urgent intelligence reported by the intelligence hall to the competent woman. After receiving and quickly scanning through them, Olna furrowed her brows and after a few minutes asked, Lord Umez, what do you mean? My thought is to have Lord Riani suspend the mission to kill Bloodburner Raxel. Initially, this mission was rated 2-star gold, but given the strength displayed by the adversary this time, along with the possible influence of secret snake sex envoy. The difficulty level of this mission needs reassessment, Yumaz said solemnly, pausing before continuing. I think the difficulty of this mission has already reached the level of 3.5 stars gold. Even more, for safety's sake, I think we should also suspend another 3-star gold mission, investigate the truth behind the Meister attack incident. I suggest we only keep 1 gold star mission, protect the governor of Maest County City, the competent woman. Olna thought for a moment and asked Lord, what about the suggestion from the intelligence hall Colin? That slippery fellow wrote to allow Lord Riani to decide on his own. Yumaz stood up, saying irritably at the same time. He handed the annotations made by the intelligence hall on the 2 pieces of intelligence to Olna. After pondering for a while, Olna said, I think we can relay Colin's suggestion directly to Lord Riani. Yumaz looked at his deputy in surprise. Olna, if Lord Riani were to take on 3 gold-level missions, it would already be against the rules. If anything were to happen to him, both you and I would be up for disciplinary actions. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Yumaz, but I believe in Lord Riani's abilities. Olna lifted the report from the Observer Mackin of Welsh County and said, had we not received this report, I might have agreed with you, Lord. But now, I think we need to trust in Lord Riani, capable of performing miracles. Have you forgotten? Even when he faced the sea-tide piercer with strength equivalent to a titled knight, Lord Riani managed to emerge unscathed. Moreover, since Maest is Lord Riani's hometown, I think letting Lord Riani decide whether to continue would be the best choice. After hearing his deputy's opinion, Yumaz fell into thought. He paced back and forth in the room, deliberating. After a long while, he finally nodded and said, fine, since both you and Colin think so, we'll arrange it like that. However, adjust the reward level for the mission to kill Bloodburner Raxel to 3.5 stars. If Lord Riani successfully kills the adversary, we cannot let him receive any less reward. By the way, do we have any available gold-level squads in our branch? Olna immediately understood the implication of her superior's questions. He wanted to assign a mission to deploy another gold-level squad, but there were no resources to do so. The competent woman shook her head and said, not currently, Lord. As you know, the situation in Rossby County is even worse than in Maest. Over half of the gold-level squads in our branch have been dispatched there. As for Silver Tier, they're too weak, and sending them would only increase casualties. Then let's pass the intelligence to Lord Riani at the earliest, and also ask if he has any other needs that we could try to fulfill. All right, Lord Yumaz, I'll go now. Welsh County. At the temporary camp. Following the message from the Observer Mackin, after the battle, the remaining forces of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County posed no significant threat to the team, so Riani did not need to consider traveling overnight. Especially after just having fought a major battle, everyone, including the Transcendent Knight, showed signs of fatigue, not to mention the ordinary cavalry. However, the occasional spark of excitement and spirit in their eyes proved that they were the victors. After clearing the battlefield under Clea's arrangements, everyone began to stand guard and rest again. Riani, as a gold-level sword-bearer, was able to call for non-combat support. One of the benefits being that Mackin took ahead the critically wounded members for treatment, allowing the rest of the team to remain agile. Riani, who had planned to consider possible enhancements, saw Clea approaching and knew she must have something to discuss. He stood up immediately. Riani, shall we walk this way? Certainly, Lady Clea. The two moved to a slightly quieter spot near the camp, where Clea looked at Riani with a curious and complex expression and asked, Rain, when did you become a wizard? Or should I ask when, was probably not long after I joined the Sword Bearers. I happened to discover that I had a rare affinity for metal elements, and then I became an official wizard. Rain narrated as simply as if he had bought a pie from a pie shop. After all, telling the whole truth would involve Anna and make a simple matter somewhat complicated. By the way, Lady Clea, was the technique you used in battle the secret technique of the Arcadian swordsmanship? Rain rather awkwardly changed the topic. Women are more sensitive in that aspect, not to mention the Earl's daughter, Clea. She gave Rain a bright glance and said, Yes, I used the Arcadian swordsmanship secret technique, 1-stage arc slash. I have also mastered the 2-stage arc slash, but it's quite physically demanding, so I use it less frequently in battle. Rain nodded. This is the normal way of fighting for a knight or great knight. Even if they have mastered secret techniques, they use them sparingly, considering their own physical endurance. Unlike him, who almost never considered stamina as long as he had remaining attribute points. This was why Rain's continuous use of the advanced secret skill crushing hammer had dramatically shattered the golem guard, leaving everyone astoundingly shocked. Rain raised his eyebrows, interested by what Clea had said. From the name, it seems like a gradual, multi-stage secret technique. The subsequent secret techniques must be quite powerful, right? Clea nodded, saying, yes, after mastering the secret technique 3-stage arc slash, one can comprehend the secret technique sword blade storm. But at the moment, I have only just grasped the 3-stage arc slash, and it's not yet proficient. I'll need more dedicated practice after I advance to a great knight. However, soon, Clea looked suspiciously at Rain and asked, didn't I give you the Arcadian swordsmanship scroll, Rain? Haven't you read it? I've only read the initial techniques. I haven't had a chance to look at the rest yet. Rain said, slightly embarrassed. Logically, Rain should have thoroughly read the Arcadian swordsmanship that Clea had valuably given to him. Clea did not seem to find anything wrong. After all, Rain had only just received it, and he had also been through a big battle today. The two then chatted casually for a while. By this time, the night's thin mist had gradually dispersed. Clea's face, still flushed from the battle, reflected a faint iridescence under the bright moonlight, revealing a very healthy beauty and a spirited demeanor. Comparing the equally statuesque Clea with the beautiful woman Jennifer, Rain couldn't help but do so. Soon, Rain realized that they were completely different styles. If the beautiful woman Jennifer was like a ripe peach, then Clea was like a freshly blossomed rose. Her feminine charm was slightly immature, but her regularly trained demeanor exuded more confidence, and her physique was firmer and more resilient. Seemingly noticing something, Clea's cheeks turned redder. As a woman and a peak knight, she naturally sensed Rain's gaze sweeping over certain perky parts of her body. Rain, I still have some things to do. You go ahead and practice by yourself. After saying this, Clea hurriedly left as if fleeing. Having been through several battles together, Clea's feelings towards Rain was subtly changing. If it was someone else looking in that way, it would make Clea think they were lustful. But with Rain, it made her heart race, her cheeks flush, and she felt a wave of unique female shyness, yet she was not angry. She just couldn't accept Rain's bold gaze for the time being. Okay, Lady Clea, Rain responded, somewhat puzzled. But as Clea turned around, her well-rounded and tightly clasped buttocks were exposed right in front of Rain's eyes. Years of nightly training meant that Clea's buttocks moved with only a very slight tremble while walking, making them appear extremely refined and firm. A feast for Rain's eyes. As Clea walked away, Rain calmed his fluctuating emotions and refocused his thoughts on swordsmanship. He transformed his hardened essence gold into a dual-handed greatsword and started practicing Arcadian swordsmanship in the open field. However, the system prompt soon chimed in. You have practiced Arcadian swordsmanship. Comprehension has improved. Your skill Arcadian swordsmanship has increased. Experience +3. Detected that the host has practiced the giant bear sword technique, also a two-handed sword technique. Do you want to integrate it into Arcadian swordsmanship? This integration will consume 3 golden skill points. Note: after integration, the giant bear sword technique will no longer display on the panel, but the host can still use the related sword techniques and derived secret techniques. Note: after integration, Arcadian swordsmanship will absorb the advantages of the giant bear sword technique and improve upon them. The experience gained in giant bear sword technique will be converted into the improved Arcadian swordsmanship experience at a certain ratio. Seeing the last system prompt, Rain immediately remembered something. Previous Empire military sword techniques and basic swordsmanship could also be integrated. However, Rain remembered clearly. Back then, the basic swordsmanship was in line with the Empire's military swordsmanship, and perhaps because the skill level was relatively low, the fusion did not consume any skill points. But he had not expected this fusion to require the consumption of 3 golden skill points. By comparison, this really could be called expensive. Rain took another look at the description. Doesn't affect the original sword techniques and derivative secret techniques. Then, there's no problem. However, 3 golden skill points are not a small sum. With a thought, Rain once again called up the attribute panel. Constitution, 38 Strength, 43 Agility, 35 Spirit, 52. After adding 2 points to Strength, it reached 43, approaching the Strength 45 points. Agility 38 points, Constitution 40 points or more required for the top secret technique. With just one golden skill point less, one could elevate Hammer of Crush to a top secret technique. But if I were to add points to Strength, Agility, and Constitution, it would take 7 attribute points to meet the criteria, and leaving only 1 attribute point in reserve would be a bit too risky in the current environment. If I use 3 points for Fusion, the gap in golden skill points would widen to 4. Rain furrowed his brows, momentarily unsure how to choose. The trip to Meister is likely to involve plenty of fights. After all, I was already attacked on the road. I need to save more attribute points, in which case there's only. In the end, after deliberating for a while, Rain chose yes to fuse. Immediately, on the Weapon Master, Legendary panel, the level 13 Giant Bear Sword technique vanished, replaced by Arcadian Swordsmanship level 10, 12/20,000. The level 13 nearing level 14 Giant Bear Sword technique, once transformed, was barely level 10 in Arcadian Swordsmanship. This indicated the huge gap between their qualities. But this was a good thing. It meant that Arcadian Swordsmanship of the same level would significantly surpass Giant Bear Sword technique in power. At the same time, a torrent of memories regarding the training of Arcadian Swordsmanship flooded into Rain's mind, making his temples on both sides throb faintly. For a moment, it felt as if he had spent decades practicing Arcadian Swordsmanship in some mysterious space. After absorbing the memories, system notifications followed. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Arcadian Swordsmanship, Arc/. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Arcadian Swordsmanship, Arc/LV2. Arc/LV2 should be what Claire referred to as the 2-stage Arc/. However, in an instant, a lightning bolt struck through Rain's mind. I still have 2 skill points, and currently Arcadian Swordsmanship is exactly level 10. Isn't this the chance to? Immediately, an excited Rain focused his attention on level 10, Arcadian Swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Rain invested both skill points into it. Narrowing his eyes, Rain began to digest and absorb the new training memories, and the system notifications arrived promptly. Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of Arcadian Swordsmanship, Arc/LV3. It was indeed possible. If Clea knew that I had caught up with her years of hard practice in a moment, I wonder what she would think. It seems that I'll need to keep it a secret for the time being or find an appropriate moment to quickly demonstrate my progress. Rain mused quietly. Yet this was still not the ultimate goal of Rain's upgrade. At that moment, he was vaguely formulating an insight into the secret technique Sword Blade Storm of Arcadian Swordsmanship. All he needed was an epiphany, or 1 golden skill point, to break through this limit. Obviously, there was no need to hesitate. With the number of golden skill points dropping from 4 to 3, Rain suddenly had a clearer understanding of the secret technique, Sword Blade Storm. System notification appeared. Congratulations, you have comprehended the basic secret technique of Arcadian Swordsmanship, Sword Blade Storm. Sword Blade Storm. Seeing these 4 words, a smile crept onto Rain's lips. Indeed, this is what Rain had just realized, settling the secret technique Sword Blade Storm of Arcadian Swordsmanship in one go. Soon, an elated Rain saw a brand new icon on the Weapon Master, Legendary panel, positioned above Arcadian Swordsmanship, and the secret technique Arc/LV3. The icon depicted a burly man spinning like a top, brandishing a greatsword in a high-speed whirl. Around it was streams of air radiating outwards, seemingly representing the greatsword's blade cutting through the air, truly formidable. In the bottom right of the icon there was a line of text. Sword Blade Storm Basic Secret Technique Effect. Combines original strength subtly with Arc/ to swing the greatsword in hand, like a whirlwind of converging blades, attacking all nearby enemies. Note: Sword Blade Storm is a secret technique and cannot be upgraded through skill points. To upgrade Sword Blade Storm to the intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Arcadian Swordsmanship LV14 or above. 2. Bear King Breathing Technique LV14 or above. 3. Consume 2 golden skill points. That expensive. Upgrading to the intermediate secret technique requires 2 golden skill points. By that calculation, upgrading to the intermediate secret technique would take a total of 3 golden skill points, which happens to be the exact amount I have. But that means I won't be thinking about upgrading Hammer of Crush to the top secret technique anytime soon. Rain contemplated. Because the team had just been attacked, and moreover, to temporarily avoid being discovered by Clea. Lord Rieni had no intention of practicing his new secret technique, Sword Blade Storm, at this time. However, by doing so, he was unable to assess the power of this technique. But one thing was clear. With the mastery of both Sword Blade Storm and Roaring Battle Cry, Rieni could confidently say that he was no longer afraid of group battles at this stage. It was dawn. Rieni and his group began their journey, continuing towards Maste County City. After a while, they had left the region of Wells County and entered Maste County. At this moment, inside the carriage compartment, Rieni, looking out the window, suddenly turned to Clea and said, "Lady Crea, I would like to make a trip back to Flashgold Town, just to check on the situation before leaving." Flashgold Town. Upon hearing this familiar name, Clea, seemingly understanding, showed no hint of refusal, and nodded. "Of course, we can turn at the junction up ahead toward Flashgold Town." "I choose to go now." Rieni's main concern was that once they arrived at the county town, he would also have the duty to protect Count Habs, and it might be somewhat difficult to find time to visit Flashgold Town then. Moreover, ever since he received a letter from his childhood friend George, Rieni had been constantly concerned about Flashgold Town. Taking a detour to Flashgold Town from here was just a slight deviation, and would approximately take an extra 2 or 3 hours. The estimated time of arrival at the county town would be around evening. Overall, it wouldn't delay any significant matters. "Thank you, Lady Crea." "Rieni, actually, I was also thinking of visiting the Habsburg estate nearby," Crea said with a smile. The chief maid Shadia glanced at Rieni. Flashgold Town. The place where the young Lord Rieni was born and raised. Moreover, Shadia herself had spent several years as the chief maid at the Habsburg estate near Flashgold Town, so she naturally had an emotional attachment to the town as well. She too wanted to see how Flashgold Town was faring. After the attack, as the caravan slowly made its way into Flashgold Town, theoretically, the entry of such a large group should have immediately stirred up the townspeople, with curious children running out to watch with wide eyes. But what reached their ears was silence, and what met their eyes were many collapsed houses. It was nothing like the bustling scenes from Rieni's memories. On the streets, there was hardly anyone, let alone children, running about. The town had transformed from the lively place Rieni knew into a nearly deserted ghost town. Rieni was not a man to lament over seasonal changes or pity the fall of things, but seeing this scene struck his heart deeply. Rieni's expression was as somber as still water, and his heart was tumultuous. Damn, fucking cult. Although the Dragon Empire had various shortcomings, including what Rieni saw as a very backward system, regardless, the Empire at least provided ordinary people with the chance to survive, and occasionally allowed the lower classes a bit of happiness amidst their hard lives. In contrast, what these cults had done was utterly inhumane. Upon seeing this scene, Shadia covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide, and her whole eye rim turned red. When she was the chief maid of the estate, she had often come to Flashgold Town to buy various items. Now it seemed she would never see familiar faces again. The shops she frequented were all closed. Clea, on the other hand, was not very familiar with Flashgold Town. Her visits to Flashgold Town had also been brief stays at the nearby Habsburg estate. However, seeing a town under her family's effective control turn so desolate still profoundly moved her. "Let's go, Lady Crea," said Rieni gravely. "Yes, Rieni, after we eradicate the cult, we can rebuild the town," Crea said, trying to console Rieni. "Thank you," Rieni nodded, not saying much. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the carriage was somewhat somber. The journey from Flashgold Town to Habs Manor was not far. About 10 minutes later, the convoy approached the manor's entrance. At this moment, 4 guards standing at the manor's entrance grew tense at the sight of the approaching mass of people. One was immediately dispatched to report inside, while the others focused intently on their guard duty. However, upon seeing the Kalen bird emblem of the Habas family on the carriage, the guards visibly relaxed. Our own people, as Rain and the others disembarked, the guards exchanged looks of surprise and joy. "It's Shadia, the chief maid." "God in heaven, Lady Crea has also returned," several guards shouted with glee. But Rain's transformation had been so significant that the guards found him both familiar and stranger. For a moment, they hesitated to recognize him. Soon, a familiar figure hastened out from within the manor, none other than Lloyd, the steward of Habs Manor. Upon seeing Kreia, Knight Lloyd's face brightened with joy. "Lady Kreia, you've returned." "Long time no see, Knight Lloyd," Kreia said with a smile. Lloyd, catching sight of the tall silver-armored knight standing beside Kreia, couldn't help his eyes widening in shock. You're Rain." The Rain he remembered was only about 1 meter 80, a bit shorter than him, but now the young man before him required him to look up, not only towering in build but also at least 2 meters tall. He had ballooned up. "Knight Lloyd, long time no see," Rain greeted with a trace of a smile tugging at his lips. "Knight Lloyd, Rain is now Baron Rain, and he's also about to be promoted to Viscount," the chief mage Shadia added cheerfully. "What?" This utterly astonished Lloyd. The surrounding guards began to whisper among themselves. "That's definitely Rain. He just looks like he's become a completely different person. He used to be skinnier than me, and now he's so tall and strong," said one guard, gesturing to compare. "Who would have thought our Flashgold town would produce such an important figure? Imperial Viscount, no less. It's amazing. Maybe we can finally avenge Flashgold town." "Difficult, the cult is too powerful, but given Rain's rate of progress, maybe in a few more years it might actually be possible." "Lady Kreia, Viscount Serial Baron Rain, shall we go inside the manor to talk?" Lloyd suggested. Kreia glanced at Rain and replied, "Knight Lloyd, no, we plan to head straight to the county town." "Right, the matter with Earl N." Something occurred to Lloyd and his face showed realization. He did not continue the invitation. "Then I will accompany you, my lady," he said. Kreia's luxury carriage was quite spacious, with Knight Lloyd joining them. 4 people fit comfortably inside without feeling cramped. "All right, by the way, is Lord Perez not here?" "Perez has been pulled away to reinforce the security work at the county town." Soon, the convoy arrived in Maest County City. As the convoy entered the city, Rain looked out the carriage window at the familiar streets outside. The pedestrians on the streets were all hurrying along, most of them with frowns or serious expressions. The number of vendors on both sides of the street had also decreased significantly from the past, and unlike before, there were hardly any children playing and making a ruckus on the streets. The whole atmosphere of the county town seemed to be oppressive. Suddenly, Rain saw a middle-aged man with a flushed face burst out from an alley, dancing and shouting. Although the man was some distance from the convoy, Rain's keen hearing allowed him to clearly make out what he was shouting. "Believe in the great god of hunting, and you will be protected. The apocalypse flame will consume all you heretics." It didn't take long for law enforcement officers to tackle and subdue the man to the ground. Shortly afterward, several temple guards from the Church of the Goddess took over and quickly escorted the man away. "Knight Lloyd, does this happen often?" Kreia asked thoughtfully. "Yes, Lady Kreia, ever since the attack, we often see people acting out in madness or talking nonsense while drunk," Lloyd admitted. A somber mood immediately descended upon everyone in the carriage. Rain knew that even though the man had been quickly subdued, the panic instilled in the populace wouldn't fade so swiftly. The influence of the man's words was more pervasive than one might imagine. Even now, inside the carriage, he could hear many of the onlookers on the street discussing the scene. "How many does that make today?" "The 6th, or the 7th? Hey, did you hear? Hardly anyone from Flashgold town survived." "Heard about it, Monheim town is almost completely wiped out too." "Sigh, the neighboring towns, the Empire probably doesn't have a solution. I heard that Earl Habs himself was severely injured." "You think, if this god of hunting really could protect us, maybe we—" Suddenly the speaker's mouth was covered. "Can you blabber about anything just like that?" The person next to him looked around nervously. Clearly, the situation in Maest was far from under control and still unstable, and panic was still spreading. Maest County City. Inside Earl Habs' mansion. Rain had only met Earl Habs twice before, and both times were in his study, with Rain in the position of a subordinate presenting himself. But this time was different. Rain followed Kreia for the first time to the bedroom of this Meister Governor. Soon as he entered the room, Rain was assaulted by a strong medicinal smell. Several physicians in white attire were bustling about, and a familiar figure to Rain, Bishop Shin, was also present. His face stern, he managed a strained smile and nodded upon seeing Rain. "Father," Kreia couldn't help but exclaim, and then she quickly rushed over. Rain's gaze followed Kreia's form to the stooped old man lying at the head of the bed, and his heart was greatly shocked. He had met Count Habs twice before. This was a man whose hair was meticulously combed, with a full forehead, a profound aura, merely graying at the hair but spirited and distinguished in appearance. But now, the old man lying on the bed had a withered face, age spots faintly emerging. Almost all white hair, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an elderly person. "Clea, didn't I tell you not to come back? You never listened to me," the Count said upon hearing a familiar voice, and his dim eyes suddenly brightened, immediately revealing a happy and relieved smile. "Father, I had to come back." Always level-headed, Clea's eyes reddened at this moment. This was the first time Rain had seen her like this. Seeing the state between father and daughter, Rain felt a pang of discomfort. At this moment, Bishop Shin came over and whispered, "Rain, let's step outside and leave them be for now." "All right, Bishop Shin. You all may leave as well," Count Habs commanded softly, looking toward the few physicians. "Understood, my lord." The physicians quickly exited the room. Knowing her father had something to say, Clea promptly sat beside the bed, listening attentively. "Clea, I knew you would come back. I have prepared something for you, a special beast essence potion made to suit you. It's in the family's secret chamber. You have the highest concentration of the family's bloodline. Once you step into the realm of Great Night, your strength will see a dramatic increase. Moreover, you are very likely to awaken the family's bloodline talent, so we can't delay this. You must take it as soon as possible. A peak night is far from enough to deal with Meister Governor's current situation. If you can become a great knight, I would be much reassured." Listening to her father's earnest advice, Clea fought back her tears and nodded vigorously. "Stop crying, I'm not going to die yet. Living another 2 or 3 years, seeing you married should be no problem. By the way, Clea, I've decided to let you succeed me as the head of the Habs family and the primary heir. Forget those nobles from the imperial city, just find a young man you're comfortable with and have him marry into our family." At this, Clea blushed slightly, and her mood gradually improved. "Father, I'd rather not think about marriage yet. Let's get through this difficult time first." Somehow, when talking about marriage and marrying into the family, the image of Rain in battle suddenly appeared in Clea's mind. But the problem was, Rain had achieved such strength in just half a year. Marrying into the family, was it possible? Clea's emotions were complex for a moment. In the hallway outside the room. "Bishop Shin, it has been a long time." "Indeed, it's been a long time, Rain. I feel that your presence has grown stronger. It seems you have made progress," Bishop Shin said, looking Rain over with surprise. "Bishop Shin, I need to trouble you with something." Rain suddenly remembered something. Took out a gold conch medal from his chest and handed it to Bishop Shin. "The solidified divine art exorcism spell inside the conch medal has been used up by me. You might need to help me reapply it later." "Of course, no problem, but I would need to return to the temple to help you with that. How about this? I will send someone to deliver it to you later." "Thank you, Bishop Shin." Half an hour later in the study, Rain and Clea faced each other and sat down. "Rain, the family has prepared a special beast essence potion for me, and I plan to take it immediately in the family's secret chamber. The breakthrough will likely take about 3 days. I would like to entrust the safety of the mansion to you." Rain was somewhat surprised to hear this news. Although he could sense that Clea, as a peak knight, had a very solid foundation and was ready to make the leap to great knight at any moment. But attempting the breakthrough at this time was still somewhat unexpected to him. However, Rain quickly realized something and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Lady Clea, I will handle the defense of the mansion. You focus on your breakthrough." 3 days for a breakthrough and stabilization was quite normal. Rain had the system, so he naturally couldn't generalize. "Thank you. Come, Rain, I will take you to announce this." Clea stood up and said, "All right, Rain, and about your appointment ceremony, the current situation isn't suitable for a large banquet, so I think we should wait on that. Is that okay? You are now my guardian knight. You'll have privileges such as free access to the family's archives. Feel free to read at your leisure," Clea said as she walked. "Of course, that's fine. The archives, eh? That seemed quite good," Rain thought to himself. "Right, Rain, once I've made my breakthrough. When we spar again, I believe that your Arcadian swordsmanship will improve even faster." Thank you." Rain was taken aback and said. At Earl Hab's mansion, the training ground, most of the family knights and guards had been gathered here. "This is Baron Rain, who will now take over the entire Count Mansion's security defense work. Everyone must follow Baron Rain's arrangements just as you would follow my own." After Clea made her announcement, she proceeded to the secret chamber. Meanwhile, Rain nodded slightly to the crowd before him, affirming the decision in his heart. The defensive personnel of Earl Hab's mansion were numerous. In terms of strength, they were also formidable, being long-trained family knights and guards. If it were to defend against attacks beneath the level of a great knight, it could be said that there were hardly any problems. However, If they encountered a seasoned great knight or an assault by several great knights, the entire defensive force would be insufficient. And that was without even considering the presence of an evil sorcerer. Of course, the magical church had also arranged many formations around the Count mansion. But overall, without the manipulation of senior church officials, these formations could mostly only serve a warning function. Moreover, there was also the possibility of enemy collaborators inside the mansion. If a collaborator were to cause even slight sabotage, the effectiveness of these formations would be a big question mark. A fortress is always more vulnerable to being breached from within. When Rain began to assign defense tasks, many of the guards at the Count mansion were quite surprised. For they found that their colleagues who had gone to meet Lady Clea seemed to have great trust in this young Baron Rain. Essentially, they carried out whatever he commanded without question, with meticulous execution. This made many others wonder. Hey, why are you so obedient to this young Baron Rain? Yeah, being a Baron isn't that big of a deal, is it? Do you really think we respect him just because of Lord Rain's noble title? You don't know how strong Lord Rain is. Haven't you seen Viscount Cyril there, carrying out all of Baron Rain's orders without error? Right. Why is the Viscount so obedient too? The chief maid, Shadia, with her keen ears, naturally overheard the guard's discussion and immediately interjected. Do not question or execute with reluctance the orders of Lord Rain. Moreover, to correct something, Lord Rain is not just a baron. He has already been promoted to Viscount. It's just that the formal appointment has not yet come. What? Viscount? So young and already a Viscount? A few guards showed a look of astonishment. After some investigation, they began to understand just how formidable the young Lord Rain really was. In the study, Rain was talking to a stranger, a young man. You are the Rain charged with protecting Earl Habs. I've heard about you. You have a nickname, Meister Siege Hammer, said the young man in robes with a smile. Yes, may I ask who you are? I'm Stuart from the same sword-bearer's branch as you in Minster, belonging to the Hurricane Squad, and currently stationed at the Count Mansion. Actually, our main mission is to ensure the security of the transportation route from Fishing Port Town to County Town. Because the airships have limited capacity, most of the supply materials need to be transported by road. Now the Black Flame cult is significantly disrupting the transportation line, and since you're here, I'll be returning to my own squad. Rain nodded. He understood, given that their mission was to protect the transportation route's security, and considering the overall stability, that's why they had been stationed at Earl Hab's mansion. Now that he had arrived, it was normal for them to step aside. By the way, Rain, did you come by yourself this time? Where are the other members of your squad? Asked Stuart about to leave, when suddenly something occurred to him and he asked with a hint of surprise. Right now it's just me. Hearing Rain's answer, Stuart gave him a surprised look and said, Then your mission will be very difficult to complete. The Black Flame cult has strengthened its activities around Meister, and they have several experts. If you are alone, I advise you to give up this mission sooner rather than later and let another squad with full personnel take over. This would be more prudent for you, for us, and for the overall situation. Rain nodded. The other man meant well, so he couldn't say much in reply. I'll be careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Giving up was out of the question. Don't forget, he had accepted 2 other gold-level missions, both more difficult than protecting Earl Habs. What's more, the sorry state of Flashgold Town and the turmoil in Meister were pressing on his mind. He needed someone to bear the brunt of his anger. The Black Flame cult, as the instigators, was naturally the best target. Seeing that Rain seemed to be heeding no advice, Stuart couldn't help but shake his head and take his leave. Shortly after Stuart left, a guard came to report. Lord Rain, a messenger from the sword-bearer's branch of Minster, requests an audience at the door, claiming to have important matters to report to you. Rain raised an eyebrow and said, Bring him in quickly. Soon, Rain met with the messenger from the sword-bearer's branch in the study, a robust man dressed in leather armor. Lord Rain, please show your emblem. The secret message can only be opened with your emblem, he requested. Rain nodded slightly and handed over the golden emblem. The person took it and gently ran the emblem over a letter that emanated a faint glow of witchcraft. Instantly, the glow on the letter fluttered once before becoming calm again. This is a confidential letter. Also, Lord Riani, the letter will self-ignite in 5 minutes. Please review it quickly, the resolute man explained. Rain nodded, took the letter, and quickly began reading it, scanning multiple lines at a glance. He quickly memorized the contents. Rain hadn't expected the blood burner Raxel's strength to be as formidable as he had previously estimated. The level of the task had now also been adjusted to 3.5 stars. Moreover, another piece of news in the letter greatly concerned him. It was that the envoy of the secret snake sect would arrive in Meister within the next few days to make contact with the Black Flame cult. That meant if he moved now, he might face experts from 2 cults soon. Of course, if their strength were enough, they might not even wait for Rain to find them, but rather they would come knocking at his door. Tell Lord Yumaz and Lady Olna that I will continue with the mission and thank them for their concern, he said. Certainly, Lord Rieni. Lady Olna asked if there is anything you need. Both she and Lord Yumaz will try to coordinate as much as they can for you. Rain appeared pensive. He faced a daunting problem now. If he needed to defend the whole of Earl Hab's mansion, he was too short on personnel. Even with just surveillance and guard duty, the repeatedly attacked Earl Hab's mansion did not have personnel strong enough to handle it. The 2 peak knights from Viscount Cyriel's place simply weren't a match for the cult experts. Rain couldn't help but think of the twin ponytailed girl Vinica. If Vinica were here, with her bird specialization, she could at least take a significant load off his mind regarding surveillance, allowing him to focus more on combat. Now, he could only rely on the blood-feathered horned eagle and the greyhound war hounds to ensure the surveillance and safety of the main villa. Rain thought for a moment and said, "Tell the 2 lords to see if they can arrange for Vinica to come here. She's my teammate, currently in Fishing Port Town." "Of course, Lord Rieni, I've noted this and will report it immediately to the 2 lords. Anything else?" "One more thing, ask Lady Olna to inquire if Angus, Viri and 3 others would be willing to come execute the task in Meister," he said. He knew this request might be difficult, as the individuals were previously part of the military, and with the current instability in the Empire, they likely had specific assignments. However, as they were new sword-bearers, it might be easier to coordinate their movements. Rain valued them greatly, partly because they all were from the Imperial Army, strictly disciplined. He had sparred with them a few times, and both their personalities and strengths were commendable. If he could transfer them all here, defending would become significantly easier for him. As for Evelyn, he wouldn't consider her, because during his time at the Sword Bearers branch, he had heard about the situation in Rossby County, and this time Evelyn had returned to Rossby County for a mission. "All right, Lord Rieni, anything else?" "That's all." On a highway near the Minster Province border in Nome Province, a luxurious carriage was speeding along with 2 black-robed individuals sitting face to face inside. Their black robes were marked with the symbol of a serpent biting its tail on the collar and sleeves, the most striking feature being on the face of one of them, who had a metal ring in the shape of a serpent biting its tail embedded into his lip, looking quite sinister. The other black-robed person had an 8-shaped serpent pattern drawn on his forehead. "Great Priest, I heard from the Black Flame sect that they discovered an ancient creature, the Earth Snake, slumbering in Meister County. Can you tell me if this news is true or false?" A middle-aged man with a black Ouroboros tattoo on his forehead asked. The Great Priest, who had a ring-shaped Ouroboros tattoo on his lips, pulled a smile at the corners of his mouth, his yellow vertical pupils staring at the other, and said, "Aren't we going there just to confirm whether it's true or not? However, I think they must be telling the truth." The middle-aged man nodded, speaking excitedly. "Great Priest, it would be great if it were true. According to the ancient records we have, the excavation capabilities of the ancient creature Earth Snake are unmatched among all behemoths. With it, we can quickly tunnel through and connect various branches together, and it would also make exploring those hidden underground ruins much easier." "Excellent. Holden, the fact that you can think of this shows you've matured a lot. This is something a qualified priest should consider." The Great Priest nodded. The ancient creature Earth Snake, when fully grown, could reach nearly 100 meters in length and several meters in diameter, a true colossus. Though named after a snake, its head did not resemble that of a snake, but rather a petal with teeth. Possessing tremendous biting and crushing strength, capable of burrowing through the earth at great speeds. In less than half an hour, it could dig a subterranean tunnel as long as its body. Of course, the most important thing was that, as members of the secret snake sect, they possessed special dominion over the ancient creature Earth Snake. Otherwise, if the Black Flame sect could control the Earth Snake by themselves, they naturally wouldn't have shared such information so graciously. Holden, having received the great priest's praise, smiled, but soon furrowed his brow, saying, "However, even if this news is true, given the nature of the Black Flame sect, they will surely extract a toll." The great priest smiled slightly and said, "Holden, that actually isn't important. What's important is whether the earth snake they found is mature, what its condition is, and whether it can be awakened through the ritual. This is why I came personally. If there aren't any issues, then what does it matter if we agree to some of their demands?" Upon hearing this, Holden's expression eased, and he nodded. "Indeed, I've heard that their plans in Meister were obstructed. I suspect they will likely ask for our cooperation." "Then let's cooperate. The more they stir up trouble in Meister, the better for us. However, Holden, you need to first deal with a few Imperial pests over there." The great priest extended his hand, pointing to the left rear side of the carriage, and said. One could see that his hand's back surface was covered in bluish-black snake-like scales, completely unrecognizable as human skin, more resembling that of a snake. The Empire's little bugs, leave it to me." Holden removed his hood, revealing a bald head tattooed with various mystical symbols, and chuckled sinisterly. The next second, he suddenly opened the door and jumped out of the speeding carriage. Meister, Wild Wolf Hills. Inside a hidden cavern. Lord of the Blood Flame, new information has just come from Wales County. Lady Gallerna has failed. The black-robed monk reporting had an ugly expression. How was Gallerna so careless? Did she underestimate the Earl's daughter and let her escape? Raxel, with a smile, shook his transparent glass filled with dark red vintage, then sniffed it. Clearly, he didn't take the news seriously. After all, the opponent was a top student from the Imperial Royal Academy and an Earl's daughter, possessing some life-saving tricks. Escaping from Gallerna's clutches made sense. Hearing Raxel speak so lightly, the reporting Black Flame monk's expression turned awkward. Unsure how to continue. What, has something happened? Raxel's expression hardened as the blood-red flame mark on his forehead flickered. He quickly discerned from his subordinate's expression that there must be some unexpected situation. "Yes, sir, Lady Gallerna has died in battle." "What?" Raxel's pupils constricted, and he stood up abruptly, an incredulous look on his face. The blood-red flame on his forehead turned even darker. Gallerna used to be his subordinate, and after his promotion she had taken over his former position as the main priest of Wales County. He was well aware of her capabilities. Upon hearing the initial report, several possibilities had crossed his mind, including the Earl's daughter Clea slipping away. But he had never imagined that his once capable subordinate, now the main priest of Wales County, Gallerna, would die on such a request-based mission. Knowing Gallerna's skills in illusion technique, even if it were him, defeating her could be easy, but killing her would be extremely difficult. How did Gallerna die? Count Habs's daughter Clea, is she that formidable? Raxel, having regained his composure, asked gravely. "Sir, it's actually not so much that the Earl's daughter is that strong. According to 2 surviving sect members, she's probably just a peak knight. But she has a young male with her. Extremely powerful. Reportedly, he killed Bison Builders with 1 punch, and withstood the giant axe golem's defense and destroyed it." As his subordinate narrated, Raxel's expression was merely solemn at first. But upon hearing that the golem guards had been destroyed, he was shocked. "What? You're saying Galena even used the secret weapon golem guards, and yet she wasn't able to capture the enemy and was instead killed by them?" Raxel's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had thought that Galena had not taken the matter seriously enough and had been killed in an ambush due to her carelessness. Now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Galena had taken his request very seriously, bringing along the strong Bison Builders and even the secret weapon, golem guards. And they had all been killed. He would certainly be summoned for questioning by his superiors. Besides, with the golem guards being exposed this time, the Empire would likely pay more attention to the Church's activities. Perhaps the Empire's retaliation was already brewing, one troublesome matter after another. Raxel found it difficult to accept this answer for a moment. Yes, great bloodburner." The Black Flame clergy bowed slightly, saying, "At first, I too did not believe it, but after applying the heart-capturing spell and truth serum on those 2 surviving neophytes from Wales County, we found that their stories did not change. So, great bloodburner, as hard as it is to believe, it seems to be true." The reporting Black Flame clergy himself had been shaken for a long time when he first received this news. After checking the report several times, he had immediately rushed to give his report. Currently, Raxel's heart was in turmoil. Damn it, what was going on? How could the daughter of a count have such a formidable expert guarding her? The Imperial Royal Academy. Right, could it be? Could that young expert be the legitimate son of some great noble from the imperial city, pursuing the count's daughter Clea? That would explain everything. A look of realization flashed across Raxel's face. The wealth of the Dragon Empire's great nobility was hard for ordinary people to imagine. It was not surprising they could nurture such strong young individuals, but if that were the case, it would complicate matters. Even if he took action himself, there was no guarantee of dealing with the other party without possibly facing defeat. Karam, speaking of which, the party should have arrived in Mace by now, shouldn't they? Yes, great blood-burner. According to the reports, the entourage escorting the Count's daughter, Lady Clea, just arrived in Mace County City this afternoon. Besides, I've quietly instructed several informants inside Earl Hab's mansion to investigate their whereabouts. Very well. Find out their background and report back to me as soon as possible. Raxel nodded. As you command, my lord. The Black Flame clergy slowly retreated. However, within minutes, Black Flame clergy Karam came in to report again. Lord, we have received a message from the secret snake sect. Their envoy for the handover, Great Priest Abad of the secret snake sect, has just entered Minster Province from Nome Province and should arrive in Maest in about 2 days. The Great Priest's position was akin to the Archbishop of the Goddess Church, responsible for church activities within a province and an absolute high-ranking member. Oh, the secret snake sect will be here in 2 days, and it's a great priest who is coming. Raxel pondered thoughtfully. He seemed to have a plan forming in his mind. It looks like I need to visit Freeman. The secret snake sect's timing is impeccable. Raxel appeared to have an idea, and his previously serious expression eased considerably. Mace County City, inside Earl Hab's mansion. After Rieni, with the assistance of Viscount Serial, made preliminary arrangements for the Count Mansion's defense, he headed to the indoor training room located on the first floor of the main villa. As the residence of the highest administrative officer of Mace County, Count Habs, the mansion naturally had a training ground, which included 2 indoor training rooms and what should be the city's largest outdoor training ground. At that moment, Shadia, in a black maid's attire, walked over with a brown wooden box in her hands, smiling and saying, Lord Rieni, this is a special potion fortifying elixir that the lady prepared for you before she went to the secret chamber. Usually, only the Count himself consumes it in the mansion, as it significantly benefits the training of great knights. Rieni raised an eyebrow. He had not expected Clea to be so thoughtful. Doesn't Lady Clea need it herself? Rieni took the box and then looked at Shadia. The lady is not yet a great knight, so she cannot consume it. Although the elixir is precious and stock in the mansion is very limited, it's more than enough to support the training of 2 or 3 great knights. Plus, the lady says that you are her guardian knight. And the stronger you are, the safer she is. Therefore, please do not hesitate to use it. All right then, thank you, Lady Clea, Rieni said with a smile. By the way, Lord Rieni, is there anything else you need help with? Rieni looked thoughtful and after a moment said, there actually is one thing. Chief Mage Shadia, I might have to trouble you to send someone to my mansion to invite a young knight named Has over here. Has the knight? Very well, Lord Rieni. Shadia slowly withdrew. When Rieni walked into this training room on the first floor of the main villa, he realized it housed a complete assortment of various weapons, swords, hammers, axes, shields, bows, and more. Various training dummies and archery targets were all in place without exception. This training room was originally designated for the exclusive use of Count Habs and Clea, but with one severely injured and the other undergoing a breakthrough, it naturally became unavailable to them. Rain didn't have to worry about anyone else disturbing him here. Moreover, ever since last night, Rain had been eager to test the newly learned basic secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship, Sword Blade Storm. Now, he planned to start trying it immediately. To test the effect of Sword Blade Storm, Rain first placed 4 ironwood dummies at distances of 4 or 5 meters to his front, back, left, and right, and then placed another 4 dummies 10 meters away. Following that, he positioned himself at the center point of the ironwood dummies and took a deep breath. The next second, the hardened essence gold covering his knight's gauntlets instantly transformed into a dual-handed greatsword. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, Rain, holding the dual-handed greatsword, began to rapidly spin like a top, creating a powerful cyclone that seemed to explode into existence in the open ground, rapidly enveloping the surroundings in a shockwave. Bang, bang, crack, crack. A series of noises followed. Both the ironwood dummies at a distance of 5 meters and those at 10 meters alike fell over to the ground. Seconds later, once the dust had settled, Rain walked over to check, only to see that each of the 4 ironwood dummies 5 meters away had over 10 horizontal sword cuts, each several inches deep. Ironwood is known for its hardness and toughness. Leaving such deep cuts on it meant that even tempered steel would likely suffer a similar fate. Rain nodded slightly. He then started inspecting the dummies set 10 meters away. However, these dummies only bore faint traces of over 10 linear white marks. Seeing this effect, Rain's brow slightly furrowed. The damage to the ironwood dummies wasn't caused by the greatsword in Rain's hands, but by the original force on the greatsword affecting the air at ultra-high speeds, creating high-velocity airflow that sliced through, resulting in the effect observed. If the greatsword had directly struck the dummies, there was no doubt they would have been chopped into several sections. The power is pretty strong, it's just that the attack range doesn't seem as wide as I imagined, he said. If the effective radius is only about 5 meters, it's still a bit too limited. However, it does seem difficult for merely high-speed airflow to travel much further. Rain immediately brought up the system panel, focusing his attention on Sword Blade Storm. If I raise it to the intermediate level, it should be much more powerful, I suppose. To raise it to an intermediate secret technique, the breathing method is already satisfied, but I still need Arcadian swordsmanship LV14 or higher, and to expend 2 golden skill points. That means I need a total of 3 golden skill points, which just happens to be enough, he calculated. After mulling it over for a moment, Rain decided to enhance it and see the effect. Several minutes later, Rain looked at the several ironwood dummies lying prone around him and nodded slightly. The damage radius has only expanded to approximately 7 meters, which is much less than I anticipated. However, the lethality within the radius is indeed impressive, as the ironwood dummies within 3 to 5 meters were directly severed. After a bit of thought, an idea flashed across Rain's mind. He focused his spirit on the dual-handed greatsword in his hands. The next second, the surface of the dual-handed greatsword showed several shapes resembling the shurikens used by ninjas in his previous world, connected to the greatsword by extremely fine metal wires. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, as Rain held the dual-handed greatsword spinning like a top, a powerful sonic boom swept the area, and amidst the airflow were specks of something black. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With this deployment, the 7 or 80 densely packed shurikens on the greatsword, due to the strong rotational inertia, all broke away from the metal wires, being swiftly flung outwards from the greatsword's blade. Ding ding dang dang. A chorus of sounds reminiscent of popping beans came from the ironwood dummies at a further distance. When the dust settled, Rain moved forward to inspect once more, and this time he discovered shurikens numbering between 3 to 8, embedded in the surface of the ironwood dummies placed against the wall, 30 meters away. The depth of the shurikens reached over 5 centimeters, roughly similar to the cutting effect of the high-velocity airflow within a 6 or 7 meter radius previously. That is to say, with Rain's modifications, the range of the Sword Blade Storm had been enhanced from the initial 6 or 7 meters to an impressive 30 to 50 meters. Seeing this effect, a slight smile appeared on Rain's face. As for why he chose shurikens, that's because Rain took into consideration the stability of the shurikens upon rotation, which was better than kunai, including the so-called willow leaf-throwing knives, as it completely removed the need to consider the angle of the greatsword when deploying Sword Blade Storm. The shurikens could ensure a 360-degree no-dead zone sweep in all directions. Of course, this wasn't without its downsides. It was particularly expensive in terms of hardened essence gold. The 70 or 80 shurikens that were shot out were all transformations of hardened essence gold, meaning that each deployment of the Sword Blade Storm cost Rain approximately 10 kilograms of the metal. Quite costly indeed. Rain adjusted the thickness of the metal wires several more times to just the right degree. Neither too thick to inhibit breaking free from rotational inertia, nor too thin causing immediate detachment and diminishing power. Half an hour later, Rain finally wore a satisfied smile. Suddenly, the system notification sounded, ding. Combination and enhancement of intermediate secret technique, Sword Blade Storm and innate wizardry metal morphing spell successful. Power has reached the level of an advanced secret skill. Please name the new secret technique. Can it be done like this? Rain's eyes lit up. As for the naming, Since it's an improvement, let's call it Sword Blade Storm Improved. Such a lazy way to name things. Ding, Sword Blade Storm Improved naming successful. Synchronization with the original Sword Blade Storm related secret technique completed. Immediately, Rain focused his attention on the Weapon Master, Legendary Job panel, and started to read in detail. Sword Blade Storm Improved, Advanced Secret Skill. Effect. Based on Arc Slash, ingeniously combines original force and innate wizardry metal morphing spell, wielding a special greatsword, attacking all enemies around in a high-speed airflow mixed with metal. Note: Sword Blade Storm Improved is a secret technique and cannot be enhanced through skill points. To upgrade Sword Blade Storm Improved to top secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Arcadian Swordsmanship LV16 or higher. 2. Bear King Breathing Method LV16 or higher. 3. Innate Wizardry as Metal Morphing Spell. 4. Strength 42 points, Agility 38 points, Constitution 38 points or higher. 5. Consumption of 4 golden skill points. This is not bad. Conditions 2 and 3 are already met, and the attribute points aren't a big issue. This means with only 6 golden skill points, I can upgrade Sword Blade Storm Improved to a top secret technique. As a group attack-oriented top-level secret technique, it requires 2 golden skill points less than Hammer of Shattering. That's the advantage of combining with innate wizardry metal morphing spell. Rain mused. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the training room. Come in. The one who entered was Chief Mage Shadia, who curiously glanced at the ironwood dummy lying scatteringly on the floor, full of metal darts, and said, Lord Rain, Knight Hawes is not at your mansion, but he has left you a letter. Your mansion's servant said Knight Hawes just left this morning. This letter was originally intended to be sent to Mingster. My people was smart enough to take it directly for you. Shadia said this while handing a letter to Rain. He has left. Could it be because? Rain raised an eyebrow and opened the envelope. Rain, Richmond fishing port has been attacked by sea giants. The situation is dire. Previously, your family was still in the mansion. I couldn't leave, but now, please forgive me. Hawes, it's only human nature. Rain nodded slightly. So that was the reason. Hawes's family is at Richmond fishing port, unlike himself, who had already sent his parents and sister to Mingster. The next morning, the messenger from the Sword Bearer's branch, that resilient leather-armored man, came again. Lord Rain, both gentlemen are very sorry. Lady Vinica regrets that she cannot come to assist you this time. She is currently one of the communication channels between the Empire and the Navy along the coast, and in the short term, no suitable replacement can be found. Rain nodded slightly, showing understanding. It makes sense. Vinica is a disciple of Master Annius, the Navy advisor, and naturally familiar with naval communications. In large-scale battles, maintaining smooth communication is of great significance. About that, the other gentlemen you mentioned last time, Angus and Viri, all sustained injuries of varying degrees during their last mission and are currently recuperating, fearing they may not recover anytime soon. The leather-armored man said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Rain frowned and said, So, does that mean no one can come over in the short term? Not necessarily, the leather-armored man thought for a moment and said, during the other party's explanation. Rini couldn't help but become curious and looked up at the speaker. Seemingly organizing his words, the messenger said, Lord Rini, it's like this. Due to confidentiality reasons, I only know that there is a team of sword bearers from other provinces coming. A team of sword bearers from other provinces. Additionally, Yumaz and Olna have also coordinated with other special departments, the messenger added. Rini nodded and asked, Are they all reinforcements? I'm not quite sure about that. Lady Olna will personally come over tomorrow to coordinate this operation. You can ask her then. Tomorrow, Yes, Lady Olna should arrive here before tomorrow afternoon, the messenger said. Since that's the case, I have no more questions. We'll just wait for Lady Olna to arrive tomorrow and discuss it then, Rieni stated. All right, Lord Rieni. Oh, Lady Olna also asked me to inquire if you have any additional needs on your end. Rieni appeared thoughtful. Bring me 10 ingots of hardened essence gold. Hardened essence gold ingots. Okay, no problem. The messenger replied somewhat confusedly but nodded in agreement. By noon the next day, Olna, the efficient matron and deputy of affairs at the Sword Bearer's branch, had arrived in Meister. Inside the Count's reception parlor. Upon meeting, the efficient matron smilingly said, Lord Rieni, congratulations. Congratulations for what? Rieni looked puzzled. Could it be that Olna was congratulating him for those 2 gold-level tasks he incidentally completed in the province of Wales? Giggling, Olna said, Lord Rieni, don't you know? That's right, you weren't in Minster previously. The branch noticed that your merits was sufficient and applied for a viscountcy on your behalf. The approval came through yesterday. Viscount Wren, thank you. Rieni appeared enlightened. He was aware of it but hadn't expected it to come through so swiftly. It seems Alyosha's father, Javier Special Envoy, must have played a role in accelerating the process. Indeed, having connections in high places makes things easier, applies even in other worlds. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a servant reported, Lord Rieni, a carriage has arrived outside and the parties claim they are from Nome Province. It seems they have arrived. I'll go to receive them. Would you like to join me, Lord Rieni? Olna asked with a smile as she rose to her feet. Yes, Rieni replied, having not had the chance to ask Olna some questions earlier, and he was also curious about the sword-bearers team from another province. The two approached the entrance, and at that moment, the people inside the luxurious carriage, noticing Olna and Rieni, started to alight one after the other. The 3 men were all males. A slim, tall young man in leather armor stepped down first and looked around before smiling at Olna and Rieni. Another young man, dressed in a long robe and holding a book with a gold-engraved cover, nodded to them before turning his attention back to his book. The last to disembark was a burly middle-aged man garbed in knight armor and carrying a longsword. With an expressionless face, his aura suggested that he was a peak knight, likely the captain of this squad. This must be Captain Langiller. I am Olna, Deputy of Affairs at the Sword Bearers branch in Minster. Nice to meet you, Olna greeted him proactively with a smile. Hello, the burly middle-aged man named Langiller nodded to Olna. He then glanced at Rieni. Noticing Rieni's aura, which had just barely reached the level of an experienced great knight, Langiller quickly glanced away and surveyed his surroundings, his expression slightly disappointed. Captain Langiller, this is Viscount Wren, who is also. Olna began to introduce. Langiller waved his hand dismissively with a cool demeanor. Let's go to the conference room first. It's too noisy here. Okay. Captain Langiller, let's proceed to the conference room then. Olna glanced at Rieni and, noticing no signs of anger on his face, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, young people tend to be more fiery. This Captain Langiller indeed had his quirks, not even letting one finish the introduction. He seemed not so easy to deal with, Olna thought to herself. Rieni simply nodded and said nothing. He didn't approach to further engage with Langiller. At that moment, the talkative young man in leather armor walked up to Rieni and said with a grin, Don't mind him, our captain is just like that. By the way, you look quite young to be a viscount. Are you the son of... What's his name, Habs? The son of Count Habs? No, Rieni shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. The team from Nome Province consisted of a stoic captain and a chatterbox teammate. The group walked into the luxurious conference room at Earl Habs' mansion. Besides a painting, the walls were adorned with shields, axes, and other weapons, while every corner featured fully armed knight mannequins in gleaming silver armor, polished to a shine, sparkling brightly. After scanning the room, Langiller, the burly man, spoke up somewhat displeased. Lady Olna, where's your team? Have they not arrived yet? Ahem. Let me introduce. This Viscount Wren represents our team, Olna quickly said. She suddenly realized a problem. Although Rieni was the team captain, his other 2 team members were not here, and the fact that Rieni had come alone to execute the task in Meister was a special approval by her. But the problem now is that this will cause misunderstandings among the sword-bearer squad in Nome Province. Olna's words obviously made several people pause in surprise. Besides this young man, what about the others? For example, the squad captain? Langiller looked at Rieni, then turned to ask Olna. This is. Olna looked embarrassed, thinking that as expected. I am the captain and currently I am the only person from our squad who can participate in this mission, Rieni said. Langiller and the other 2 stared at Rieni. Lord Olna, it seems your division isn't taking this mission very seriously. You've sent only 1 person as a squad, Langiller said gravely, his face showing displeasure. Originally, the mission is within Minster Province. You should be leading it, but now it seems like a very dangerous affair. Leading the mission, Rieni didn't mind this, but the other party seemed to be somewhat excessive. At that moment, a servant came over again to announce, Sir, outside. No need to announce, Hey Lord Rieni, we meet again. A voice that Rieni found somewhat familiar suddenly rang out at the door. Following that, they saw a female great knight in half armor, her good figure still evident, walked in twisting her slender waist and smiling. Alessandra, Rieni was quite surprised. The day before, he had heard from a messenger that other special departments might also send someone. But he didn't expect it to be old acquaintance Alessandra. "Yes, Lord Rieni, didn't you know that it's our Split-Fang Bear squad coming over?" Alessandra said, sitting down next to Rieni and starting to chat as if no one else was present, a fragrant breeze accompanying her. While not every member of the Split-Fang Bear squad had been saved by Rieni before, they were all familiar with him. They greeted Rieni with a smile, then sat down as well. Wherever a pretty woman goes, she tends to attract attention, and the three sword-bearers from Nome province exchanged glances, not quite understanding why the squad from the Shakers held this young man in such high regard. "Kov, Lord Olna, now that everyone is here, should we discuss the mission?" "Of course, Captain Langiller, please proceed." "Let me start by introducing the situation regarding the secret snake sect. There are two people from the secret snake sect here. One is the great priest Ganon and the other is priest Holden. Both are evil sorcerers. For Ganon, we have almost no information. But this Holden, he's an evil sorcerer who has merged with the essence of the shadow snake, and can use the shadow snake's innate wizardry, which is very tricky." Great priest and priest, Rieni frowned slightly. A priest represents the head of a cult in a certain district, so when it comes to a great priest, even if they are not in charge of a province, they are inevitably one of the top ranks in the cult within that province. Such a significant figure in the cult coming to Meister. Was it that the Black Flame cult promised enough hefty conditions, or was there something in Meister that attracted them? Rieni speculated. "Do we know their purpose yet?" Olna asked the question Rieni wanted to ask. "Not yet. It seems that there is something in Meister that the secret snake sect values highly, so these two rushed over." Langiller shook his head slightly. After Langiller finished his introduction, it was Olna's turn. "Everyone, let me introduce the situation with the Black Flame cult in Meister. According to the latest intelligence, the Black Flame cult in Meister County is broadly divided into two groups. One group is led by Laxel, nicknamed Blood Burner, and is responsible for multiple massacres in Meister, conducting various blood sacrifices and prayer rituals. The other group's whereabouts are more secretive, led by someone named Freeman. They also seem to be searching for something in Meister. Based on our analysis, Blood Burner Laxel is overtly attracting our attention with all their activities, while Freeman acts in the shadows, but currently, we cannot discern what they are searching for. However, we have essentially pinpointed their area of activity, mainly around the Wild Wolf Hills and the southwest of Flashgold Town. This also means that whatever they are searching for is likely in this area. That's all the intelligence we have. How we act specifically needs everyone's viable suggestions." After Olna finished introducing, many people looked thoughtful. "Since we can pinpoint where the enemies are roughly active, my suggestion is to concentrate our elite forces, take advantage of the fact that the secret snake sex people haven't arrived yet, and strike down one group of enemies immediately, this Black Flame cult. I suggest that our Razor Squad and the Shakers, Split-Fang Bear Squad, immediately head to Wild Wolf Hills. While Viscount Rieni can choose to stay here," Langiller glanced at Rieni and said. The moment Langiller finished speaking, all 5 members of the Shakers squad raised their heads, looking at the burly man named Langiller in disbelief, as if they were looking at a fool. Both Alessandra and another knew that Rieni, from the monster-like abilities he displayed under the title Piercer, had rescued them from the cave of the blood-cursed Naga. Now you want to raid the enemy's den, yet you suggest leaving such a master to guard the house. Is that a joke? What a ridiculous suggestion. Of course, the Shakers squad could see that the burly man speaking was very strong and not easily provoked, but Alessandra, not indulging him, muttered, "Are you kidding me? Having Lord Rain stay behind? Then expect Lord Rain to come to our rescue once again." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the conference room to hear. Initially, Langiller felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the members of the Bear Fang squad. Now, after hearing what the beautiful Great Knight had said, he became slightly annoyed and angry. Suddenly, he stood up and walked over to a knight armor mannequin in the corner of the conference room. Swoosh, clang. A cross-shaped silver light flashed across, and the knight mannequin was instantly cut into 4 pieces, which fell to the ground. At least intermediate secret technique level. Swordsmanship. Plus, with the strength of a peak knight, that's indeed very strong. Immediately, the members of the Bare Fang squad stopped staring at him and began to whisper among themselves. I think my plan should be fine. Langela, having sheathed his longsword, looked around and spoke in a deep tone. Rain originally didn't mind who would lead this mission. But after the suggestion from Langela, the captain of the Blade squad, he felt it necessary to say something. Considering that the Black Flame cult was difficult enough to deal with, and now with the addition of the secret snake sect, he still needed help. If these people acted recklessly and suffered significant losses, it wouldn't be good for him either. This bloodburner Raxel's strength is probably much stronger than an ordinary high priest, plus an unpredictable freeman. I advise you against it. It's very likely that the ambush will fail and result in heavy casualties, Rain stated. How do you know that this Raxel is much stronger than an ordinary high priest? Langela retorted. Because the main priest of the Black Flame cult in Welsh County, whom I killed a few days ago, used to be Raxel's deputy. He was already difficult to deal with, so yes, I believe Raxel is very powerful. Langela was taken aback and gave Rain a serious look. Somewhat disbelieving, huh? You killed a county's cult high priest by yourself? How can you prove it? I can vouch for Viscount Rain. The capable woman Olna straightened her back and said. Although Olna had said this, the members of Langela's Blade squad, including Langela himself, still looked at Rain with skepticism. This made Rain feel quite uncomfortable. He had good intentions in offering a warning, yet they treated it with disdain. Displeased as he was, he still needed to stop them. Rain glanced at the corner where the knight mannequin had been. He thought that perhaps he should demonstrate his strength like Langela had to save himself some trouble. Once a fight broke out, his strength would be exposed sooner or later. It would be better to show his power now rather than later. With this in mind, Rain also stood up and walked toward another knight mannequin situated in a different corner. Everyone curiously watched Rain. Many speculated in their minds whether it could be. The next second, Rain suddenly drew the skull warhammer, and in the shocked gaze of the onlookers, swiftly struck the knight mannequin. Buzz, a piercing shockwave sound emerged. Following that crash, all of a sudden, the steel knight mannequin shattered into nail-sized steel fragments, scattering on the ground. Advanced secret skill. The talkative young man of the Blade squad gaped at the scene. The young man, who had been holding a gold-embossed book, also raised his head to take a serious look at Rain. Langela was dumbfounded by the spectacle. The other party looked barely 20 years old, and he had mastered an advanced secret skill. Langela couldn't help feeling like he had wasted his time. Rain, however, looked at the pile of steel fragments and thought, I wonder if this knight mannequin is an antique. Now that two are broken, I hope Clea won't blame me. Since Lord Rain deems it inappropriate. Let's put it aside for now. Langela forced a small smile and said. The meeting ended soon in a friendly atmosphere, and the consensus reached was to first scout out the enemy situation. Everyone left and went to the pre-arranged guest rooms to rest. There were plenty of rooms available in the Count mansion. Alexandria purposely walked ahead of Rain, her curvaceous body swaying as she moved. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly stopped, turned around and said, Lord Rain, I haven't yet thanked you for last time. How about you come and sit in my room? As Alexandria spoke, she licked her pink lips with her tender tongue. Rain was taken aback. Sit, it was more likely due. In that moment, Alexandria slowly placed her hand on Rain's sturdy chest, her beautiful brown eyes lingering on him. This overwhelmed Rain. Alexandria, what happened last time was something I should have done. Just then, Rain suddenly felt a gaze on him and couldn't help but look up. He saw Shadia, dressed as a maid, standing at one end of the corridor looking calmly at Rain and Alexandria, pursing her lips. Although Shadia didn't say anything, being seen by her made Rain feel a bit embarrassed. Cough. Alexandria, I need to go to the training room to practice some combat skills. Let's talk next time. Oh, do you fancy the training room, Lord Rain? That's no problem. As she spoke, Alexandria suddenly noticed Rain's unnatural expression and followed his gaze. A maid in her 30s, distinguished in appearance, stood at one end of the corridor. Alexandra glanced at Shadia and then at Riani and suddenly burst out laughing, saying, Oh, Lord Riani, so you like this type. She looks like a nun on the outside, but gets wild, doesn't she? It seems you enjoy the contrast. Sister understands. Alexandra's voice wasn't lowered deliberately, so Shadia heard everything loud and clear. Shadia's usually calm face could no longer hold back, and she turned red, quickly turning and stumbling away. Tusk, this flirty minx, it's time for the miss to deal with her. Shadia muttered resentfully. However, for some reason, the image of Rhaenys' young and robust figure floated through the chief maid's mind. That night, in Meister County, southwest of Flashgold Town, the Elim mine, a group of people cloaked in black robes gradually made their way deeper into the mine. Shortly, after passing an intersection in the mine, several cloaked figures stopped at a newly excavated area with an amber-hued, semi-transparent wall. A colossal creature, barely visible through the amber wall, seemed to have been sealed within by some formidable power, but the seal's energy had depleted over the long years. Two members of the secret snake sect immediately grew. Excited but Great Priest Ganon quickly calmed down, saying, "This is the Earth Snake." "No doubt, Lord Raxel, please tell us, what do you need us to do?" Raxel regarded the other approvingly, thinking that he indeed was no amateur. "Our mission this time is to undermine the Dragon Empire's rule over Meister. Currently, there are truly two matters for which we need your sect's assistance. The first matter is a minor inconvenience we've encountered. There's a veteran Great Knight named Rhaenys guarding Meister's Earl Habs and his offspring. I hope your sect can help us eliminate him." Just a veteran Great Knight. Great Priest and Holden exchanged glances, both incredulous. Such a simple condition for exchange. Don't underestimate him, though he is just a veteran Great Knight. He's also a captain of the Golden Sword Bearers, and his combat prowess should not be underestimated. Raxel noted their expressions, decided to share all the information he had. After all, if the secret snake sect's members failed, it would be of no benefit to his own side, and the sect might even think he had set them up. If he explained the situation clearly and they still failed, he wouldn't have to take the blame. A Golden Sword Bearer. Great Priest Ganon still kept his smile and nodded, continuing to ask, "How capable is he?" The veteran Great Knight also possesses intermediate or advanced secret skills in hammering, very powerful. Moreover, he's suspected to have a natural talent for stamina, capable of executing multiple secret techniques consecutively without exhaustion. Raxel, while talking, passed some organized oral testaments from two surviving sect members to them. It was not that Raxel intentionally hid anything, but the Golem Guards were a sect secret that naturally could not be revealed directly, yet he felt he had explained everything else quite clearly. Moreover, there was a mist in the forest at the time, and the surviving sect members, most impressed by Rhaenys repeatedly knocking down Golem Guards, hadn't really seen the moment Rhaenys used his shield to block. Special talent, and he also possesses intermediate or even advanced secret skills. That does sound a bit tricky. I'll leave this matter to you, Holden. Great Priest Ganon's smile faded as he turned to Holden beside him. "No problem, Great Priest, leave this matter to me," Holden said with a slight smile, his face full of confidence. Please forgive my intrusion, but I feel it's necessary to remind you. This Mr. Holden from the secret snake sect, you must not underestimate the opponent's combat strength," Raxel said, worriedly, seeing the confident expression on the other's face. After all, the other party was on his own turf completing tasks for his own church. If successful, everyone would naturally rejoice. But if something truly went wrong, it could likely affect the relationship between the two churches, as the secret snake sect would think they had been betrayed. So it was better to speak frankly from the start. "Don't worry, Holden has been endowed with the essence of the Shadow Serpent's bloodline. Assassination is his forte." The Great Priest Ganon of the secret snake sect, sensing Raxel's concern, turned and reassured him with a smile. "Moreover, if things really get out of hand, it won't be a problem for Holden to retreat unscathed." "The Shadow Serpent?" Raxel nodded, having heard of this peculiar snake species, capable of manipulating the power of shadows, possessing a natural ability to turn invisible in shadowy environments, and venomous as well. If he really had integrated with the Shadow Serpent, then he indeed was a born assassin. This assassination should not pose any issues. Rest assured, assassination is my specialty. Mr. Raxel, I shall depart now," Holden said to Raxel with a slight bow. "So soon? Well, striking unexpectedly yields the best effect." Raxel thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Holden, in the Count Mansion, there is our informant. I believe he can accurately tell you the room where Rain is. Maest County City, within a room in Earl Hab's mansion." Suddenly, a lively young man in leather armor, from the Gnome Province Sword Bearers branch, burst in shouting. "Captain, I've already checked with that beautiful lady from the Minster branch. You won't believe it, this Viscount Rain is just a rookie. Given the overwhelming power of the hammer rain displayed in the meeting room, Langela and his two companions were naturally curious about him. However, as the captain of the sword-bearers, Langela, maintaining his stature, naturally did not probe, but the young man had no such reservations. Without needing Langela to ask, the curious Flay had already found out everything. A rookie, the burly Langela looked incredulously at his team member. Yes, absolutely sure. The young man in leather armor affirmed with a nod. Flay, your definition of a rookie isn't that anyone who joined the sword-bearers after you counts as a rookie, is it? Another young man, holding a gilt-edged book, closed it, glanced at his companion and joked with a smile. Flay, among the three, had been with the sword-bearers the shortest, just 2.5 years. Not even 2 months. Alex, would you call that a rookie? Faced with the teasing, Flay blushed and retorted sternly. 2 months? The always composed Alex was suddenly wide-eyed, disbelieving. Really, that's too incredible. Tell me more. Langela, increasingly shocked and curious, immediately asked Flay. Yes, Captain. Rain, a gold-tier sword-bearer captain, nicknamed Mace Siege Hammer, is also the leader of the squad Maced Siege Hammer. As he spoke, Flay seemed to realize something was off and paused. Wait. That sounds awkward. His own nickname is the name of the squad. It seems the other squad members absolutely trust their captain's strength. Captain Langela interpreted from a different angle than Flay. He quickly noticed this from the perspective of a captain and his members. Go on. Flay. After listening to Flay's account, Langela and Alex looked at each other in astonishment. They knew this young Viscount Rain was formidable, but they hadn't realized to what extent. But, boss, don't sell yourself short. Although this Viscount Rain, who likely mastered an advanced secret technique of hammer skill, is a bit stronger than you. But don't forget, besides mastering an intermediate secret technique in swordsmanship, you've also mastered an intermediate secret technique in shield defense. When combined, your combat strength is not less than that of Rain, Flay reassured his captain. You young rascal, who's selling themselves short. It's just that even now, when his strength matches mine, you're not considering his age. He's the same age as you guys, that's the most terrifying part. Langela couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If we can make a good relationship, we certainly should. Alex rarely agreed with Flay. However, Flay also makes a good point. It's just him alone this time, and boss, you still have my witchcraft to bolster you. Overall, our strength still surpasses this Viscount Rain. Right, did you ask those from the Earthshaker squad, why do they seem to hold this Rain in such high regard? Alex suddenly remembered something and asked. I asked, and the answer is even more incredible. It's because Rain saved the lives of 2 of their members. Flay, after a lengthy explanation, gulped down a large sip of water. Speaking of this, Flay grew even more excited. After all, although Rain was from the Sword-Bearers branch in Minster Province, they were from the Sword-Bearers branch in Nome Province. At the end of the day, they were all sword-bearers. Compared to them, that Earthshaker was an outsider. Having saved an outsider, Flay felt a sense of pride. As the sword-bearer trio from Nome Province stood in the room, shocked by Rain's resume, Rain was in his bedroom at that moment, preparing to take the solidifying secret potion that Chief Mage Shadia had given him. Previously, since he was the only one guarding the Count Mansion, Rain didn't think it was the right time to take the potion. But now things were different. With a whole 5-member Earthshaker squad, along with the Nome Province sword-bearer squad present, he could take it with ease. Soon, Rain opened the wooden box and saw a transparent square glass bottle containing a blue liquid inside. However, the inside of the wooden box was another story, with slightly complicated patterns on the inner walls. Clearly, this was some sort of array pattern, presumably for preserving the solidifying secret potion. Curious about the well-packaged, solidifying secret potion, Rain picked up the square glass bottle and examined it closely. On the bottle, there was a conspicuous label with black lettering on a white background that read, Solidifying Secret Potion, a Cultivation Auxiliary Potion. After consumption, the user's body constitution will be enhanced to a certain extent over the half-month that follows, with the degree of increase varying from person to person, generally around 5 to 10%. Method of consumption. Precautions. With repeated use, the effect diminishes. It is recommended to take once every 3 months based on individual constitution. Produced by Austin of the Royal Alchemist Association. An overall enhancement, If it's a comprehensive enhancement, it's surely a good thing. Also, this is produced by the Royal Alchemist Association. Austin must be the name of some master pharmacist, Rain thought to himself. Without any hesitation, Rain pulled out the cork from the bottle, and instantly, a faint aroma like that of star anise and cinnamon in stewed meat wafted out. It smelled good and it even whetted his appetite. Having experience with other potions, Rain immediately downed the solidifying secret potion in one gulp. Upon swallowing, Rain's face changed. The taste. Despite the fragrant smell, as it went down the throat, the taste was somewhat spicy, like a mixture of white liquor with a bit of mustard. Seconds later, Rain felt a sting in his stomach, followed by a rapid onset of warmth throughout his body. Soon, fine beads of sweat began to emerge all over his body, and in no time he was drenched in sweat. He looked as if he had just been fished out of a sauna. But after a while, Rain felt a sudden ease all over his body. He felt refreshed and invigorated. This process lasted for about half an hour or so, after which the effect of the potion began to gradually wane, settling to a relatively steady and subtle level. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations! Your constitution attribute has been improved. Congratulations! Your agility attribute has been improved. Huh! Both constitution and agility have been improved, but there's no increase in strength. Is it because my own strength attribute is already very strong? But this is quite good already. This solidifying secret potion is even stronger than the previous strength elixirs I've had. Rain checked his attribute panel. Constitution, 39 strength, 43 agility, 36 spirit, 52. The agility attribute, which had not been improved for a long time and was also a weakness, had increased from 35 to 36 points. Constitution had also risen from 38 to 39, almost breaking through the important mark of 40. To last half a month, then there's potential for more improvement in the coming period. The solidifying secret potion is quite nice. Is this the heritage of a hereditary noble family? It's even better than some potions offered by the Sword Bearer's branch. Indeed, the potions from the Sword Bearer's branch are after all mass-produced, and this can be seen from the signature, which reads the Royal Alchemist Association Minster Branch, Rain recalled. But this solidifying secret potion is signed, produced by Austin of the Royal Alchemist Association. This Austin must be a master pharmacist, and the potion was likely crafted by his own hands. It seems the depth of the imperial nobility should not be underestimated. Rain looked at the label on the bottle again, thinking to himself. After taking the potion and breaking out in a sweat, naturally, Rain needed to wash up. There was a small bath in his bedroom. As Rain was about to step into the bath after stripping down, his eye caught the 10 hardened essence gold ingots that Olna had delivered to him today, placed in a corner of the room. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he walked over to morph them into a single metal sphere weighing about 50 to 60 kilograms, which he held in his hands. Upon entering the bath, Rain turned it into a huge metal basin to scoop water onto himself. After a while, he then shaped it into a big colander to rinse his head, enjoying himself immensely. Meanwhile, the serpent sect leader Holden had already arrived at the Earl Hab's mansion. At that moment, he was standing in the shadows among the shrubs of a garden. Holden, standing in the shadows, appeared to possess a special talent that made nearby guards, even those a few meters away, walk past without noticing him when patrolling. Following the covert markers provided by the Black Flame Church, he moved unhurriedly into a room in the auxiliary building. "Where's Rain? In which room?" Holden's voice suddenly resounded in the room. My lord, you've arrived." The terrified informant turned around and suddenly discovered a figure in a black robe standing in the shadows behind the room door. No one knew how the figure had entered. Rain is in the third room facing south on the second floor of the main villa building. The informant had already received a notice from above that someone would come looking for him, so his emotions steadied relatively quickly as he answered. Hearing this, Holden nodded. This information was enough for him. He planned to finish his business early and return sooner. Just as he planned to leave, the informant quickly added another line. "However, my lord, I can't guarantee that the person is definitely in the room, as he might also be in the training room. Recently, he has been visiting the training room quite frequently. By the way, the indoor training room is the first room facing south on the first floor of the main villa building. Additionally, there's a piece of the latest news. Today, many masters with strong auras arrived." The next second, the figure in the black robe vanished into the shadows. The informant rubbed his eyes. He stared in disbelief at the doorway. The figure had indeed disappeared into the shadows there. This. He left before I finished talking. What if the person fails the mission? Could that anger be directed at me? In fact, this was a natural ability that Holden had obtained from the essence of the secret snake sex bloodline, the shadow skin technique, which integrated him with the shadows, invisible to the naked eye. It could be considered as a shadow-based invisibility technique, only needing a shadowed area to achieve the effect of invisibility. It was not a cool witchcraft like short-range teleportation. In Holden's view, knowing Rain's exact location was all it took to simplify the rest. As for Masters, it mattered not at all. Employing the Earth Snake for a sneak attack promised a fatal strike before anyone could react. By the time they did, he would have retreated at ease. Thus, the great priest Ganon could proceed with the Earth Snake's summoning ceremony earlier. Quickly making up his mind, Holden used the cover of night and made his way to the garden in front of the main villa building. As for determining whether Rain was in the room, Holden had his own method. Instantly, Holden's eyes turned to those of a snake's vertical pupils, which were a dark yellow. And at this moment, everything in Holden's vision turned red, and blue. High temperatures appeared red, and low temperatures appeared blue. This was also an ability mastered by senior followers of the secret snake sect after integrating serpent essence infrared vision. In no time, Holden could clearly see the dynamics of the personnel within the extensive 3-story villa. There's someone taking a bath in the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. It must undoubtedly be Rain. But what is he doing flailing his arms about? Holden nodded, then looked puzzled. This guy is taking a bath. Isn't that the perfect opportunity? I was worried that if he rested in some special inner armor, the Earth Snake might truly struggle to bite through. Holden couldn't help but laugh, feeling very pleased. There seems to be a woman in the 4th room on the 2nd floor, also taking a bath. Such an impressive figure. While observing Rain, Holden's gaze inadvertently lingered on the neighboring room for a few seconds. Even viewed through infrared vision, he could discern the contours of the woman's body, pausing his gaze for a few more seconds. The last room on the 2nd floor, judging by the figure, seems to be a woman too. Is she actually so thirsty? This instantly sent a surge of flames rocketing up inside Holden. Although their secret snake sect worshipped the devouring snake, their doctrine itself had nothing to do with propagation or offspring. Yet, the integration of various serpentine essences into their bodies to enhance their abilities also significantly heightened their desires in that aspect, because adherents of the secret snake sect naturally also assumed some serpent traits after absorbing the essence, though controlled by various secret techniques. Holden tried to calm his emotions, muttering to himself, "Let's get the job done first." He walked in the shadows of the garden, coming to a standstill at the shaded corner of the villa's main wall. The next second, 2 small black snakes crawled out from his wide sleeves. These 2 snakes also possessed a similar ability to the shadow skin technique, vanishing into the shadows swiftly as soon as they entered them. In Holden's infrared vision, he could clearly see the 2 small earth snakes rapidly slithering toward their target. Why was Holden so confident in his assassination? The reason lay here. His earth snakes possessed the special natural abilities of stealth and deadly poison. Using the darkness of the night, once the sneak attack commenced, it promised exceptional concealment. Moreover, the target of this assassination was a senior Great Knight. No matter what secret techniques the Knight mastered, even if they were a peak Knight, with the potency of the earth snake's venom, one bite was fatal. Even if the Knight reacted quickly and cautiously, just one small puncture of the skin would result in severe poisoning. At most, he would deliver one final blow to finish the job. Unless the target was a formal wizard, that would be much more troublesome, possessing innate wizardry for defense, along with high sensitivity, making it easier to detect approaching earth snakes. Of course, if the enemy were a formal wizard, Holden wouldn't resort to the shadow snake's sneaky tactics. Inside the room, after finishing his bath, Rain wiped himself dry and planned to get out of the bath. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. Suddenly, a thin black shadow struck like lightning, biting towards his calf. Rain immediately delivered a kick, sending the dark shadow into the air, and in the next second it was impaled in the head by the spikes of hardened essence gold and nailed to the wall. But almost at the same time, another shadowy figure burst from behind and bit onto Rain's other calf. Clang! The next second, the shadowy figure was momentarily stunned. Its 2 poisonous fangs had broken off, and it was now writhing in pain on the ground. Rain looked at his calf and saw only 2 white marks. The hardness of a venomous snake's fangs isn't particularly high. They are hollow inside for injecting venom, and facing Rain's intermediate steel body was like biting onto a steel plate. Rain delivered a strong kick with a gust of wind to the head of the second shadow snake. Snap! Although this shadow snake didn't shatter, it too became a dead snake from that blow. Two snakes? No, those kinds of snakes. Rain immediately realized there was a problem. The next second, Cookie the spiritual body wore dog, sleeping soundly on the ground floor. Immediately woke up, while Blood Feather, the blood-feathered horned eagle, quickly flew to the sky from the outdoor training field. Meanwhile, Holden in the garden experienced a sharp pain in his mind. Why is the target's body so tough? Some kind of talent. Also, how could their awareness be so sharp? Fuck, the Black Flame Church is such crap, giving me shitty intelligence. What was supposed to be a fail-proof operation turned into a failure. However, without any hesitation, the frustrated Holden turned and left. Rain, on the other hand, immediately activated Eyes of the Beast. Using the perspective of the blood-feathered horned eagle, he overlooked the entire Earl's estate. All of a sudden, a dark figure flashed through the garden. This made Rain's eyes narrow. Without any time to put on knight armor again, Rain picked up some hardened essence gold lying nearby, transformed it onto his body, creating a half-body armor reminiscent of ancient Greek armor, covering his vitals. Then he picked up the skull warhammer beside him, and with a thump, he leaped out of the window, quickly chasing after the dark figure. The sound of the broken window obviously alarmed others. Nearby, Holden looked back with a sneer. You think you can catch up to me? Wait, that's not right. Once he turned around again, he saw Rain, who was supposed to be bathing, wearing a piece of half-body armor. He couldn't help but curse softly. Fuck, who the hell wears half-body armor in the bath? What a weirdo. The next second, his figure disappeared into the shadows. As Rain, who was rapidly closing in, suddenly lost track of the other, he immediately stopped and began to observe carefully. However, although Rain had stopped, the spiritual body wore dog Cookie did not. Sniffing the ground, its eyes lit up, immediately looking in a certain direction and continuing to rush forward quickly. Woof woof. Thud. Fuck, damn dog, swoosh. This caught the ever-watchful Rain's attention, and he immediately seized the opportunity, throwing a hardened essence gold shaft transformed into a short spear. Faced with the incoming short spear, Holden naturally chose to dodge instead of taking the hit, but this reduced his speed once again. This brought the distance between the two men much closer. With another interference from the spiritual body war dog Cookie, Rain managed to corner Holden. Thus, two figures near the estate's main gate started to engage in intense combat. Holden used two metal spikes over 30 centimeters long. Such conical weapons are best at penetrating armor, and although Rain possessed the talent intermediate steel body, he was unwilling to experience the consequences of being stabbed. The enemy, while wielding the metal spikes, was surrounded by serpent-like black mist, which provided defense and occasionally launched sudden, almost instantaneous bursts of black airflow at Rain, quite powerful. Rain had never encountered such a fighting style before. Holding the gold inlaid book, Alex immediately released two faint green streams of air at Langela and Flay, were charging at the front with sword and shield in hand. As the pale green airflow entwined around Langela's legs, it was apparent that he, clad in heavy knight armor, became significantly lighter on his feet, increasing his speed by at least 10 to 20%. The enhancement effect of the pale green air on Flay was even stronger. Flay, dressed in leather armor, could now be said to move with remarkable agility, quickly overtaking Langela, who had been running ahead of him. The two headed towards the direction of Rain's battle, and by comparison, Alex was a few steps behind them. Meanwhile, the members of the Earthshaker Bear Squad from Holden's team also reacted swiftly, already rushing out of the room. But just as they were about to rush forward, they were stopped by Alex. Everyone, since there is only one opponent, I believe with Viscount Rain and our captain engaging, that should be more than sufficient. To prevent the enemy from staging a diversion, I suggest you all immediately ensure the safety of the important individuals here. Upon hearing this, the members of the Earthshaker Bear Squad exchanged a quick glance and nodded slightly. It was undeniable that what this sword-bearer from Nome province said made a lot of sense. If Viscount Rain and their formidable captain couldn't subdue the enemy, their presence would be just a numbers game without much significance. Moreover, if the enemy really was creating a diversion and they all rashly pursued, such an action would be foolish. After all, their primary mission was to secure the safety of Earl Hab's mansion, which had been explicitly confirmed during the afternoon meeting. Thinking of this, the group promptly halted their advance. At that moment, half-dressed in hastily donned partial armor with her hair still wet, Alexandra, wielding a hammer and shield, dashed out. Having just heard Alex's words, she glanced at her companions, saying, "You stay. I'll go take a look." After speaking, she quickly headed in the direction of Rain's battle with long strides. This left her Earthshaker Bear squadmates looking at each other in dismay, wanting to say, "Alexandra, aren't you part of the Earthshaker Bear squad? Our task is to protect the mansion." But the words choked in their throats, and by then, Alexandra's figure had already vanished into the distance. At this moment, the battle location of Rain and Holden had moved from the gates of Earl Hab's mansion onto the street, leaving the ground along the way riddled with holes of various sizes. The elegant iron filigree gates at the Count mansions entrance were now twisted and lay distorted on one side. The guards were unable to lend assistance despite being eager. They couldn't keep up, and even if they could, they weren't of much help, not being great knights and unable to partake in combat at such a level. Holden's black cloak had long been torn, revealing swaths of skin resembling snake scales. This was a secret technique of the secret snake sect to enhance close combat, but even so, he was having a tough time withstanding Rain's attacks. Although the information provided by the Black Flame Church was utter garbage, one point wasn't misleading. Rain was exceptionally adept at close combat. Holden kept fighting even as he retreated at high speed, but he realized that Rain's dog was infuriatingly troublesome. Every time he vanished into the shadows of the streets, the dog sniffed him out, much to Holden's aggravation. At present, the battle situation between him and Rain was at a stalemate, but Rain's reinforcements were rapidly approaching his position. It wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for them to join the fight. The situation would then turn grim. However, this Rain, does he think he has me at his mercy? Seeing that he was at least a few hundred meters away from the others, Holden gritted his teeth. He decided to use his trump card and try his luck. It might just turn the tide. Even if it didn't, he could take advantage of the chaos of his final move to withdraw gracefully. Otherwise, the current situation was too unfavorable for him. "Great Serpent of Devouring, please heed your servants." Holden spoke solemnly as he sprinted. The next second, a massive black mist enveloped him, and the black fog billowed outwards. This caused Rain to immediately halt in his tracks to avoid charging headlong into the suddenly appearing black fog. In an instant, a massive black snake with a head larger than a millstone burst out of the fog, rising at least 2 or 3 floors high, while the diameter of its body was no less than 1.5 meters. A pair of large amber vertical pupils fixed on Rain, emitting intense pressure that instantly covered the entire area. Fortunately, Rain, as a fully qualified wizard with a spiritual power surpassing 50 points, recovered his senses immediately after momentarily tensing up in the face of the sudden pressure. In that instant, the opponent opened its giant maw and lunged down viciously at Rain. The way it looked, even a sturdy warhorse would be likely swallowed whole. Facing the ferocious attack of the giant black snake, Rain, unsure if the adversary was an illusion, an energy form, or a real entity, prudently transformed his two-handed warhammer into a tower shield to protect himself. Seeing the suddenly appearing massive upright black snake in mid-air, Langela, who was closing the distance rapidly from behind, had his expression drastically change as he exclaimed in shock, "That's the serpent transmutation sorcery of the secret snake sect. A secret technique usually mastered only by the high priests. No good, it's the shadow snake." The opponent is Holden. Given the appearance of the huge black snake, Langela, who had extensive battle experience with the secret snake sect, immediately discerned the origin of the attacker. He hadn't expected that just after their squad had arrived in Meister, the secret snake sect would ambush them that very night. In an instant, Langela thought of something else. That was, although Rain's strength was formidable, he had never clashed with the secret snake sect before, and it was very likely that he would suffer a great disadvantage when facing this move. The opponent's transformation sorcery was immensely powerful and was not merely a physical attack. It also included intense pressure and an invasion of shadow energy, making it extremely difficult to defend against without experience. Flay, standing beside him, looked at the massive black snake with a horrified expression. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to withstand this strike. Even Lord Rain, if he did not master defensive secret techniques, would find it nearly impossible to resist this type of attack that combined physical force with energy invasion. They could only hope that he wouldn't be too severely injured. Iron Wall. Rain roared, his muscles swelling. Boom, the enormous snake head and Rain's tower shield collided violently. Rain immediately felt a vast strength hit his shield, causing the veins on his arms to protrude like trembling little snakes, and his entire lower half instantly sank half a meter into the ground, nearly to his knees. Is this a physical attack? Rain wondered, his eyes flickering. But immediately, he felt a strangeness coming from his side. No, he saw several serpent-like streams of black energy circumventing the front defense of the shield and attacking from the left and right sides. Transform. The shield in Rain's hand immediately began to extend and envelop, soon forming a circular shield that blocked all attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, the black energy dissipated and the opponent's massive black snake also withdrew back into the thick black fog. Suddenly, the black fog quickly condensed, revealing Holden's human form inside. Holden looked utterly shocked, fixating his gaze on the shield Rain now held. Just now, he clearly saw that the weapon, originally a two-handed warhammer, had in an instant transformed into a tower shield. Now, Rain's circular shield had once again morphed into a kite shield. The answer was self-evident: you are a wizard. At that moment, Holden had no desire left to continue fighting. Only then did Holden realize that the Rain he had been assigned to assassinate was not only a great knight who had mastered secret techniques, but also a wizard. In an instant, Holden understood a lot. No wonder his shadow snake had been discovered early. Why the pressure of his trump card had so little effect on his opponent. The discrepancy with the information provided by the Black Flame Church was too damn large. Damn it, the Black Flame Church, damn it, they actually dared to screw me over. Holden cursed inwardly as he hastily retreated. Meanwhile, not far away, the advancing members of the Blade team, Langela and Flay, had also seen the scene of Rain transforming his shield from a distance, abruptly slowing their pace and looking at each other in bewilderment. Both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Isn't he a seasoned great knight? He's actually a wizard and furthermore, a rare metal-type wizard. Langela recalled the scene in the conference room where Rain had smashed the knight dummy into steel fragments, feeling utterly astonished. Following behind, Alex and Alexandra, who hadn't seen this, found it odd why the two ahead suddenly had slowed down. Could it be Lord Rain had already encountered misfortune? Alexandra thought about it but then felt it was unlikely. After all, Lord Rain was someone who could escape from a situation inferior to a titled knight's strength. At the very least, saving himself should be no issue. Immediately, Alexandra quickened her pace again. At that moment, Holden had already dashed into a dense plantation in the Noble district, tearing off the tattered black robe from his body and throwing it aside. The next second, his entire figure disappeared, blended perfectly with the mottled shadows under the moonlight, the best cover for him. This was also why the Archbishop of the Secret Snake, Sect Ganon, was confident that even if Holden couldn't complete the mission, he would still manage to escape unscathed. Among the shadowy figures, even the greyhound combat dog Cookie, confused by the scent of the tattered black robe fragments, couldn't immediately locate Holden. At that moment, Holden finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, he looked terrified. He saw that Rain was not slowing down at all, following him right into the woodland. And the weapon in Rain's hands also morphed in an instant into an odd greatsword, the broad blade covered densely with many small objects, while Rain himself spun rapidly like a top. In an instant, a fierce tornado swept around. Most importantly, densely packed corner darts, mixed with the sharp sound of tearing through the air, simultaneously struck in all directions. Holden's innate ability from the shadow snake, shadow skin technique, was a type of witchcraft that allowed near invisibility in shadowed areas, and it was not about disappearing from the current plane or directly teleporting away. Thus, facing the densely packed, virtually airtight, swiftly approaching corner darts, Holden could only deploy multiple streams of black serpentine airflow around himself for protection. Although this move could block the incoming four-cornered throwing stars, the consequence of doing so was quite clear. It immediately exposed his location. Even in the shadowed area, the snake-like black currents were very conspicuous. Just as Holden blocked the four-cornered throwing stars, in the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. From within the billowing dust, a robust figure burst out. Rain's two-handed warhammer, which had already transformed into a shield with sharp, protruding spikes, charged at him like a frenzied bull. PFFT, the attack was too sudden. The force of Rain's spike-embellished charge instantly penetrated the black currents, and Holden, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying over 10 meters. Although he twisted his body at the crucial moment to avoid a fatal blow to the heart, his chest was still pierced by the sharp spike, creating a fist-sized bloody hole, and his speed was greatly reduced immediately. Just as Holden was about to contract his muscles to control the bleeding, Rain had already closed in quickly. At this moment, his spike shield had morphed back into a dual-handed greatsword, swinging down directly at Holden's head. Holden was instantly struck with terror and hastily retreated, his right hand unconsciously guarding his forehead. But the next second, he felt his body lighten unexpectedly. He saw his robust, scale-covered right arm sliced off by Rain's suddenly elongated greatsword in a single strike. The smooth cut of the limb was now spurting blood violently. With the loss of his right arm, Holden's body balance was destroyed, and his movement speed was further reduced. Swoosh, swoosh. Rain stepped past him with an agile move and swung 2 more swords, followed by dark flashes of blade light. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Thunk. Holden lay on the ground, both of his hands and his right leg severed by Rain, the intense pain causing involuntary convulsions. But it was unclear if the failure and injury had greatly destabilized his mind. At that moment, Holden laughed maniacally, practically shrieking, "Ha ha, do you think you've won? You're all dead meat. Great Priest Ganon will avenge me." What no one noticed was a tiny shadow snake, quickly slipping from his trouser leg into the adjacent shadows, disappearing in an instant. Delusional. Rain punched him squarely in the forehead, knocking Holden out cold right away. When Langela, Flay, and Alexandra arrived, they each drew in a sharp breath. Hiss, they saw Rain holding Holden's head, as if dragging a dead snake, walking out of the forest with its mottled tree shadows. The cool moonlight shone on Rain's sweat-dotted bronze skin, casting a chilling, heart-palpitating coldness. The group was momentarily spellbound before approaching with a mix of greetings and concern. Alexandra eagerly supported one side of Rain's body, her ample chest occasionally brushing against Rain's sturdy arm. A fair hand, however, was gently stroking over Rain's robust form, asking non-stop, "Lord Rain, are you hurt? Let me check." As Alexandra had just taken a bath, her hair was still damp, and she exuded the scent of a mature woman, which caused a warmth to rise in Rain's lower belly. Furthermore, it seemed her wandering hand was moving ever lower. Acing Alexandra's enthusiasm, Rain's cheeks reddened slightly, and he quickly caught her hand that continued to slide further down, saying, "Ahem. Alexandra, don't worry, I'm fine. That's good to hear." Alexandra smiled sweetly. "Lord Rain, this man is Holden, the great priest of the secret snake sect that I told you about at today's meeting. I didn't expect they would arrive so quickly and even launch an attack on you," Langela explained. "So, he's the great priest of the secret snake sect." Rain nodded. No wonder. His methods were mysterious, mixing combat skills, dark magic, and snake minions. This was the first time Rain had encountered such tactics. He had narrowly avoided a major loss. It's fortunate Lord Rain is so formidable. Otherwise, even a peak knight would have been gravely injured or killed by this man's surprise attack, Langela commented. "Viscount Rain, Captain, we should head back first," Alex suggested with a smile. Yes, too many people here, let's go," Langela laughed as he spoke. Rain glanced curiously at Alex, noticing the pale green currents around his leg, and thought to himself that he hadn't expected the other to be a rare third-level wind elemental wizard apprentice. At Earl Hab's mansion, when the inside man saw Rain dragging Holden, as if he were dragging a dead snake. Along with Langela, Flay, and the others, walking through the mansion's ruined gate, he trembled slightly. "Damn it, I told you a group of experts had come," he muttered. "You didn't even listen to me before leaving. You had it coming." Then, seizing the moment of slight chaos within the mansion, the inside man elaborated on the situation in his report, especially emphasizing the part where this noble had completely disregarded the information he provided, and swiftly sent the news out. Meanwhile, deep within Elim Mine, Raxel was having a relaxed and pleasant chat with Great Priest Ganon of the secret snake sect. Due to Holden's efficient action, Raxel was very impressed with the secret snake sect and became naturally more courteous in his conversation. He chuckled and said to Ganon, "Lord Ganon, if there are any materials you need for the ceremony that you lack, we can prepare them for you." Thank you, that won't be necessary. I have brought all the materials with me. By the way, Lord Raxel, what is the second matter you need our help with? That would require the use of the earth snake we aim to break through a place located at. Time ticked by, and their Joden red tea had been refilled several times. Logically, several hours had passed, and even if Holden was slow, he should have sent a message half an hour ago since the Elim mine is not far from County Town. This made Archbishop Ganon of the Secret Snake sect slightly furrow his brows, secretly musing. Could this rain really be so difficult to deal with? But at most, they would have made Holden return without success. They couldn't possibly have kept Holden there. Raxel's expression also began to look grim. It was still the same problem. If something had happened to Lord Holden of the Secret Snake sect, and it occurred on their own sect's territory, it would naturally lead to criticism from the Secret Snake sect. At that moment, a black flame monk entered respectfully and reported, "Blood burner, sir, the latest news from County Town." After speaking, the black flame monk presented a small bamboo tube used for messaging. Raxel immediately opened the note inside, and his expression grew increasingly worse. Lastly, he handed the note to Archbishop Ganon of the Secret Snake sect with considerable displeasure, and said, "Lord Ganon, please take a look for yourself. This is the latest news passed from inside the Count Mansion by a confidant in our sect." After taking it, Ganon just glanced at it. His expression changed, and he exclaimed, "What? Holden has been captured. Moreover, the situation described above, I find it unlikely. Holden is not that kind of person." Lord Ganon, the problem now is that, because of Lord Holden's arrogance, not only has he been captured, but he has also alarmed the enemy. Clearly, they will now fortify their defenses, which puts us at a disadvantage. Ganon remained silent. Holden hadn't returned, which astonished him, but regardless, the Black Flame cult wasn't wrong. It was true, the mission had indeed not been completed. However, at that moment, Ganon suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked towards a corner of the room. Suddenly, a long, thin black snake appeared from the shadows of the room, quickly slithering to Ganon's side. "Holden's shadow snake," Ganon said with a look of joy as he immediately picked up the small black snake. He stared into the eyes of the shadow snake for a while. Amidst the hissing breaths, Ganon's expression turned dark, and he turned to look at Raxel, saying, "Now I know why Holden failed. The intelligence you provided was completely wrong. This young man named Rain is actually a rare metal elemental wizard, not merely the great knight you mentioned." "What?" As if struck by thunder on a clear day, Raxel was instantly stunned. "How is this possible?" "I don't know if it's possible, but Holden confirmed it himself in a confrontation, so there's no falsehood in this." Ganon gave a sly look at Raxel and continued. "Moreover, the responsibility for the failure of this mission also needs to be borne by your sect. And because of your sect's incorrect intelligence, one of our high priests was captured by the other party. Now what do you propose we do?" This time it was Raxel's turn to fall silent. If what the other party said was true, then undoubtedly the fault lay with his own sect's intelligence. As for the other party's arrogance, that was just a minor, irrelevant detail. Besides, the communication was done through the shadow snake, which should be more accurate than their own sect's spies, so it was likely to be true. After a long silence, Raxel said to Ganon, "Lord Ganon, how about this? We will hand over the earth snake to you right now. You can begin the ceremony immediately. Additionally, we will waive the second request. But as for this Rain, who is severely injured and captured our sect's Lord Holden, we can now say that he is a common enemy of both our sects. So, I hope we can collaborate fully to eliminate this highly threatening Rain." Upon hearing Raxel's words, Ganon's expression immediately softened. His primary mission in coming to Meister was for the ancient creature Earth Snake, since the other party had acknowledged the fault on their side and had also agreed to let him proceed with the command ceremony right now. There was no point in pursuing some matters further. After thinking it over, Ganon nodded and said, "Lord Raxel, you are right. This Rain has seriously injured and captured Holden, so he must pay the price. Let's do this. I will conduct the ceremony now. Perhaps we can use the power of the Earth Snake to eliminate them all." When Lord Riani returned to the Count Mansion with Holden and several others in tow, there was one more person who, like the guards, waited anxiously. Seeing Lord Riani safely return, the chief maid Shadia finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, noticing the curvaceous female Great Knight, Alexandrina, clinging closely to Lord Riani's side, Chief Maid Shadia couldn't help but look down at her own size, which was at least 2 sizes smaller, and muttered dejectedly under her breath, "Such a..." But it seemed she thought of something, and immediately held her tongue. Her fair cheeks quickly flushed red as she looked around anxiously. Then, in a hurry, she strode back to her room alone and started scrubbing a small piece of cotton linen with ribbons on both sides. Upon closer inspection, it was actually lace. The spicy design contrasted sharply with the conservative, black maid's uniform that Shadia wore. No wonder Shadia fled in panic after Alexandrina made that comment that day. It was simply too pointed. Although the guards of the Count mansion had only caught a brief glimpse of the chase between Lord Rieni and the enemy, they could easily gauge the intensity of the battle just by looking at the ground craters and the twisted iron gates that resembled twisted breadsticks. Now seeing their own Lord Rieni return victorious, they couldn't help but cheer aloud. Lord Rieni waved his hand, smiling and greeting everyone. Then he proceeded to carry Holden into the main building of the villa. At that moment, the Blade Squad Captain Langiller, who had been holding his words for a while, spoke up. "Lord Rieni, I never imagined you could be a wizard." Upon hearing Langiller's words, Alexandrina and Alex were immediately stunned. Both looked at Langiller with faces full of blank amazement, as if asking, "Wait a second, what was that question?" As for Langiller's question, Lord Rieni felt quite at ease inside. He had anticipated that such a situation might arise. With continuous engagement in battle in the future, he naturally wouldn't be able to keep his little secrets forever. Little secrets were bound to be revealed sooner or later. Of course, the big secrets must remain confidential. So, without much hesitation, Lord Rieni nodded, affirming Langiller's guess, and said with a smile, "Yes, Captain Langiller, I am indeed a wizard. However, because there are so few metal-based spells, I still tend to resolve fights more like a knight." "That makes sense." Langiller nodded, his face a picture of realization. Lord Rieni, a wizard. Hearing this news, Alexandrina shuddered all over. Her hands, which had been supporting Lord Rieni, were now clinging tightly to him, with her body almost lying against one side of him as she looked up at Lord Rieni with admiration. Upon hearing this answer, Alex felt as if he had been electrified. He looked at Lord Rieni with utter disbelief. Considering he himself was a level 3 wizard apprentice, about to take the vaporization potion and become a formal wizard, he could not believe he had not recognized that Lord Rieni, so close at hand, was a formal wizard. Moreover, how old was the other party? He was already a great knight who had grasped the secret technique, and now he was also a wizard. After sizing up Lord Rieni again, Alex realized that the other party was indeed a wizard. The powerful spiritual power barrier of a formal wizard was the best proof. "Viscount Rieni, are you a wizard specializing in metal?" Alex asked after calming his shock, speaking even more respectfully than he did to his own Captain Langiller. "Yes, Lord Alex, when we have the chance, we can exchange insights on witchcraft," Lord Rieni said with a smile. "Of course, it's not so much of an exchange but a request for your guidance. It's no wonder with so few preserved metal spells, you tend to fight more as a knight." Meanwhile, Olna had walked out of her room bleary-eyed, just in time to overhear Alex's words. Immediately, the efficient matron rubbed her face, widened her eyes, and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. "Oh, good heavens! Lord Rieni is a wizard. A rare metal wizard at that." Instantly, a series of questions popped into her mind, such as when did Lord Rieni become a wizard? Before or after joining the Sword Bearers? Which school did he join beforehand? And so on. However, one thing was fairly certain. Lord Rieni had no intention of deliberately hiding it, otherwise he wouldn't have let it slip. But those questions were quite private, so Olna stopped in her tracks, planning to wait until there were fewer people around to ask Lord Rieni for details. Then Alex glanced at Lord Rieni, holding Holden, and continued. "Viscount Rieni, I can set up an array to isolate Holden from communicating with the mysterious side. This way, not only will he be unable to cast spells, but even if he prays fervently, he won't be able to contact any evil god or heretic." Lord Rieni had just been considering whether to interrogate the other party. However, based on the recent event, Holden seemed to be a devoted follower of the secret snake sect. Therefore, Lord Rieni was not optimistic that he would get any useful information from him. Rather than that, to prevent the possibility of him escaping or casting some unpredictable secret spell, he was thinking it might be better to simply kill him. However, since Alex was able to control the opponent, they decided it was feasible to detain him first. That's right, Alex is quite adept in that area. Additionally, he has a good grasp on the punishments for cultists, added Langela, the captain of the Razor Squad. Rini looked at the delicate and handsome Alex somewhat astonished and thought to himself that this young man, seemingly gentle and quiet, was actually an expert in interrogation. That would be most ideal, thank you for your efforts, Alex. Rini nodded to Alex. Viscount Rini, you're too kind. I am merely doing my modest part. Comparatively, you are the one who has been through the most. Alex bowed slightly to Rini. Clearly, the fierce battle that Rini and Holden had just engaged in had thoroughly impressed the three members of the Razor Squad from Norman Province. Although Earl Hab's mansion lacked a large detention facility, there were specifically 3 detention rooms available. There were 2 next to the cellar in the basement of the main building. After handing over Holden to the Razor Squad, only Rini and Alexandrina were left in the hallway. Lord Rini, what do you think? Should we sit in my room or should I come to yours? Alexandrina asked Rini, her eyes shifting as if they could draw silk. However, feeling that her words were too direct, she sweetly added, I'd like to ask you about hammer skill. Your mastery of the hammer skill is unmatched. Could you give me some pointers? Look, I also practice hammer skill. As she spoke, Alexandrina patted the single-handed hammer at her waist. This, being fervently invited by such an attractive female great knight, it was obviously false to claim that Rini was completely unmoved. After all, it was quite normal for a colleague to seek guidance on hammer skill and to provide some tips. Only, this place did not seem quite appropriate. Rini thought that if he and Alexandrina were deep in conversation, and suddenly, Clea, having successfully been promoted to Great Knight, came knocking, it felt like being caught cheating. At that moment, Olna stepped forward and said, Lord Rini, do you think it would be convenient to chat? It's my first time knowing that you are a wizard, perhaps I could. Upon saying this, Olna paused, glancing at Alexandrina and then stroking her hair by her ear. Metal-based wizardry? Rini's gaze sharpened. Rini naturally understood the meaning behind this capable woman's words, which must involve the secrets within the sword-bearers. Therefore he turned, his face showing an apologetic expression toward Alexandrina. Sorry, Alexandrina, it looks like we'll have to discuss hammer skill another time. All right, Lord Rini. We can talk about it tomorrow then, Alexandrina said, disappointment showing on her face. But she had overheard Olna's words and knew that metal-based wizardry must hold significant importance for Lord Rini. Lord Rini, would you like to sit in my room? Olna asked Rini, watching Alexandrina leave, then turning to Rini. But the very next second she seemed to realize something, her face flushing as she said, I mean just a proper sit down. This caused Rini to look at the capable woman with an odd expression, saying, Lord Olna either works for me. Lord Rini, if I may ask, when did you become a formal wizard? And what is your backing sect? Olna pondered before speaking. I couldn't find any related records in your file. According to the requirements of the sword bearers, this information is necessary to be reported when joining. Reported when joining, but no one ever asked me. Rini couldn't help but express his confusion. He recalled that since he joined the assessment for the sword bearers, although he hadn't actively reported that he was a wizard apprentice, the main reason was that no one had ever asked him. That is to say, he wasn't going to take the blame for not disclosing it deliberately. Didn't anyone ask you? Then, did you use any wizardry during your assessment? Olna asked, puzzled. No. For the assessment, I just used a secret technique, swung a warhammer. Then I passed the assessment. Right, I was also exempted from the retest, Rini explained. Hearing Rini's earnest explanation, Olna was taken aback. Then she recalled why Rini was nicknamed Meister Siege Hammer. Indeed, he passed both the assessment and the retest with a single swing of his hammer. No one even thought to ask Rini. The person responsible for the assessment was truly negligent. However, on reconsideration, facing a might G, I exchanged meritorious deeds for the vaporizing. Agent, as for my innate wizardry, please forgive me for keeping it a secret for now. I just happened to come across a basic meditation technique that led me onto the path of wizardry. As for guidance, nobody has really advised me in the way of witchcraft, Rain shrugged. After listening to Rain, Olna looked as if she had seen a ghost, stunned for a long while before she exclaimed, Lord Rain, had we known about your exceptional wizardry talent, you should have informed the Sword Bearers branch earlier. That way, you would have had a mentor when you were promoted to a formal wizard. Besides, if you succeed in advancing, you will be directly entitled to the treatment of a gold-level sword bearer. Am I not already? Rain seemed indifferent to this. Olna was at a loss for words at Rain's response. It seemed. Indeed he was, and it was very likely that in a short time this person in front of her could go even further and receive the treatment of a diamond star level. By the way, Lady Olna, the metal-based witchcraft you just mentioned. Oh, while the sword bearers and most of the wizardry schools within the Empire do have agreements, with the schools providing a good number of witchcraft to the organization, this is obviously not everything, she explained. Rain nodded. He understood this point. It was impossible for any wizardry school to hand over all their secrets to the Empire. They were bound to keep some to themselves. This was the basis of the cooperation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be collaboration. It would be annexation by the Empire. If you're looking to learn more metal-based witchcraft, my suggestion is that you could join the Bai Ziu Construction School. This school specializes in earth and metal-based witchcraft, and most importantly, has a strong relationship with the organization of sword bearers, she recommended. Basically, with an introduction letter from the sword bearers, you can get the opportunity to join. Of course, even if you join, it doesn't change your identity, you're simply holding an additional school affiliation, she added. Rain nodded again. He understood Olna's point. In simple terms, it was dual cultivation, like being accepted by the Air Force before the National College entrance examination, but then also getting into Tsinghua University dual enrollment, dual cultivation, deep inside the Alim mine. Clean this area thoroughly and expand this part a little. Raxel directed his subordinates as they cleared a flat area inside the mine. The great priest Ganon of the secret snake sect continuously took out rare ritual materials from a bag, the venom sac of a crystal spider, the petrified eye of a lizard, the shriveled brain of a mist gorilla, and so on. Each one was taken from powerful, ferocious beasts and was extremely rare. Especially the demon's eye placed in the center of the cultic array, said to come from the eye of a real demon. Even within the long-standing secret snake sect, only a few intact demons' eyes were preserved. Seeing this, Raxel inwardly marveled at the deep roots of the secret snake sect, while also growing more wary of them. However, when he recalled the content of the discussion he had with Freeman that day, a slight smile appeared on his lips. What did it matter how deep their roots were? This time, the advantage was all theirs. In fact, this huge earth snake didn't have much value to their own church. It was even a nuisance. Because their real goal was always that place behind the earth snake, the true target of this operation. They learned from a secretive channel that the secret snake sect possessed related secret techniques, and they were searching various places for extraordinary snakes, including the earth snake. Thus, they secretly provided the tip to the secret snake sect. That is to say, it wasn't that the secret snake sect sought them out, but the black flame cult that needed the secret snake sect. Yet information asymmetry caused the secret snake sect to willingly pay for the chance to control the earth snake. In reality, the black flame cult was even more anxious than the secret snake sect. Great Serpent of Devouring, your humble servant requests. As the chanting of the great priest Ganon of the secret snake sect grew louder, the whole cultic array began to emit strong energy fluctuations. The next second, a thick, black mist appeared in the center of the cultic array with a diameter of over 5 meters, churning up and down like boiling water. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall, grotesque, vertical pupil suddenly appeared from within the tumultuous black fog. Its cold and relentless gaze first glanced at Ganon, who was casting the spell, then quickly moved on, focusing now on the huge earth snake sealed in amber. The icy pupil then flashed with a ripple of motion. Swoosh! The grotesque pupil vanished, and the voluminous black mist, as if seeing the amber as no obstacle, surged straight into the massive body of the earth snake. For full 4 to 5 seconds, the black mist in the cultic array rushed in completely. In an instant, the scene fell eerily silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The earth trembled. Members of the nearby black flame cult looked alarmed, and Raxel too wore a look of shock. Facing such a natural behemoth that dwarfed humans on a fundamental level, to say he was not afraid would be a lie. As an ancient creature, the earth snake, measuring 100 meters in length, was truly a giant beast. It was completely different from those ferocious wild beasts exceeding 10 meters in length. Even though those two are commonly known as giant beasts, the nomenclature is not accurate. This is a modern term. According to ancient texts, combat prowess was not judged based on size. Instead of following the standard classification, creatures are categorized according to transcendent species, legendary species, epic species. This is how the classifications are organized. The earth snake is precisely a creature that belongs to the legendary species. At the same time, Rain, who had just returned to his room, was startled. He had just felt the ground shake. Although it did not last long, the shaking didn't seem irregular like an earthquake. The tremors felt very stable. This gave him an ominous premonition. Shaking his head, Rain decided not to think about it for now and recalled the recent battle instead. Holden's transformation into a black serpent was particularly memorable to Rain. If his spirit will had not been firm enough at that moment, the mere pressure from the appearance of the black serpent would have intimidated him momentarily, potentially altering the outcome of the entire battle. Besides, that move where the opponent wrapped around to his side and behind him with the black mist serpent energy attack was also very tricky. One could say even if any peak knight were to defend against it, the difficulty would be quite substantial. Secret snake sect, huh? They've got something all right, Rain muttered to himself. This crisis awareness was no small matter for Rain. After all, the Sword Bearers branch in Nome Province had provided accurate information. 2 people from the secret snake sect came to Meister. Holden was merely their priest, while another named Ganon was the great priest. In terms of strength, he could be even more formidable. Moreover, considering the cult of Black Flame could attack at any time, even with the Blade Squad and Split Tooth Bear Squad, the situation was far from favorable. Of course, another reason was that the enemy lurked in the shadows while they were exposed, so defense was relatively passive. However, calculating the time, Clea should be able to successfully break through to become a great knight by tomorrow, right? Take the initiative, Rain thought to himself, but he quickly realized the enemy's strength was formidable, so whether he was on the defense or launching an offensive, it seemed he was heading into a tough fight. It seems I need to enhance my strength as soon as possible. Recalling he hadn't checked the system message after the fight ended, Rain called up the system. You have gone through a battle, Wizard Legendary. Experience plus 1591. You have gone through a battle, Weapon Master Legendary. Experience plus 577. Congratulations. You have defeated a powerful enemy and received 1 golden skill point. Congratulations, your Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. The Wizard Legendary profession level had gone up 1 level, reaching LV6, 31/3000. Rain had gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point again. Now, he had 9 remaining attribute points and 1 remaining skill point, as well as 1 golden skill point. Although there were 9 remaining attribute points, Rain used them as a means of recovering vitality and naturally could not afford to spend them at this time. With only 1 skill point and 1 golden skill point, they didn't seem to offer any significant improvement in the short term. It seems I have to advance my class change a bit earlier, Rain murmured after pondering for a moment. Originally, he had planned to raise his Wizard Legendary profession level a bit more, to LV7 or LV8, and then switch to Warhammer Wizard when leveling up slowed down. But now, with enemies all around, it seemed safer to class change earlier and maximize combat power. Besides, the difference of only 1 attribute point and 1 skill point from LV6 to LV7 was not significant. However, a class change could possibly lead to a qualitative change. Having made up his mind, Rain once again picked up the Skull Warhammer. System notifications followed. Ding! Host has obtained the special object Skull Warhammer, triggering special class transformation Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Reconditions for class change to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. 1. Any official category wizard. 2. Any hammer-type transcendent magical object. 3. Any Warhammer category extraordinary battle technique LV12 or above. 4. Physical second-order limit break value of 30% or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change class to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary. Note: after class changing to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, it will override the Wizard, Legendary. Profession panel. Without hesitation, Rain silently affirmed yes. In his mind, initiating class change. Ding! Class change to Warhammer Wizard, Legendary successful. Strength +3, Spirit +3. You have acquired the core skill of Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, Soul-Crushing Warhammer, active on the system panel. The previous Wizard, Legendary, panel had vanished, replaced by the Warhammer Wizard, Legendary profession panel. The entire panel was flashing with an intensely vibrant blue light, more dazzling and potent than the blue of the previous Wizard, Legendary profession panel and the current Weapon Master, Legendary. This seemed to indicate that even among Legendary Professions, the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, was a top-tier existence. Core skill, Rain immediately noticed the change. Both strength and spirit had increased by 3, not much, but understandable. Given it was a legendary profession switching to another legendary profession, the level of advancement was not very large. However, he really hadn't expected that transitioning from a wizard to a Warhammer Wizard within the legendary profession panel would add a core skill. This made Rain quite curious, and he started to check it out. Core skill. Soul Shatter Warhammer active. Effective Soul Shatter Warhammer active. Enemies who die beneath your Warhammer will have a portion of their soul energy absorbed by the hammer, which will grant you a special enhancement effect. The enhancement effect lasts for 1 minute, is stackable, and can accumulate up to 10 layers. Additionally, when soul energy is absorbed in 10 portions, you can control and release it all at once to form a Soul Shatter Strike. Note, the damage from Soul Shatter Strike is true damage and cannot be blocked by physical or elemental energies. Note, the stronger the enemy's soul you kill, the greater the enhancement effect you will obtain. Enemies at the level of Knight or equivalent cannot provide soul energy. Warhammer Wizards do not kill nameless foes. Although it was just a core skill, the content described in the text was quite lengthy. After rereading the information several times, Rain fell into deep thought. First, the keyword stackable. Does that mean if I continuously kill 10 enemies, I can stack it 10 times? No matter what the enhancement effect is, even something like Strength +1, if it can stack 10 times, that would be Strength +10, a very powerful effect, indeed a weapon for group battles. Then there's the keyword true damage. This is the first time I've encountered such a description. Could it be that my previous damage was false damage? However, Rain quickly noticed what was written in the note, cannot be blocked by physical or elemental energies. It seems Soul Shatter Strike has an effect somewhat similar to a kind of witchcraft that attacks the soul directly. It must be so. Rain nodded to himself in agreement. Also, it says energy cannot be extracted from souls below the level of Knight. Is it because they are not transcendents and their soul strength isn't sufficient? Originally, Rain wondered whether killing 10 red fire ants would count. Now it seemed obviously not, unless the red fire ants were transcendent red fire ants, equivalent to the level of Knight. However, whether my assumptions are correct or not, it's best to test it out firsthand. Rain held his chest with one hand and stroked his chin with the other, his face showing contemplation. At this moment, Rain wished that an enemy would come and launch a sneak attack on him once more. Suddenly, Rain thought of something, his eyes lighting up, but the next second he slightly shook his head. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. At this time, that guy is probably still being interrogated. Meanwhile, deep within the Elim mine, at this time, the huge legendary species, the earth snake, had awakened. Compared to its 100-meter-long serpentine body, its eyes were really not that large, merely the size of an adult's head. However, outside its vertical pupils, there was a special triple eyelid structure. Normally, there should be 2 layers, an upper eyelid and a lower eyelid, but the earth snake seemed to have an extra one that slid horizontally from left to right, possibly to block the splintered soil and dust when burrowing. Moreover, if one looked closely at its pupils, one would see swirling black mist, identical to the black fog that rose from the evil magic circles laid out by Ganon of the secret snake sect. Seeing his great achievement, Ganon, whose somber face had hardly shown a smile since Holden had been captured alive, finally thawed, now smiling broadly and obviously in an excellent mood. After some thought, he took the initiative to speak to Raxel. Your Excellency Raxel, I have successfully commandeered the Earth Snake. I appreciate the cooperation from the Black Flame Church, and this has also shown me the sincerity of your church. Regarding your mention of eliminating that reign, I think we can expand this range a bit. I've heard that your church's aim this time is to overthrow the Dragon Empire's rule in Meister. Thus, I believe the most effective way would be to eliminate all the high-end forces of the Empire in Meister, including Rain. My idea is that your church can assemble its elite forces, and I will control the Earth Snake to dig a tunnel from here straight to the underground of Count Habs's residence, and then launch a surprise attack at late night. With a surprise attack and the power of the ancient, legendary species, the Earth Snake, I believe we can easily take out the Empire's high-end forces in Meister. Your Excellency Raxel, what do you think of my plan? Ganon said with a smile. Ganon's words naturally came as a great surprise to Raxel. Originally, he was thinking about how to communicate with the great priest of the secret snake sect. After all, once the Earth Snake was in hand, if Ganon turned around and left, he wouldn't have much recourse. Such a possibility was not out of the question. But now, the plan that Ganon proposed clearly exceeded his expectations and was highly feasible. In that case, all he needed to do was to gather the church's elites, join forces with Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect, and the legendary species Earth Snake. There was a very good chance they could capture all of the Empire's high-end forces in Meister, including Governor Count Habs and Rain, in one fell swoop. Moreover, once the Earth Snake began digging, Freeman would also be free to take care of that matter. Your Excellency Ganon, I fully agree with your plan. Raxel bowed slightly in gratitude. Then I will leave the task of controlling the Earth Snake to you when the time comes. Yes, don't worry about it. According to the Earth Snake's digging speed, it will take at the most a day and a half to reach the designated location. Let me calculate. It should be by the second half of tomorrow night, which is the best time to attack. Ganon nodded with a smile. Now that the Earth Snake was successfully controlled, if Holden could be rescued, then of course they should rescue him. In that case, this mission would be complete, Ganon thought. Indeed, the early hours of the morning, when a person is most exhausted, also happen to be the best time to launch an attack, Raxel said. In addition, besides planning to immediately gather the elite forces within Meister County, I'll also make contact with the spies in County Town and the insiders in Earl Hab's mansion to thoroughly investigate the strength of the opposing personnel. He added, Very well, Lord Raxel, your work is meticulous, and I approve highly. Now let's set the Earth Snake in motion. As Ganon muttered something under his breath, he waved the snake head staff in his hand. The enormous Earth Snake opened its mouth like a blooming flower, revealing its ferocious oral appendage with sharp and dense teeth, short but sturdy. The next second the sound of clack, 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 boring into the ground resounded. The exceedingly hard bedrock when caught in the maw of the Earth Snake was as if it were tofu. Edible or inedible, be it soil, rock fragments, or subterranean creatures, all were churned into bits and swallowed into the vast mouth of the Earth Snake, then swiftly digested through its nearly 100-meter-long intestines and expelled from its posterior chamber. The ground also trembled slightly as the Earth Snake burrowed forward. Watching the behemoth's rapid burrowing speed, Ganon and Raxel exchanged a glance, revealing mutual knowing smiles. An hour later, when Ganon, Raxel, and the others had progressed several kilometers forward with the Earth Snake, a figure in a black robe with a hood approached the area where the Earth Snake had been, accompanied by a group of black flame monks moving stealthily. The colossal body of the Earth Snake had once been constrained by an amber channel wide enough for several people to pass through with ease, but now the ground was littered with fragmented, irregular pieces of amber. Lord Freeman, according to the ancient texts, our cult's ancient temple and a legendary Earth Snake were both trapped by the amber barrier. Well, now that the legendary Earth Snake has been found, our cult's ancient temple should be nearby, he said. Our cult's ancient hero, Mong, is slumbering within it, and finding that ancient temple means we can awaken our ancient hero, Mong. At the mention of the ancient hero, Mong, the black flame monk seemed to grow excited too. The ancient hero, Mong, was an outstanding figure of the ancient Black Flame Church, known as the King of Sinister Flames, whose deeds were passed down generation after generation. He had always thought the ancient heroes had perished in the vast river of history, and it was unexpected to find a living ancient hero. I think I have found it. A low voice came from beneath the hood. Not far away, behind a translucent wall of amber, several columns resembling Doric pillars revealed themselves, indicative of the corner of an ancient temple. Early the next morning, as the sky lightened a touch, Viscount Rene came to the detention room next to the cellar on the first underground floor. Upon seeing Lord Rene arrive, the 4 guards at the door saluted at once, saying, Lord Rene, Sir Alex has been conducting the interrogation all night. Open the door, I want to have a look. Rene nodded. Alex was quite devoted indeed. Although a night without sleep was of little concern for a third-level wizard apprentice, it was nonetheless quite strenuous. At your command, my lord. As he entered the detention room, Rene saw Holden hanging from a cross-like structure, with his limbs and legs cuts already staunched. Since it was the forearms and shins that Rene had severed, Holden could still be bound with arms spread and legs together, surrounded by some sort of array radiating witchcraft glow arranged by Alex. At this moment, Alex appeared somewhat weary. Viscount Rene, you're up early, Alex said, clearly surprised to see Rene arriving so soon. Haggard Holden raised his head, his bloodshot eyes red and fixated on Riani with a look full of malice. Couldn't sleep, so I got up. So has Holden disclosed any useful information? No, this guy is an evil sorcerer and some of my methods are not very effective, Alex said, a trace of helplessness in his shake of the head. It wasn't for lack of trying, but because the other was an evil sorcerer, powerful in spiritual power. Getting him to collapse mentally and honestly confess was almost impossible. Riani nodded and said, "So this guy is of no use anymore, then leave him to me." Riani revealed a smile, having waited all night for this. Alex didn't quite understand what Riani meant by that. Was Lord Riani also skilled in interrogation? But the next second he understood. Smack! The sound of a watermelon being shattered by an iron rod echoed. In Holden's incredulous gaze, his skull cap was instantly smashed by a white bone warhammer wielded by Riani, with his brain matter bursting out. Immediately, Holden's eyes bulged, his death stare fixated. His last thought before dying was, Riani just killed me outright. Shouldn't he have kept me for a thorough interrogation, trying to extract some intelligence? Alex was also extremely surprised at the scene. At once, his respect for Riani deepened. Previously it was for Riani's strength, but this time, for Riani's decisiveness. Indeed, for such stubborn cult members, they certainly couldn't be spared for some harvest festival. Of course, what he wasn't aware of was that Riani's decisiveness in killing Holden was mainly to test his newly acquired core skill, spirit-breaking warhammer. Just as Alex was about to say something, his whole body suddenly trembled. Semi-transparent ethereal shadow emerged from the recently deceased Holden's body, showing an expression of pain. But then, like a comet dragging a long tail, the transparent shadow struggled and circled around Rain several times. In an instant, it was swiftly absorbed by the white miniature skull warhammer in Rain's hand. Rain really hadn't expected the Soul Shatter warhammer to be so flashy in effect. Sometimes, he did prefer to keep a low profile. Additionally, he distinctly felt a strange heat flowing from the skull warhammer to his right arm that wielded the hammer. It seemed his strength had increased. Rain glanced at his attribute panel. Constitution, 39 strength, 46 plus 5 agility, 36 spirit, 55. The plus 5 inside the brackets was blinking, letting Rain know that it signified a temporary boost in effect. It wouldn't last forever. Single instance added plus 5 to his strength. Obviously, if it stacked 10 times, that would be an increase of plus 50 to his strength. This effect was awesome. Although he only had one more core skill than a wizard, legendary, if used well, the increase in combat power was far from negligible. Indeed, it was worthy of the top-notch legendary profession, the Warhammer Wizard. Of course, this was also because the enemy was strong enough. If it had been a regular Black Flame practitioner, it might have only resulted in a plus 2 or at most plus 3 to strength. However, Rain glanced at the stunned Alex, thinking how to explain what just happened. This. Lord Riani, is your warhammer a rare object? The effect of absorbing the enemy's soul is quite uncommon indeed, Alex exclaimed, eyes wide and pointing at the warhammer in Rain's hand. Oh. Yes, this is one of my spoils of war, said to be a ritual object of some primitive tribe. I only happened to obtain it after defeating an enemy. Rain said with a smile. He hadn't expected Alex to have already assumed the whole story. Since that was the case, he might as well go with the flow and attribute the special soul-absorbing effect to the skull warhammer. In reality, this stemmed from the core skill of the warhammer wizard profession. But if he didn't say anything, who would know? Truly a rare and curious object. Although I had heard that some artifacts could extract souls, this is my first time seeing one in person. Alex could not help but click his tongue in wonder and admiration. Right, Alex, keep the news of this guy's death a secret for now. Perhaps we can lie in wait. Rain seemed to have thought of something and cautioned Alex with a turn of his head. A look of realization appeared on Alex's face as he nodded and said, Viscount Wren, I understand what you mean. Including the guards at the door, I shall also cast a forgetfulness spell on them. Furthermore, I will seal off this place. After leaving the detention room, Rain thought for a moment, then turned and went to the training room. The Warhammer Wizard, truly a profession that lives up to its name, prioritizing the Warhammer. Rain looked at the skull warhammer in his hands, muttering to himself. It seems I need to prioritize evolving the advanced secret skill crushing hammer into a top-secret technique next. After all, if I want to activate the new core skill soul crushing hammer and unleash Soul Shadow Strike, The enemy must die under the warhammer. Which means, a death by a sword or an axe doesn't count and won't trigger the special effect of soul-crushing hammer. If that's the case, I can't just change weapons randomly if I want to trigger it, fortunately. I possess the metal morphing spell, which allows me to freely alter the length of the skull warhammer's handle, transforming it from a one-handed to a two-handed hammer in combat. That can indeed be unexpected just then. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lord Rain, I knew you'd be here, you're so diligent. With your talent plus this hard work, no wonder the gap between our strengths and yours keeps widening, Alexandra said as she walked in with a grin. Today, Alexandra wore a pair of nobleman's hunting trousers and a custom-made knight's breastplate. The rest of her body was not armored, apparently to allow her to move more freely and quickly. This made sense, as women generally did not have as much strength as men. Even as a great knight, her carrying capacity was quite a bit less. It would be better to streamline equipment and maximize her advantage in mobility. However, the nobleman's hunting trousers that Alexandra wore were those slightly stretchy, fitted pants. Though they did not compare to the yoga pants known in Rain's previous world, they still accentuated her figure, outlining Alexandra's rounded derriere distinctively, with even faint lines of her underwear's elastic visibly indenting her skin. And the custom-made knight's breastplate featured two rounded metal protrusions, clearly accommodating her form. Her figure was striking with its curves, and her outfit seemed quite calculated. Rain thought it over and realized that only Clea could match Alexandra in their attractiveness. Others either lacked in the upper half or missed a size in the lower half. Good morning, Alexandra. Lord Rain, today you must give me some pointers on hammer skill. Alexandra approached, her beautiful eyes brimming with expectation as she looked at Rain. All right, Rain thought it over. Today, there didn't seem to be any reason he could refuse this lady. Moreover, since she was merely asking for guidance on hammer skill, being a helpful colleague, he really should offer some advice. However, the other person's lips seemed to be smeared with something red. Looking crystal clear and flamboyantly red, making one have the urge to kiss them irresistibly. Cough. Alexandrina, why don't you start by demonstrating your hammer skill for me to see? Rieni said, calming his slightly agitated mood. Of course, Lord Rieni. Alexandrina held a hammer and shield and rapidly executed her moves in the center of the training area. Although she wasn't as skilled as Rieni, she was no mediocrity among the great knights, boasting a strength that was quite formidable, close to that of a senior great knight. Not bad, very good. Rieni's eyes shone as he nodded in approval. Alexandrina's strength was much greater than he had anticipated. However, when you attack, that strike with the warhammer just now wasn't decisive enough. Rieni pointed out each of Alexandrina's minor issues as he walked over. Lord Rieni, is that so? Alexandrina assumed a posture with her left hand holding the shield aloft and her right hand wielding the hammer, raised for a downward strike. Rieni glanced at her rounded buttocks and quickly shifted his gaze, saying, Don't stick your buttocks out so high. When you exert force, the energy inside your body should coordinate with it. Kick, twist the hips, and combine the energy with the hammer swing. Lord Rieni, how should I twist the hips like this? Alexandrina smiled at Rieni, twisting her buttocks and her tight, voluptuous rear trembled slightly. That sight made Rieni unconsciously glance again with an uneasy expression. You don't know how to twist your hips. Normally, knights know, when one is a knight in training, such a way of exerting force should already be well practiced. About right. Lord Rieni, about right won't do. You need to point out what's wrong with my exertion of force. Can you put your hands on my sides? I want you to feel my exertion. Alexandrina winked, gesturing at her slender waist. Is it appropriate to just touch a woman's waist? What she said seemed to make sense. A mistake in exerting force could very well affect the outcome of a battle. After thinking it over, Rieni decided to go ahead and give proper guidance. Just as Rieni's hands touched Alexandrina's elastic waist, suddenly, the door to the training room was opened again. This made Rieni retract his hands as if electrocuted, and he felt somewhat irate. Who is it? Don't they know to knock? But when he turned to look, Rieni was stunned. She's earlier than expected. The familiar beautiful figure standing at the door was none other than Clea. With a smiling gaze, Clea glanced at Rieni, then at Alexandrina, as if she hadn't witnessed their close postures just moments before, and said, Rieni, I've been promoted to Great Knight. Congratulations, Lady Clea, this is really wonderful, Rieni promptly said with a smile as he walked over. Let me introduce her. This is Lady Kreia, daughter of Count Habs, and also a student at the Imperial Royal Academy. And this is Alexandrina from the Earthshaker Red Bear Squad. Nice to meet you, Miss Alexandrina. You are very beautiful, and to be a female great knight is quite rare, Kreia said, sizing up Alexandrina with a courteous remark. Lady Kreia flatters me. So the daughter of Count Habs is so beautiful. No wonder Lord Riani guards the estate so devotedly, replied Alexandrina. Miss Alexandrina, are you practicing hammer skill? It just so happens that I've recently become a great knight and would like to ask for your advice if that's possible, Kreia asked. Oh yes, Lady Kreia, I would love to. I hardly ever come across other female great knights, Alexandrina responded enthusiastically. Seeing the two women start with smiles on their faces. But how did it suddenly turn into a sparring challenge? This left Riani somewhat dumbfounded. Clang, clang, the two women had started to fiercely exchange blows in the middle of the training room. Riani watched, momentarily stupefied, because at this moment, Alexandria showed not the slightest hint of mercy, nor any lack of standard in exerting force. As she wielded her single-handed hammer, it carried an astonishing power. Although Kreia had only recently stepped into the rank of Great Knight, her Arcadian swordsmanship had also reached a stronger level. Thus, in response, she wasn't flustered in the slightest. Riani keenly observed that Kreia's Arcadian swordsmanship was slightly different from the one he used. It seemed that his angle of attack was more cunning, and his power even greater. After a short thought, Riani figured this must be because the Arcadian swordsmanship had absorbed the merits of the giant bear sword technique and improved accordingly. However, this improvement, or rather difference, was not significant, at most a slight increase. Sword blade storm, Kreia, spinning like a top at high speed, created a strong whirlwind that swept around her. Riani hadn't expected Kreia to execute the sword blade storm, a secret technique of Arcadian swordsmanship. Clang! Alexandria held her shield and managed to block it, but was still pushed back 4 or 5 steps. Just as Riani was thinking about stopping the spar, Kreia smiled and said, Miss Alexandria, thank you for the pointers. Lady Kreia truly lives up to her reputation as a top student of the Imperial Royal Academy, having mastered a secret technique so soon after becoming a great knight. Alexandria's expression looked a bit unnatural. Soon, the two women were chatting amicably again. Riani watched, dumbfounded this. The relationships between women are really incomprehensible. In fact, if Shadia had been there, she would have immediately seen through her mistress's intent, as it demonstrated a show of strength, a declaration of sovereignty. Just then, suddenly, a strange shock wave coursed through the air, seemingly the aftermath of some powerful energy impact. Riani frowned, having a realization, and immediately dashed to the window, looking up towards the east. He saw in the far distance a slender column of light shooting straight into the sky. This direction is Fishing Port Town. It couldn't be because of that gate, could it? Riani muttered to himself. Riani's behavior naturally piqued the curiosity of both women, who followed his gaze. Even the usually composed Kreia appeared shocked. At that moment, a low but terrifying roar came from the direction of the light column. Although the sound was not loud due to the great distance, it was unnervingly clear. That's from Fishing Port Town, Lord Riani. Could it be that some kind of incident has occurred there? Alexandria suddenly thought of something and quickly turned to look at Riani. Riani shook his head and said, I don't know, it's possible. However, I think we'll know the situation soon enough. Kreia, however, quickly regained her composure and said, Don't worry. The Empire has stood for so many years, it won't be without its supports. Riani nodded. What Kreia had said made sense. As she had been studying at the Imperial Royal Academy, she must have learned quite a few imperial secrets. Nevertheless, the strength Riani trusted most was his own. Such force from such a great distance still exceeded Riani's understanding. At least up to this point, he had never seen witchcraft, sorcery, or divine arts with such formidable power. Although Sea-Tide Piercer Ruljets is powerful compared to the force behind that column of light, there is a significant difference. They are not even on the same level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back that time. I hope the Sea Clan didn't gain the upper hand. It seems I must find a way to improve my strength, Riani mused to himself. It took only a few minutes for Langela of the Blade Squad and the Deputy Minister of Affairs, Olna, to find Riani. Less than half an hour later, a Griffin Knight landed on the garden clearing, revealing the answer. Lady Olna, per Admiral Forbes's orders, the Earthshaker Claw-Tooth Bear Squad previously borrowed is to immediately proceed to the front line at Fishing Port Town. the Griffin Knight announced. "Has there been an incident at the front line?" Olna asked with concern. The Great Knight looked around, as if concerned about secrecy or some other consideration, and simply stated, "The front line has suffered losses, but the Sea Clan's losses are greater." Although the Griffin Knight did not elaborate, at least everyone felt relieved. After watching the Clawtooth Bear squad, including Alexandria, depart, Olna, with an apologetic face, turned and said, "I apologize, Lord Rieni, Lady Clea, this situation." "No worries, Lady Olna. The front lines obviously take precedence." Rieni waved his hand and said, "But with this, plans would need to be adjusted, deep within a limb mine." In front of the ancient temple, "My lord, the ancient temple remains sealed. How shall we break through this amber wall?" A black flame monk, returning from an investigation, frowned and reported. He had tried attacking several times. Neither black flame fireballs nor mace strikes could cause noticeable damage to the amber wall. Freeman's keen eyes swept over the amber wall, rapidly pondering a solution. Unlike the sealed earth snake, which had awakened and effectively shattered the nearly depleted amber barrier from the inside, this would be much more difficult. But here, the amber barrier must be shattered from the outside. And that presents a considerable challenge. Use the gathering divine magic array. At once, Lord Freeman, several black flame monks showed delighted expressions. Their master's confidence was apparent. The gathering evil magic array could channel the black flame power of the other individuals into one person, thereby greatly enhancing the attack power. The few quickly cleared the ground, and then began drawing the evil magic array patterns, placing items, and so on. Minutes later, including Freeman, 5 black flame monks stood at the 5 points of the inverted pentagram of the evil magic array, with Freeman at the forefront, closest to the amber wall. The next second, they chanted simultaneously. The remaining 4 black flame monks spread their hands upwards, and a fist-sized black flame orb appeared out of thin air. Freeman, on the other hand, raised his right hand with his index finger extended. Half a meter above his fingertip, a black flame python was growing larger and continuously coiling in the air. In an instant, the black flame orbs at the 4 points all soared into the air, and the black flame python swallowed them one by one. The entire python's body visibly swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, sending out a strong wave of energy. "Go!" Freeman pointed his index finger at the amber wall and calmly shouted. Thick as a bucket, the black flame python violently struck the amber wall. Boom! The semi-transparent amber wall was shattered instantly. A large hole big enough for one person to pass through was exposed, and the remaining amber around it continued to be eroded by the black flames, expanding continuously. Freeman and the black flame monks all wore smiles, eagerly stepping inside. The spacious temple hall still preserved the scene from ancient times when it was sealed by the amber barrier spell. Various black flame monks, in states of panic, running, screaming, or praying, were all encased in amber. Although each person's expression was lifelike, Freeman knew they were beyond saving. Once they shattered the amber, those inside would be instantly destroyed. The only one who might still be alive was at the altar ahead, inside an egg-shaped blood-red giant egg about 3 meters in diameter. Freeman and the black flame monks observed for a while, then focused their attention on the blood-red giant egg. The black flame monk couldn't help but excitedly ask, "Lord Freeman, is the legendary hero Mong really inside this giant egg?" According to the divine whisper during the black flame prayer ceremony, he should be here." Freeman nodded. During the last black flame prayer ceremony, he was thrilled to discover that the great god of hunting had given him an extra bit of information, essentially a divine whisper about the legendary hero, the Earth Snake, Resurrection. He immediately understood this place must be within Minster Province. Otherwise, the god of hunting wouldn't have relayed the information to him. After nearly a month of searching and consulting ancient tomes, he was lucky to find it, but the entrance was then blocked by the Earth Snake. Because if the amber barrier was to be broken, the Earth Snake might awaken. Leaving aside whether they could defeat the legendary species Earth Snake, if it went berserk, it might damage the adjacent ancient temple, causing unpredictable consequences. After careful consideration, Freeman decided to spread the news of the legendary species Earth Snake to the secret snake sect. Now it seemed everything was proceeding according to his plan. Thinking this, a smile couldn't help but form on Freeman's lips. Prepare the blood source ritual. Awaken the legendary hero Mong. At once, the blood source ritual was much more complicated than the previous gathering evil magic array. It took the black flame monks several hours, and finally, they set it up with a half-meter-long bone staff at each tip of the pentagram. At the top of each bone staff, there was a blood-rich hexagonal crystal. Each crystal stored 1,000 units of human blood essence, which was the results of the recent period of blood sacrifices in Raxel, great god of hunting, the resting place of the legendary hero Mong. As Freeman chanted softly, suddenly the 5 hexagonal crystals burst out with dazzling blood light. The next second, 5 blood-red beams of light poured into the center of the ritual, into the giant egg. Shortly after, the giant egg underwent a strange transformation. Its originally wrinkled surface now became extremely smooth, and a gulping, sucking sound eerily emerged in everyone's heart. A daunting aura spread out instantly, and the sucking accelerated. The 5 hexagonal crystals suddenly exploded. A massive amount of blood light was instantly absorbed by the giant egg, and soon, a strong and powerful heartbeat sounded within the egg. Crack, an emaciated palm, resembling that of a dried corpse, extended from the giant egg. This scene naturally left the surrounding black flame monks visibly delighted. After all, if the combat strength of the legendary hero Mong is to be considered, he surpasses even that of a knight. With his addition, the whole situation within the sect would undergo a tremendous change. Blood, ancient universal language. A muffled voice, as if coming from the chest, sounded from within the blood egg. This made Freeman frown. Was 5,000 units of blood essence not enough? Could it be that most of the blood was from ordinary humans and the quality was too poor? Immediately he turned his head to look at one of the black flame monks and said, "Blanchard, go check it out." "At your command, my lord." Blanchard, the black flame monk, was too excited to think twice and immediately stepped forward as he drew closer. The next second, the withered arm suddenly stretched nearly twice as long and pierced Blanchard's heart with a speed faster than lightning. "Fr. Freeman, save me." Before he could finish the word "me," Blanchard, who was comparable to a formal knight, was already dead. And in just a few seconds, Blanchard's youthful face had become extremely withered, his entire body appearing like a dried corpse. Meanwhile, the withered arm gained dozens of blood lines, channeling the essence of Blanchard's body's blood into the torso. This scene naturally shocked the other black flame monks, causing them to quickly step back. "Lord Mong, we are not enemies, we are also followers of the great hunting god," Freeman said thoughtfully, quickly shouting in the ancient common language. The withered arm paused for a moment, and after a while, a giant figure over 2.5 meters tall rose from the enormous egg. The figure wore a metal mask on its face, obscuring its features, and had withered skin on its limbs, showing powerful muscle tendons like spun wire. Strikingly, the figure had a mane of hair as red as a lion's and held a massive warhammer in its right hand. The head of the hammer was squarely shaped, a rectangular piece of metal with blue on both sides, and the handle was decorated with intricate blue and white stripes. "Is this the holy artifact, the Sky Shatterer?" Freeman muttered to himself, staring intently at the warhammer. Meanwhile, at one end of the newly excavated tunnel underground, Raxel had gathered nearly 20 black flame monks and about 10 black flame guardians, following the secret snake sect's great priest Ganon close behind the giant earth snake that was continuously digging forward. "Your Highness Ganon, it seems we're moving faster than expected." "Yes, we expect to arrive at the designated position before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 12 hours faster than previously estimated." Ganon was also surprised by the digging capability of the earth snake, which was beyond his prediction. At that moment, a black flame monk hurriedly came to report, "Lord of Burning Blood, there are messages coming in from the spies and insiders in Mace County City." How is the situation being investigated?" "The spy says that the Empire's Griffin Squadron patrols over the county town every hour. The insider says currently Earl Hab's mansion is a focus of their defense. Including that reign, there are a total of 9 great knights gathered, seemingly all from the Empire's special department. But due to their deliberate concealment, their origin cannot be discerned." Having heard this, Raxel nodded and said, "So, if we choose the right time, our attack on the Count Mansion, the fastest reinforcements from the enemy side would take about an hour to arrive." "Yes, my lord." Both men naturally ignored the regular forces like the officers, night watchmen, city guards, as they were too weak. Then the secret snake sect's great priest Ganon said, "As long as there's no night-level combat strength in front of the ancient legendary species earth snake, numbers mean nothing. In that case, perhaps we can slightly change the plan." Raxel seemed to have thought of something, his eyes twinkling. He continued, for example, choose the noon time when in full view and wipe out this group of high-end Imperial forces inside Earl Hab's mansion. This way, perhaps, we can also gain quite a number of nobles and civilians to our sect's faith, Raxel said with a smile. I have no problems on my part. Ganon was slightly startled. He did not expect such a plan from the other party. To him, it made no big difference. Moreover, initiating the attack earlier could prevent any accidents, especially if Holden were to be executed in the afternoon and their side attacked only in the evening. That would be truly regrettable. Then, we will need your help at that time, Lord Ganon. Raxel couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the Black Flame monk who had just reported returned and said, Lord of Burning Blood, 5 great knights have left the Count Mansion, seemingly headed for Fishing Port Town. It seems the Empire's front line is under immense pressure. So they called these 5 for support. Raxel really hadn't expected this turn of event. What a pity, they've escaped a calamity, Ganon lamented. Indeed, it's a bit disappointing now, turning it into a rout. Raxel also expressed similar regret. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Earl Hab's mansion. Suddenly, a greyhound named Cookie, who was napping on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes wide, stood upright, and barked furiously. The barking of Cookie naturally startled Rain, who was in the training room. Immediately, Rain flashed out, standing at the entrance of the main villa building. Soon, he could feel the whole main villa building shaking slightly. The shaking grew increasingly intense. Rain's gaze passed through the gate, seeing the ground in the garden suddenly rise to form a huge dome about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and about 10 guards quickly surrounded it with swords and shields. But the next second, with a huge boom, tons of soil erupted, and a monstrous creature resembling an earthworm but hundreds of times larger burst from the ground, its mouthparts fearsome and formidable, sending the surrounding guards flying or burying them instantly. All the windows of the 3-story villa's main building had instantly shattered under the impact of a powerful airstream. Rain narrowed his eyes, stretched out his left hand, and the hardened essence gold instantly transformed into a tower shield, blocking the splattering dirt. Once the dust had settled, there was a hole with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters in the ground. The monster had disappeared, seemingly retreating back underground. In front of him appeared dozens of monks in black robes, emerging one after another from an underground passage. Seizing the moment while the guards were still dazed, they immediately launched an attack. The level of these Black Flame monks was at least at the level of a knight, and with their ability to cast Black Flame fireballs, the battle began. Except for a few guards who had decent strength and could hold their ground for a bit, most crumbled upon contact. Rain's gaze was firmly fixed on 2 of them. One held a snake staff, his lips adorned with a metal snake ring, clearly a follower of the secret snake sect, probably the great priest Ganon. The other had a blood-red flame mark on his forehead, most likely the blood burner of the Black Flame cult, Raxel. From the respectful attitude and the positions of the other Black Flame monks, these 2 were evidently core members. As he had predicted, the 2 cult organizations had indeed joined forces. Raxel had originally wanted Ganon to control the Earth Snake to burst up from the ground beneath the villa, directly destroying Earl Hab's mansion's main building, but Ganon had refused. After all, Holden might have been imprisoned in the main villa, and Ganon wanted to rescue him. This great commotion naturally alarmed everyone in the mansion. Clea and the 3 members of the Blade team, as previously arranged with Rain, quickly guarded the entrance of Earl Hab's room. What was that just now? But he was still in shock, recalling the massive creature. If I'm not mistaken, that must have been the legendary species, the Earth Snake, Clea said, her expression serious. Weren't they supposed to be extinct? How could such a thing still exist? Alex, who seemed to also know of the Earth Snake, couldn't help but express his surprise. Perhaps you should first focus on those 2 guys. Captain Langiller said gravely, neither Ganon nor Raxel were ones to rush into the fray given their high status, especially not initially. Moreover, they also wanted to observe the fighting capabilities of Rain and his team to avoid any unforeseen problems. Among the Black Flame monks, there were also guardians at the level of Great Knight. Seeing Rain at the main gate of the villa, several of them charged forward, casting several Black Flame fireballs with a gesture. Facing the incoming Black Flames, Rain slightly shifted his feet and easily dodged them. Immediately after, Rain's chest ballooned like a balloon, his neck veins bulging out, and the next second his mouth opened wide. Roar! A deafening sonic boom, mingled with a white air wave, swept through the surroundings like a tsunami. Instantly, the 4 black flame guardians within a 20 to 30-meter radius around Rain froze in place with shocked expressions, and the spells they were chanting were naturally aborted midway. Not only their faces were severely distorted by the shockwave, but their eardrums also burst instantly, as if their heads had been hammered. Pubs. Before they could react, darkness fell upon them and they lost consciousness. In the eyes of Clea and the others, the scene was crystal clear. After Rain's sonic attack, he quickly charged towards the 4 men, and in the span of a second, smashed their heads with the warhammer. On the scene, almost transparent human-shaped silhouettes emerged from the bodies of the newly deceased Black Flame Guardians, exhibiting expressions of agony. Soon after, 4 transparent silhouettes, like rivers flowing into the sea, dragged along lengthy silhouettes, struggling as they circled around Rain several times before rushing into his white miniature skull warhammer. This eerie scene halted the ongoing battle, causing both sides to pause and stare in astonishment. Hey, didn't they say he was a Metal Series wizard? Why does it seem like necromancy? Both had been slightly distracted by the scene. However, the sight of dead souls swirling around was too striking, and after Ganon collected his thoughts, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Raxel was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected this Lord Rain to be so troublesome. Previously, whether it was the internal support from his own church or the Black Snake messages from the secret snake Sex Holden, the comprehensive assessment indicated that Rain had some kind of physical talent, was adept at close combat, and was also a rare metal-based wizard. But now, not only is he good at close combat, judging from the power of the sound wave-based secret technique just now, it seems his long-range combat is also formidable. Furthermore, there's the effect of extracting souls. He didn't know if it was some kind of witchcraft that the opponent wielded or if there was something odd about the hammer in his hand. The 4 Black Flame Guardians were all comparable to a great knight, yet they hadn't quite fathomed the depths of their opponent. But all in all, this was becoming a bit troublesome. Of course, it was only troublesome, because his combat power had already exceeded that of a typical peak knight and an ordinary wizard, and he was just a small step away from becoming a titled knight. Titled knights also had another name, that is, legendary fighters. That is to say, Raxel could be called a quasi-legendary. Moreover, while he was proficient in the typical shadow-based witchcraft, such as weakening spell and slow technique, he was also specialized in the niche blood control witchcraft, like boiling blood magic and blood-sucking magic. Although this category of witchcraft belonged to the broader shadow category, very few people specialized in it. That means any enemy who wants to get close for hand-to-hand combat would be at a significant disadvantage, not only affected by spells like weakening spell and slow technique, but also disrupted by the blood-based witchcraft during the fight. So this was also why Raxel, despite seeing how strong Rain's combat power was, still felt he could handle the opponent. Meanwhile, Rain glanced at the skull warhammer in his hand and silently muttered, "For soul fragments." Just after killing that first Black Flame Guardian, Rain quickly glanced at his attribute panel and saw that his strength was 46 plus 4. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the increment gained from killing different enemies varied. To know when he killed Holden, it was a boost of plus 5. Now, with these 4 soul fragments, Rain had received a total of plus 16 strength enhancement. This made Rain feel full of power at that moment, feeling restless until he swung the hammer again. The main building of the villa, Flay excitedly said to the team captain Langela next to him, "Captain, do you think we can annihilate the enemies right here?" Annihilate them? Flay's words took Langela by surprise. When Langela first saw the enemies appear, his only thought was how to hold off their assault for a bit longer, and, once they could no longer hold back, which route to take to lead the team and Count Habs away swiftly. Now he was already considering the possibility of annihilating the enemy. That was quite a leap. Langela looked at the excited Flay, thought for a moment, and decided it would be better not to dampen the young man's fighting spirit, saying, "That will depend on Lord Rain's performance." "Captain, aren't we going to rush out to give Lord Rain a hand?" Flay said eagerly. Because Rain's recent move had not only looked cool, but indeed had greatly boosted morale. "It's not that we're not helping, but we're more useful staying here. Think about it. Why wouldn't the one controlling the Earth Snake just destroy the villa outright?" Interjected Alex at this point. "Do they want to capture Count Habs alive?" "Not exactly. Have you seen Count Habs' injuries? They wish him dead more than anything else." Alex shook his head and explained, I see, so they want to rescue Holden. Flay's eyes lit up as he said, That's right. Controlling the Earth Snake is the great priest Ganon of the secret snake sect, who naturally prioritizes rescuing Holden, a fellow sect member. That's most likely the situation, Alex revealed. This was also why Rain had asked him to keep this information a secret, to force the enemy into a dilemma. Correct, Alex's analysis is spot on. Langiller nodded in agreement. As everyone was discussing, the situation on the field changed once again. The secret snake sect's great priest Ganon smiled faintly and said, Lord Raxel, do you need my help to resolve this reign for your church? Thank you, Lord Ganon, but I think I can handle it. Besides, you should go check on Lord Holden to ensure he's unharmed. After rescuing Lord Holden, there would be no more need for this mansion. At that point, I'll trouble you to use the Earth Snake to destroy it, Raxel said. Executing 4 black flame guardians in front of him, Raxel knew if he couldn't retrieve the situation now, and instead asked for assistance from the secret snake sect. Never mind how Ganon might view it. Even his own subordinates would become suspicious, diminishing his authority. That naturally was something Raxel couldn't tolerate. Of course, then I will go check on Holden now. Ganon nodded and took out something, looked at it, then curved around Rain and headed towards one side of the villa's main building. Just as Rain was about to intercept the secret snake sect's great priest Ganon, suddenly, Raxel in front of him took a step forward. In an instant, a powerful aura locked onto Rain. This made Rain's gaze sharpen as he focused his attention on Raxel. It was the second time Rain encountered such a palpable, scrutinizing gaze. The first time was when he faced the Sea-Tide Piercer Rolljets. Of course, by comparison, Raxel's gaze brought much less pressure to Rain. At that moment, inside the main building of the villa, Langiller's eyes were dead set on Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect, who walked towards him composedly, his expression solemn as he said, He's arrived, Flay, you and Lady Kreia stay here. Alex and I will intercept him. Captain Langiller, let Lord Flay join you. You are a team, and the 3 of you together can exert the greatest combat strength. Kreia, however, voiced a different opinion. At this, Langiller's expression hesitated. I am already a great knight. Protecting my father won't be much of a problem, and the later they discover that Holden is dead, the safer we will be. Kreia continued, glancing at the uncertain Langiller. Very well. Lady Kreia, be careful on your own. This Ganon is very difficult to deal with. We might not be able to attend to you. Langiller's expression solidified, he said. At that moment, Olna and Shadia, the chief maid, also arrived at Kreia's side, panting for breath. Suddenly, they were captivated by Kreia's focused gaze and followed her line of sight toward the chaos in the center of the garden. Raxel, confronting Rain, was instantly surrounded by a shield glowing with a blood-red light, his innate wizardry manifesting instantaneously. But that wasn't all. He was seen chanting under his breath, and the next second, a black membrane appeared around him. Finally, with a wave of Raxel's hand, black flames, like vines, entwined around him. This was something Rain was familiar with, likely the Black Flame Refuge, a special spell from the Black Flame cult. Clearly, Raxel was wary of the power of Rain's secret techniques. He layered 3 types of spells or cursed defenses over his body alone. Galena must have died at your hands, right? Raxel then seemed to remember something and asked. You mean that woman who used the phantom art? Yes, she did die by my hand. I heard that the tragedy at Flashgold Town was your planning and execution. Rain nodded in acknowledgement and asked in turn. That's right. What, did you have family who died there? Raxel looked at Rain, face showing realization, and laughed. This time, Rain did not answer Raxel's query. Because he knew who the culprit was, he naturally could take action. Moreover, Rain currently had a strength boost of +16 from the Soul Smasher Warhammer effect, and naturally wouldn't waste time. Whoosh, he tapped his foot on the ground, the mud exploded, and he shot toward Raxel like an arrow released from a bow. Raxel, faced with Rain's assault, showed no hint of panic, his expression calm. His fingers moved quickly as he chanted under his breath. The next second, 3 babies' head-sized black flame fireballs appeared out of thin air in front of his fingertips. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black flame fireballs hurtled towards Rain. Rain moved sideways to dodge, but he found that the 3 black flame fireballs, like burrs on bone, were chasing him. They turned sharply and continued to head toward him. This caused Rain's eyes to narrow. The hardened essence gold attached to the surface of his knight's gauntlet instantly turned into a tower shield. Iron wall. Boom, boom, boom. The three black flame fireballs hit Rain almost simultaneously, exploding continuously, smoke and dust billowing. But in less than half a second, a familiar figure emerged unscathed from the smoke and continued rushing toward Raxel. This was a curse attack beyond 35 degrees, and it was blocked so easily. Raxel's eyes showed surprise as he mused. Although he was astonished, his movements were not slowed. A black mist quickly formed from the tips of his fingers and then shot toward Rain at a high speed. Rain knew that the opponent was boosted by a special spell that resembled spiritual power guidance. Merely dodging would not avoid the witchcraft attack, so he continued straight ahead at full speed. Only when he saw the black mist nearing did he wave his shield in defense. However, the moment the mist touched the shield, it dispersed. A chilling force suddenly filled the air, causing Rain to momentarily feel weak. Weakening spell. Rain immediately recognized what spell had been cast. His eyes squinting, he glanced at the attribute panel. He saw that his strength, constitution, and agility attributes were all reduced by about 20%. The reduction in agility caused Rain's speed to falter. Seeing this, Raxel's face brightened. He quickly chanted under his breath and then pointed at Rain again. This time a blood-red mist rushed at Rain, striking him instantly. Suddenly, Rain felt that the blood throughout his body was under some peculiar influence, flowing erratically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Although the change was not large, it was extremely uncomfortable, causing him to stop abruptly. At that moment, the remaining few members of the Black Flame Guardians glanced at each other, their faces lighting up, sensing a good opportunity to attack, and immediately surrounded him. However, they were cautious of Rain's previous sonic attack, so they did not get too close, halting about 20 to 30 meters away before quickly stopping and manipulating the black flames. Seeing this situation, Raxel's face showed a smile as he took a black and red bottle from his robe. He quickly uncorked the bottle, chanted a spell, and the liquid inside, resembling corrupted blood, began to flow out, changing shape in mid-air, spreading a strong stench of decay. Seizing this opportunity, Raxel began to cast a relatively powerful witchcraft, Rotten Blood. Struck by 2 negative witchcraft effects, and facing 4 incoming Black Flame Guardians, Rain remained calm on the surface, silently adding a point to his agility. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 9 to 8, agility also increased from 36 to 37 points. A warm surge powerfully pumped from his heart and spread throughout his body. In an instant, the unusual stir in Rain's blood calmed down. Good. Rain showed a faint smile. Just as anticipated, such internal abnormalities were directly eliminated with the addition of attribute points. Now that made things easier. Rain flipped the skull warhammer upside down. With the hammerhead pointing downward and the handle end pointing upward, the hardened essence gold covering the armored gauntlet swiftly extended upwards along the handle's end. In a blink of an eye, a dual-handed greatsword, using the skull warhammer as the hilt, appeared before everyone. But that wasn't the end. The smooth surface of the greatsword's blade suddenly protruded numerous tetrahedral darts, leaving the several Black Flame Guardians momentarily dumbfounded. What was this maneuver? For they had never seen such a move before. Rotten Blood. Raxel, feeling slightly uneasy, quickly pointed a completed witchcraft at Rain. Massive foul-smelling blood suddenly rushed towards Rain, explosively bursting and splattering when it was just over 10 meters away from him, droplets densely falling like raindrops. This kind of rotten blood was highly corrosive and poisonous. In Raxel's view, even if Rain could block with metal transformation, he would inevitably be injured. But the next second, Raxel's expression froze. Rain, grasping the strange greatsword, violently began to spin at high speed like a top, with intense air currents swirling around him, accompanied by sharp hissing sounds. Nearly 100 tetrahedral darts shot out in all directions. At the same time, a tornado-like powerful wind, mixed with a large amount of mud, instantly extinguished the rain like rotten blood. Rain, by leveraging the metal morphing spell combined with the advanced secret skill, Sword Blade Storm, modified, directly turned defense into offense. The 3 Black Flame Guardians who had just been eager to try out were now howling in agony as they clutched their wounds inflicted by the tetrahedral darts. Although they did resist, the sheer number of tetrahedral darts and their potent force allowed many darts to penetrate the Black Flame's protection and directly injure them. Some hit their eyes, others their necks. But their strong vitality left them injured, but not dead. Even in front of Raxel, 6 tetrahedral darts were spinning at high speed about a meter away from his body. The tetrahedral darts had already penetrated his outermost layers of vine like black flames, intensely frictioning against the black membrane. This power, it's already at the level of an advanced secret skill, Raxel muttered to himself, squinting his eyes. Just now the hammer skill secret technique, the sonic wave type secret technique, and now the swordsmanship secret technique. Raxel stared into the dust-clouded area, his face solemn. Suddenly, clear sounds of smashing gourds echoed from within the dust. Soon after, a figure holding a white skull warhammer slowly emerged, surrounded by 3 elongated, semi-transparent human-shaped air flows, each with a face contorted in agony and ferocity. Raxel, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How could he not understand that his 3 subordinates had already been cruelly dealt with as Rain used the attack of the tetrahedral darts as cover to rapidly follow up and kill each of them? Indeed, once the dust settled, the 3 black flame guardians had already turned into headless corpses, lying in pools of blood. Having just finished killing those black flame guardians, Rain quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Strength 46 plus 27, strength had startlingly reached 73 points. Shouldn't 4 sevens be 28? Why only 27? It seems there was a dud mixed in, just filling numbers. Rain immediately realized. Additionally, a very important point was that Rain had just discovered a trick to extend the soul-crushing Warhammer buff effect. Just after he had killed the 7th enemy, the Strength plus 27 buff effect began to reset, or rather, refreshed a minute's duration. Rain instantly thought of the best way to utilize the soul-crushing Warhammer buff effect. That is, after reaching the 10th layer, to pause in the last few seconds, then kill another soul-bearing enemy to refresh the buff effect once more. 8 portions now, Rain murmured softly. 8 portions? What do you mean by 8 portions? Raxel asked, puzzled. You wouldn't understand, Rain shook his head. Actually, I'm quite pleased to see you today. Oh, why is that? Raxel asked with a slight smile, very cooperatively. With a swift turn, Rain spun his body toward an empty spot behind him and backhandedly delivered a fierce warhammer strike. Smack! Suddenly, a transparent figure appeared in the blank space. Meanwhile, the transparent figure also rippled like water. As the invisibility effect quickly faded, it revealed a black flame guardian who had been about to attack Rain from behind. At that moment, the attacker was still poised with an overhead scythe, chopping down, his face a picture of shock as he looked at Rain. But now, at this moment, Raxel's skull, just above his forehead, had been completely smashed by Rain. This caused Raxel's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Not only had his surprise attack failed, but it also resulted in the near extinction of the black flame guardians he had brought with him. Because I finally got to avenge my friend. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rain charged at Raxel with great speed, clutching the skull warhammer, leaving behind a silvery shadow. Raxel's pupils shrank as his lips rapidly moved, and when Rain was still 4 or 5 meters away, a mass of bloody mist formed out of thin air, rushing towards Rain. But the next second, Raxel's expression changed. How could boiling blood magic have no effect at such a close distance? How was this possible? Rain, having gained a bit more agility, immediately calmed his agitated blood, and his speed faintly increased even more. In an instant, Rain gripped the skull warhammer with both hands, his muscles bulging, and the hardened essence gold on the surface of the knight's gauntlets quickly gathered and extended at the hilt, transforming into the shape of a hammer handle. Rain, now wielding a 3-meter-long skull warhammer, drove it down with force. Pop, pop. The miniature white skull shattered 2 layers of shields, before coming to a halt just before the 3rd layer, the blood-colored shield. But now the blood-colored shield was left with a basin-sized dent, nearly on the verge of breaking. The white skull warhammer was only mere centimeters from Raxel's eyes, and at that moment he could clearly see the patterns on the miniature skull. This terrified Raxel immensely. 3 layers of shields, which together should withstand a 50-degree attack, were almost shattered by a single hammer blow from Rain. Damn it, this is unreal. The next second, Raxel quickly retreated, while at the same time he drew out a blood-colored crystal ball and crushed it in his hand. With the immense Chi and blood from the crystal ball infusing into the blood-colored shield, the once dimmed bloody light, now substantially weakened from blocking Rain's hammer strike, became more intense and substantial. Meanwhile, Raxel slit his wrist with a dagger, chanting rapidly. As his face turned pale, a large amount of bright red blood shot out from the wounds on his wrists, forming a dimly glowing blood spear, and a surge of powerful energy fluctuated through the air. Blood ignition strike. This intense energy fluctuation immediately drew the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect in the manor's main building, had arrived at the prison cell door, while Langelaar and Flay's conditions were very grim. Langelaar's thick metal shield had cracked. His left arm was broken, and a conspicuous dent marred the solid knightly breastplate on his chest. Flay was shaking uncontrollably, his head tilted to one side, a sign that his neck had been broken. His strong vitality meant that he would not die immediately, but he had clearly lost all fighting ability. Alex was the only one still standing, gasping for air, looking at Ganon with a face full of terror. Then Ganon, holding the winning hand, couldn't help but look out the window in surprise. What a strong energy fluctuation. Alex followed Ganon's gaze as well. In the center of the area, Rain's hardened essence gold quickly morphed into a kite shield. But a cylindrical bulge rapidly appeared on the shield's surface, growing layer upon layer, like sesame flowers blooming one after the other, and again formed a kite shield, and finally one more. In an instant, 3 kite shields made of hardened essence gold blocked the path of a blood-colored pyramid emitting intense bloody light. Boom! The first shield shattered in an instant, and though the blood-colored energy storm was substantially weakened, it still rushed towards Rain. The second shield broke soon after. The shockwave weakened further, and Rain's muscles coiled as he stood firm, even as his armor-clad boots plowed 2 trenches nearly a meter deep into the ground. Iron wall. The third shield twisted and deformed, but ultimately held fast. What Raxel hadn't expected was that because the explosion was too close to him, he also endured an explosive shockwave nearly as strong as the one Rain faced. At that moment, the richly colored blood shield that had just been energized, like a leaf in a storm, dimmed considerably. Pop! The blood-colored shield burst like a bubble. Raxel's eyes went wide as he stared ahead, freezing in place. His forehead was in intimate contact with a white bone. Warhammer, the 9th, said a familiar voice. Ganon's eyes narrowed as he stared in shock at the scene. Unfolding before him, had all the high-end forces of the Black Flame Church, and Raxel just died. Though Raxel belonged to a different sect, Ganon had enjoyed their collaboration over the past 2 days and acknowledged his strength, which was just slightly inferior to his. It had been less than a minute since he had parted ways with him, right? And now they had all been killed by Rieni. Indeed, Raxel's excessive reliance on witchcraft and preference for long-range attacks made him too vulnerable to being targeted. Once witchcraft fails to defeat or control the opponent outright, he becomes very passive, Ganon analyzed inwardly. However, their current situation gave him quite a headache. The surprise attack operation was almost entirely executed by Black Flame Church, with only him representing the secret snake sect. Now with Raxel dead and his high-end forces nearly wiped out, there were still about 30 people at the scene, but each of them was like a scared bird. If no one stabilized the situation, they would likely scatter like birds and beasts soon. But he hadn't managed to rescue Holden, who was imprisoned in the room, and although the strength of the 3-member sword-bearer squad before him wasn't a significant threat, they had delayed him for nearly a minute. At that moment, the 2 to 3 dozen Black Flame practitioners on the field had stopped moving, each of them showing a fearful expression. They exchanged glances as if waiting for someone to flee first, which would immediately trigger a retreat. The first to flee would be held responsible and would surely die. Those who fled later would bear less responsibility, at most receiving a punishment, but that was still better than losing their lives. The main issue was that the current situation was vastly different from what Lord Raxel had described. According to the plan, this battle was supposed to be an overwhelming victory. They were to handle the rabble, while the leaders took care of the enemy's high-end forces. But now their own leaders had been eliminated. Even Lord Raxel himself had met his demise. Inside the villa's main building, Lord Rieni is truly formidable. Olna, a sharp-witted young woman, was dumbfounded. The level of strength Raxel demonstrated should already be nearly legendary, yet he died at the hands of Lord Rieni, nearly legendary. Clea nodded. No wonder she felt his gaze had a tangible intensity when she looked at him. A wizard on the verge of entering the liquefaction phase. Viewing it this way, Rieni was indeed formidable. Seeing that her guardian knight was so strong, Clea was naturally overjoyed. However, Clea also felt a bit deflated inside. She had thought that upon becoming a great knight, She would close the gap in combat strength between her and Rieni, but now it seemed the gap had only widened. But it should be soon. Clea thought about the abnormalities in her body since becoming a great knight, which must be the initial signs of her bloodline awakening. Meanwhile, Alex, who was by the door of the prison, naturally saw this scene and was ecstatic. Just moments ago, he had been shocked by the formidable power of Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect, and thought they were in dire straits. But Rieni had managed to eliminate the main force, the Black Flame Church, in such a short amount of time. Alex tore a gilt-edged tome in his hands forcefully, and with a strong surge of energy fluctuation, the defensive witchery of the prison was significantly strengthened. Alex wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Trying to rescue your companion seems quite impossible now. I've further strengthened the defensive array." Sensing the strong energy fluctuations here, Rieni immediately turned around, his gaze through the window fixating on Ganon, pointing his skull warhammer directly at him. Ganon also looked at Rieni, his eyes narrowing. Self-destructing a witchery artifact to strengthen the defense. "Oh, too bad you didn't strengthen your own defense." No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept the spot, leaving behind a residual image. The next second, Ganon appeared abruptly in front of Alex, maintaining the motion of a swung punch. And Alex's eyes bulged out, mouth agape, as his body was folded in half with a clear large bulge on his back. Boom! Alex's body embedded into the hallway wall. With just one punch, Ganon had broken through Alex's protective body witchcraft, rendering Alex incapacitated. Taunting requires strength, otherwise, you only have to pay the price, Ganon stated calmly and then turned around, walking toward Rieni in the center of the field, because Rieni's actions were also a challenge. In Ganon's view, Rieni's challenge seemed foolhardy. He wasn't like Raxel, who relied on witchcraft and preferred long-distance attacks. In Ganon's view, having only long-range attacks without a corresponding close combat capability was a fatal flaw. Sometimes that kind of inadequacy could cost lives. Raxel was a perfect example just now, but if it had been him just now, he wouldn't have feared Rieni's close combat at all. As Ganon walked through the villa gates, Rieni's focus was fixed intensely on Ganon. Even before the fight, he had sensed that the power of this great priest of the secret snake sect was even greater than Raxel's. However, the current situation was much better than he had anticipated. At the very beginning, the worst scenario was both of them attacking him together, yet both, considering their own status, did not join forces against him, thus providing him with the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Suddenly, right before everyone's eyes, Ganon disappeared in an instant. While everyone was still puzzled, Rain's pupils shrank abruptly, with a violent warning from his danger perception rising in his heart. Iron wall, a fist covered in snake scales, surrounded by a black aura, fiercely struck Rain's kite shield made of hardened essence gold. Bang! Even the hardness of hardened essence gold was left with a light imprint from Ganon's fist in that instant. Suddenly, although Rain had fended off the attack, the alarm in his heart grew even more intense, making his eyes narrow even more warily. Swoosh! A red shadow unexpectedly bypassed the shield and sprayed something viciously at Rain's head from above the shield. In the blink of an eye, Rain's right hand wielding the skull warhammer extended its reach, suddenly elongating to block the red shadow's jaw. This block deflected the other's charged breath, which grazed the top of Rain's head and spat onto the bushes behind, instantly burning the flowers to charred black. Only then did everyone see clearly. It was a long snake covered in red scales. The snake had just protruded from behind Ganon's collar, its body as thick as an adult's wrist, launching an attack at Rain. The attack was a sophisticated coordination between the man and the snake. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Langela, after being treated by Clea, managed to get up with difficulty and shouted from the window to Rain, "Lord Rain, be careful of there." But the next second, he couldn't continue his warning, because Langela saw that at that moment the red snake was rearing up high, flicking its tongue. It was clear that the move had already been used, and moreover, it seemed to have no effect on Rain. One should know, it was just because of the red snake that Langela had been at a great disadvantage a moment ago. It was actually blocked, not bad reaction but too slow. Ganon's voice drifted unpredictably. His strike missing did not stop him. Instead, he took a step back, then diagonally retreated another step with great speed, leaving 7 or 8 afterimages, though he had rapidly moved over 10 meters away. Rain naturally did not allow his opponent to widen the distance. From the situation just now, it was clear that Ganon was proficient in close combat, and with the cooperation of the Red Snake, he could also perform powerful witchcraft attacks. The two blurred figures were seen clashing rapidly, and from an aerial view of the garden, one could see black and silver lines intermittently crossing and flashing away, moving extremely fast. Bang! Crack! Cling, clang, clang. The intense sounds of battle were incessant, but while the noises were heard, the combatants were unseen, and in an instant the ground was riddled with several potholes, dust billowing. In just over 10 seconds, the garden was littered with dozens of pits of various sizes. Ganon was slightly faster, currently having the upper hand, while Rain alternately used the advanced secret techniques Iron Wall, Flash Cut, and Crushing Hammer to fight back against Ganon. But this process was extremely draining on stamina. Rain had once again added a point to agility, thereby successfully raising his agility attribute to 39 points, and his physical condition was restored to its peak. Bang! After another fierce clash, the two sprang apart and steadied themselves. Indeed, you have some kind of stamina talent, otherwise, your energy should have worn out by now. Ganon took a deep breath and squinted as he said to Rain. Ganon himself felt rather uncomfortable fighting up to now. Although he had known beforehand about Rain's stamina talents or special skills, he had never imagined Rain's stamina to be this formidable. In the course of fighting him, Rain usually deployed a secret technique every 2 or 3 moves, using shield-based secret techniques for defense and either axe or hammer skills for offense. Furthermore, the power of the secret techniques was substantial. Not merely at the beginner's level of familiarity, but at least of an intermediate level. Add to that, Rain's strength was also tremendous, even slightly exceeding his. Combined, Ganon dared not rely on the snake-scaled defense of his skin or the divine arts for defense to directly withstand Rain's secret technique attacks. This was somewhat like an adult facing a 12 or 13-year-old child armed with a sharp knife. If the adult can't take the knife away, he might get injured at any moment. Rain's eyes were bright and intensely focused as he watched Ganon, not saying a word. Up till now, the fight felt exuberantly exhilarating to him. At the same time, Rain also realized the benefits of mastering multiple secret techniques. When facing different opponents, he could adopt various tactics. Ganon, incredibly difficult to deal with, was not only extremely fast but also possessed short bursts of extremely powerful attacks, seemingly having some special enhancement in his moves, which made them especially hard to counter. Moreover, his red snake was very tricky, appearing unpredictably long from different angles, taking breaths at him. Luckily, he could transform his weapon at any time, elongate it or form a shield, and even before the red snake could spit, he could deflect or block its attack. Unlike when he could only use dual-hand weapons, he had no choice but to adopt an attack-for-attack strategy. Especially this time, when the enemy's speed was superior to his, even trying to trade blow for blow was difficult. After a brief pause of a few seconds, the two quickly resumed their exchange of blows. Another 20 or 30 seconds passed, and Ganon was feeling somewhat annoyed because he hadn't expected that Rain seemed to be getting more spirited as the fight went on. Moreover, the other party's speed had actually become a bit faster than at the beginning. This, he was certain, was not due to his own physical decline, but rather, the opponent was indeed speeding up, which could be seen from how easily they dodged the attacks of the red snake. But this was something he couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. Aren't you supposed to be known for your stamina? Isn't stamina supposed to be about endurance? Then why is it that the longer we fight, the faster you become? This made Ganon feel that the young man before him was shrouded in a layer of fog, emitting an air of mystery. He wasn't planning on continuing to fight like this any longer. He intended to pay a small price to directly end this battle, because he still had to break through the formation, go save Holden, and afterwards, he needed to control the Earth Snake to leave, so it was better not to drag on for too long. Suddenly, Ganon's snake-scaled arm stretched out for about 10 centimeters, and then, the originally normal-sized palm also suddenly expanded, becoming as large as a wash basin. He caught Rain's elbow as it was swinging down with an axe, lifting with the whole palm, but at that moment, Rain was executing the axe secret technique Flash Cut with great strength, not so easily resisted. Rain's axe blade still heavily chopped toward Ganon's shoulder, but at the same time, Ganon's shoulder muscles tensed, fibrils straining and quivering dramatically, the deltoid muscle inflating out of nowhere, the snake's scales on his body violently shaking. Thump! A muffled chopping sound reverberated. After being resisted by the force of Ganon's palm and the muscle technique to offload the force from the shoulder, Rain's intermediate secret technique, Flash Cut, did not sever Ganon's right arm, but lodged about 3 or 4 centimeters into the opponent's shoulder before being caught by the muscles. At this point, Ganon's left hand, which had been supporting Rain's forearm, began to exert force, and he quickly leaned toward Rain, once again grabbing Rain's shield-bearing arm with his right hand. This time, the red snake was not deploying flame breath, but instead shot down from above toward Rain's neck, biting down on it like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Rain barely managed to shift his body slightly, allowing the red snake's attack to move from his neck to his shoulder. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Ganon's face. His red snake was extremely poisonous, and once. But in an instant, Ganon's smile froze, because a certain sound of bone cracking echoed. The red snake painfully opened its mouth wide, flicking its tongue and hissing a hissing sound. It could be seen that its 2 fangs were both broken off. This truly shocked Ganon. How could this be possible? Because on Rain's shoulder, where the steel shoulder armor was covered in a layer of water membrane, 2 large holes had been bitten by his red snake, but no blood was flowing out. Instead, it was the red snake's fangs that had snapped. He hadn't felt any fluctuation of witchcraft energy. At all, could it be that Rain possessed some kind of bloodline talent, like a body of stone? Or was he wearing some kind of strange inner armor? Complications arose one after another. At this point, Ganon stopped caring about face. Because the battle had progressed to this extent, he felt that the face that needed to be lost had been lost. So, he decided to use an overpowering approach to resolve the fight. Ganon suddenly released his hands, stepped down hard with his left foot on Rain's shield, and rapidly retreated using that leverage. Just as Rain buffered the force and was about to pursue. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor of the pebbles on the ground, and immediately, Rain thought of something and swiftly sidestepped. Boom! The ground where he had been standing gave way to a huge earth snake that thrust out its menacing, petal-shaped mouthparts. This time, after attacking, it did not dive back under the ground but stood upright like a cobra, raising a small part of its body. Even so, it was higher than a 2-story building, and its shadow in the sunlight engulfed Rain's entire body. And atop the earth snake's head appeared a figure. It was none other than the great priest of the secret snake sect, Ganon. Ganon looked down at Rain from above. A smile on his face as he commented, "Impressive strength for your age. Given more time, you might even surpass me. But sadly, this is where your journey ends. To die at the hands of a legendary species earth snake is quite an honor, isn't it?" At this point, upon seeing the appearance of the giant earth snake, the remaining black flame monks exchanged looks and gathered towards the tunnel entrance previously dug by the earth snake before leaving. For them, although Ganon was an ally, he was an outsider without any hierarchical relationship with them. Furthermore, staying would not be of much use in the fight. They were more likely to become cannon fodder. They thought it best to retreat first. As a legendary species, the earth snake's pressure felt as tangible as reality itself. Rain felt as if he was trapped in something viscous, as if the resistance in the air had suddenly increased more than 2-fold. In such a situation, fighting against an ancient legendary creature increased the pressure tremendously. This feeling. Rain couldn't help but recall that time he had faced the high priest of the Meister County, using dark magic to ascend. Rain scanned around. He had been thinking of taking down another night-level black flame monk to collect 10 parts and try out the core skill effect of the newly learned Soul Shatter Strike. But unfortunately, the so-called elite of the Black Flame Church had all run away without a trace. If that's the case, it seems that there's only one solution left to use that thing. Rain quickly took out the replica Imperial Scepter from his waist and threw it straight over. In an instant, a white meteor shot directly at the colossal earth snake. At the same time, royal aura representing human supremacy also dissolved the legendary level pressure, which, by comparison, was merely a firefly's light at the same time. Roar! A deafening scream rose into the air. At this moment, the platinum replica Imperial Scepter hit the gigantic body of the earth snake with ease. Instantly, it created a hole as big as a bucket, which, in terms of size, relative to the earth snake's massive body, should not be considered significant at all. But it seemed that the imperial power contained within the scepter was causing it unbearable pain. The agonized earth snake kept rolling around, the ground splitting and cracking as if mountains were crumbling. Then, it quickly shrank into the earth and fled. Ganon, the great priest of the secret snake sect, also hurriedly and awkwardly clambered down. In such a situation, his command sorcery was no longer of any use. Furthermore, he understood that, because of the clash between the imperial power within the scepter and the divine power within the earth snake, the control effect was greatly weakened and was unlikely to recover anytime soon. This made Ganon's gaze towards Rain fill with rage. In an instant, he had not expected Rain to have something like that. Now his plan to control the earth snake back to Nome Province was shattered, and Holden was not rescued, and the cause and arch-criminal of it all was the young man in front of him. Damn it, die, great serpent of devouring, please heed your servants. Ganon's deep voice began, serpent transmutation sorcery. Rain narrowed his eyes. He had experienced this move before at the hands of Holden, and now, Ganon's aura as he executed it was much stronger than Holden's. However, it must be his killer move as well. It seemed that there were adverse effects or after-effects on the caster, as both used it only as a last resort. With that in mind, Rain glanced at the attribute panel. Constitution, 39 Strength, 46 Agility, 40 Spirit, 55 remaining attribute points, 5. Suddenly, the remaining attribute points dropped from 5 to 1, and agility surged to 44 points. Rain's speed suddenly increased sharply, and a white arc dashed from above, hurtling towards Ganon. At this time, Ganon, already multitasking with chanting and concentrating on whether Rain's weapon would transform, had not anticipated that Rain's speed would surge so abnormally. Facing Rain's sudden advanced secret skill Hammer of Crushing, he could only instinctively cross his arms to block. With no time to gather strength, the result of facing Rain's strike was bang, just like that. Both his wrists shattered instantly. The momentary agony, bone-shattering, flesh-rending and blood spattering across Ganon's face was unbearably painful, and his eyes were filled with blood, rendering him unable to see. Retreat, retreat quickly. All Ganon could think of was this one thought. Thoughts of rescuing people or the earth snake were completely forgotten. But how fast could he possibly retreat, bleeding profusely from his wrists and blinded? A silver arc flashed across horizontally. Thud. A heavy thump sounded. Ganon's legs had been severed at the knees. Now, lying on the ground, Ganon was still desperately trying to escape, his legless limbs flailing about as though they were fish still twitching on a chopping board. Rain had stopped, seemingly recalling something. He slowly walked over and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Holden was killed by me a long time ago. Although the confinement room was cast with a sorcery array, it only has his corpse inside." At these words, Ganon's eyes widened dramatically, his lips fluttered as if to say something, but no sound came out. Crack. A sound akin to a watermelon splitting echoed. The 10th is complete. However, at that moment, Lord Rieni looked around and walked over to inspect the huge holes in the ground, only to find that the legendary earth snake had already fled without a trace. Lord Rieni casually picked up the replica imperial scepter that had fallen on the ground. The imperial power contained within it was almost completely depleted after this use. Clearly, to use it again, he would need to return to the sword-bearer's branch to recharge it. Yet he was somewhat hesitant, unsure whether to pursue the injured legendary earth snake or stay behind to protect Clea and the others. Of course, although the earth snake had been injured by the replica imperial scepter, the injury was not severe, and, as a creature from the ancient legendary species, its strength exceeded his. Even if Lord Rieni managed to catch up to it, he was not confident that he could kill it with a single strike using the Warhammer's special effect Soul Shatter Strike. At that moment, Clea and Olna, among others, had also come to stand next to Lord Rieni at the entrance of the hole. Throughout their journey, the sight of densely packed holes and the chaotic scene on the garden floor had greatly shocked them. "Rieni, your strength has grown incredibly." Clea walked up to Lord Rieni, tilted her head, and observed him. "Two nearly legendary-level warriors, both defeated by you, one after another. Especially that Ganon from the secret snake sect, I feel he was only a step away from being a legendary warrior." He was indeed tough to handle. Lord Rieni nodded and said. Just as Lord Rieni was about to ask Clea about the near-legendary matters, Olna approached from his other side and said with a smile, "Yes, Lord Rieni, you have killed Raxel. I will report this immediately to the sword-bearer's branch. Moreover, his strength exceeded our expectations." I think rating the mission 3.5 stars is not fair, and I will suggest to Lord Yumas to upgrade it to 4-star gold. Tisk, that Raxel who caused multiple small-town tragedies in Meister is now dead by the Meister siege hammer. He truly died as he deserved, Olna chuckled. By the way, Lord Riani, you also killed the great priest of the secret snake sect, Ganon. However, as a task of the Gnome Province Sword Bearers branch, I still need to discuss the rewards with them. Olna glanced at the 3 members of the Blade team undergoing treatment and said, "Thank you, Lord Olna. As for the credit for killing the head of the secret snake sect, Ganon, the Blade team played an indispensable role," Lord Riani said. "Ah, I understand what you mean, Lord Riani. I will speak with Captain Langular about this first," Olna nodded. At this moment, Clea, seeing Lord Riani's gaze fixed on the large tunnel in the ground, immediately thought of something and asked, "Riani, are you thinking of pursuing that legendary earth snake?" "Yes, I am worried about the legendary earth snake. If we do not eliminate it, it might come back for revenge at any time." Lord Riani frowned slightly and nodded. Olna first glanced at the headless body of Ganon on the ground, and then turned to Lord Riani and said, "Lord Riani, that legendary earth snake probably wasn't a battle pet of Ganon from the secret snake sect, but it might have been controlled by some form of his dark magic. Now that Ganon is dead, the earth snake, having gained its freedom, likely left of its own accord and probably won't come back to trouble us," she added. "Oh, is that so?" Lord Riani pondered. "If that was the case, it would really be unnecessary to risk entering the tunnel to try and kill it. It's just a bit of a pity. The effect of Soul Shatterstrike didn't get tested. After all, if the enemy's strength is too weak, its power cannot be rightly assessed. In hindsight, I should have killed another Black Flame monk earlier and used the Soul Shatterstrike directly on the great priest of the secret snake sect, Ganon." Thinking of this, Lord Riani glanced at the headless body of the great priest of the secret snake sect, Ganon, feeling somewhat regretful. At this time, Chief Maid Shadia stood calmly behind her mistress Clea, not speaking a word. But her eyes occasionally stared blankly at Lord Riani. However, the tightness and slight rubbing of her legs seemed to prove that her heart was not as calm as her face suggested, revealing some inner turmoil. As a common person, Shadia could barely follow the battle between Lord Riani, Raxel, and Ganon from the secret snake sect. Their movements were simply too fast, surpassing the limit of what her eyes could capture. The chief maid saw only blurry shadows, splashing mud, holes in the ground, sparks flying, whirlwinds and flames, which to her felt almost like a battle of gods. But one thing the chief maid did understand was that Lord Riani's stamina was truly remarkable. This was easily proved as, through 2 bouts of fighting, his face still showed no signs of fatigue. Furthermore, this was corroborated by what Ganon, the manipulator of the Earth Snake, had said, affirming that Lord Riani possessed some kind of exceptional stamina talent. This couldn't help but make the chief maid glance at Lord Riani again. In her heart, she shyly thought, aside from his stamina talent, could Lord Riani perhaps excel in other areas as well? In the intervals of conversation between Clea, others, and Lord Riani, the nearby guards also began to help their companions up and started cleaning and tidying up the garden. However, when they saw the bodies, nearly all exploded heads of the Black Flame Guardians, as well as the bodies of Raxel and Ganon from the secret snake sect, many guards whispered among themselves, "Hey, do you guys think? Why does Lord Riani love using his warhammer to smash his enemy's head so much? It makes such a bloody and brain-spattered mess, it's really nauseating to look at." "Scared, huh? Good, being scared is the right response. Lord Riani must want to intimidate his enemies with this way of fighting," a young guard said with a know-it-all expression. The other guards glanced at each other and instantly showed an expression of sudden realization. "Exactly, that must be it. It's just that, with this being the case, I don't think his old nickname Meister Siege Hammer is suitable anymore." "Right. What do you guys think about calling him Skull Crusher instead? That fits well." "Agreed," a guard nodded in approval. "Agreed." At this moment Langular too walked over with his wounded body. He first looked at Ganon's body with shock, then at Riani and exclaimed, "Lord Riani, your strength is really..." While speaking, Langular made a thumbs-up gesture. Just now, their Blade Squad 3 had joined forces against this Ganon, but were completely crushed in less than a minute. Yet when Ganon faced Lord Riani, he also ended up a headless corpse in roughly the same amount of time. This left Langular at a loss for what to say. Both were golden-level sword bearers and team captains. But the disparity between them was just too great. The conclusion was all too clear and obvious, given the nearly identical conditions and time frame of the comparisons. Of course, Langela's compliment was not because he was skilled at flattering and fawning, but because while sword-bearers enjoyed very good treatment in many respects, there was one condition that one had to come back alive after a mission. So within the sword-bearers, there was a great respect for those with strong abilities. Because sometimes, having a strong companion lend a hand could be the difference between life and death. Captain Langella, you flatter me. Without the three of you holding him off, Ganon might have discovered that Holden was already dead sooner and would have immediately ordered the Earth Snake to destroy the villa, Rhaenys said. Upon hearing Rhaenys' words, Langella felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. He was well aware of their situation as three. Despite their full effort, they were beaten like dead dogs by Ganon. But in Lord Rhaenys' words, they had put up a valiant resistance with significant impact. Listen, that's emotional intelligence. By the way, Captain Langella, as a matter of fact, I have a question for you. What is the greatest difference between a quasi-legendary or legendary and us great knights? Rhaenys asked. Lord Rhaenys, you haven't researched this. Langella looked at Rhaenys in surprise. In his view, someone like Rhaenys, who was about to step into the legendary level, should have a more comprehensive and profound grasp of this knowledge. However, Rhaenys had only officially become a great knight a little over 2 months ago, and had not yet had the chance to look into this matter. For great knights, completely comprehending Will's brilliance and entering the realm of titled knights is to become a legendary strongman, Langella pondered and said concisely. If one has only grasped a trace or a small part of it, then that person is a quasi-legendary strongman. Will's brilliance, Rhaenys frowned slightly. It seemed like the second time he had heard this term, the last time Master Ganther had mentioned it briefly. Yes, that's right. Simply put, the sense of oppression you felt during your fight with these two is the influence of will at the entry level. Langella pointed to the bodies of Ganon and others as he said. If you master the basic use of this will's brilliance, you could be said to have entered the quasi-legendary level. But Langella felt a bit awkward as he explained this. He quickly realized where the awkwardness came from. For him, these two were on a higher quasi-legendary level, but for Rhaenys they were defeated foes. And now he was suggesting that Rhaenys should learn from these two. That type of oppression? Rhaenys nodded. Being a wizard as well, he had much sharper senses than Langella. He could feel that this oppression was a demonstration of some sort of spiritual power. Captain Langella's right, but Rhaenys, you're also a wizard. For wizards, the distinction of a quasi-legendary strongman is simpler. It's the liquefaction of spiritual power taking one to second-level wizard. And a legendary is when spiritual power crystallizes, Clea said from aside. If we liken spiritual power to a multifaceted crystal, then perception is one of the facets, an external manifestation of spiritual power. Will's brilliance is another facet of this crystal, another external manifestation of spiritual power. This is exactly what I heard from the Ranger Queen, also called the Windwalker, Lady Sephrys, when I was at the Royal Academy. She too embodies both the ways of the wizard and the knight. And I think her words should be helpful to you. Lady Crea's beautiful eyes were fixed on Rhaenys as she spoke. Two sides of the same coin, huh? Rhaenys nodded and said, Thank you, Lady Crea. Lady Sephrys's words are very enlightening to me. But Rhaenys also knew that these were merely overarching summaries. For him to master Will's brilliance, he still had to start from the very beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave this place to you. I need to go back and ponder over this. Of course, Lord Rhaenys, please proceed. Back in his room, Rain thought for a moment, then began to check the system prompts. You have been involved in a battle, Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, Experience plus 2,491. You have been involved in a battle, Weapon Master, Legendary, Experience plus 1,387. Note, the above skill experience has enjoyed a 30% increase due to the exclusive talent Junior Extraordinary Understanding. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 3 golden skill points. Congratulations, you have defeated a formidable enemy and gained 4 golden skill points. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard Legendary profession level has increased. The profession level of Warhammer Wizard Legendary had risen from LV1 at the time of the job change, going up 4 levels, reaching LV5, 591/2000. as the profession level of Weapon Master, Legendary, was already at LV8 and close to leveling up. This substantial gain in experience also attributed to a level increase, achieving LV9, 198/10,000. This was indeed an unexpected delight. This perfectly satisfied one of the prerequisites for the Epic level profession King of Thousand Blades, Epic, Weapon Master LV9 or above. Moreover, it allowed Rain to gain another 5 attribute points and 5 skill points, plus 7 golden skill points. It was a grand harvest. Adding to his original remaining points, Rain now had 6 leftover attribute points, 6 skill points, and 8 golden skill points. This also meant that Rain could now elevate either Crushing Hammer or Sword Blade Storm modified from an advanced secret skill to a top secret technique. In addition, regarding Will, Rain also vaguely grasped a hint of its essence. At once, Rain stood with one hand across his chest and the other supporting his chin. Pacing back and forth in the room deep in thought, several hours later, the 20 or so fugitive Black Flame monks saw a group of familiar figures at the other end of the original tunnel, led by another notable person from their sect, Lord Freeman. However, there was a stranger standing beside him, towering like a small giant. In the dim light of torches, the stranger had disheveled hair, making it hard to see his face. He wore an exceedingly ancient-looking bronze breastplate, and the exposed skin was grayish-white and wrinkled, not elastic like that of a normal person. What the Black Flame monks found even more daunting was the intimidating aura emanating from the stranger, preventing them from daring to approach him. Lord Freeman, it's terrible. Lord Raxel has been killed by Rain. Raxel is dead. Freeman's initially great mood was clouded with gloom. So the plan to attack Earl Hab's mansion has also failed. The Black Flame monks exchanged glances before responding. It can't be said to be a complete failure. Lord Ganon from the secret snake sect is still fighting. And you fled, a bunch of rubbish. Freeman's eyes twitched as he fumed with rage. PFFT. Suddenly, the ancient hero Mong had advanced several meters without anyone noticing. His arm, as thin as a stick yet clearly muscular and thick-boned, pierced through the chest of a Black Flame monk who had returned. The monk was utterly confused, never expecting to be attacked amidst his own sect members. At this moment, he was lifted like a chicken by the arm that had breached his chest. Red lines of blood began to densely appear on the arm, and the Black Flame monk's mouth wide open seemed like he wanted to scream. But his body rapidly contorted and shriveled, withering and dehydrating before one's eyes. Soon, his limbs turned grayish-white like a dried corpse, hanging limply. His neck titled to one side, the clearly more ruddy arm threw the body aside like discarding trash. If it's rubbish, then it's useless in ancient common language. A deep, hoarse voice came from the ancient hero Mong, as if he had killed not a person, but merely a chicken. The cold tone made all the Black Flame monks who had returned turn deathly pale with fear. Lord Mong, although these are rubbish, they are still faithful believers of the sect in ancient common language and can be put to some use, Freeman hurriedly explained. At the same time, he cursed himself quietly. Damn it, I forgot the big guy was here. Just saying the word rubbish, and the big guy heard it. Of course, the issue was that many words in ancient common language sound the same as in modern common language, including the word rubbish. Lord, let me take you to a place where there are plenty of strong ones for you to recover your strength. Not more of this kind of rubbish. Certainly not, those are the elite of the Dragon Empire. Upon hearing this, Freeman was startled, then chuckled awkwardly, saying, Meanwhile, Mingster, the administrative building's top floor at the Sword Bearer's branch. In Admiral Edward's office, a middle-aged man in an army uniform, with a pair of golden oak leaves and 4 crescent moons on his epaulettes, reported respectfully, Admiral, sir, we just received urgent military intelligence from Meister. The sealing gate has been opened by the Sea Clan and the Sea God sect. However, they did not expect a demon-tail sea dragon with 3 heads to be sealed inside. The Imperial Guardian, caught off guard, let the creature escape into the deep sea. Never expected it to be a demon-tail sea dragon with 3 heads. Escaped. Admiral Edward, clad in a military officer's uniform, raised an eyebrow, finding it a bit hard to believe the outcome, because he understood that regarding whatever was sealed behind the sealing gate, the upper echelons of the Empire should have been aware. Moreover, ever since the news of the sealing gate was reported, it was said that the Empire had already started making preparations and had sent an Imperial Guardian here. Yet, incredibly, they still let the other party escape. Which Imperial Guardian came this time? It was Dragon Knight Minia, sir. The Red Queen herself. I can't believe that even she couldn't capture that magical three-headed sea dragon. As an admiral of the Empire, Edward naturally knew about Minia's background. She was the current Empire Emperor's aunt, and her steed was an adult female red dragon covered in red scales. Combined with Minia's royal status, that was why she was honored with the title Red Queen. In the ranks of Imperial Guardians, she was also counted as one of the top-level powerhouses. Unexpectedly, even she failed. Yes, it is said this magical three-headed sea dragon has gained a trace of divinity, likely favored by some evil god, hence. Colonel Stanley explained. A divine being? No wonder. Admiral Edward's face showed comprehension. However, the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes deepened. Yes, sir. Times of trouble. Edward couldn't help but sigh. This pointed out that the situation the Empire was facing had gradually slipped out of Imperial control. Otherwise, even if the three-headed dragon was a divine creature, it wouldn't have been possible for it to escape. Do Duke Mingster and Archbishop Gomez know about this matter? Duke Mingster should be aware. Archbishop Gomez probably doesn't know yet. Inform Archbishop Gomez, tell them to be more vigilant. As you command, sir. And what did the higher-ups say? The order from above is for us to diversify our branches, to issue more assignments related to the Sea Clan and the Sea God sect, aiding the operations of the Empire's Navy and Army. Carry it out as instructed. Eyster County, in the garden of Earl Hab's mansion. The secret agent planted by the Black Flame cult within Earl Hab's mansion was busily shoveling soil into the large hole dug by the legendary Earth Snake. After more than an hour, his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. Yo, Area, you're quite diligent today, haven't rested at all. The agent, under the alias Area, clearly didn't wish to engage in banter with a fellow guard, because at this moment, his mood was in shambles. He did not expect the cult's meticulously planned attack to end this way. When he saw Raxel die at Rain's hands, he felt a chill to his core. Fortunately, he had not immediately turned traitor when the attack happened. Otherwise, he'd be lying on the ground too. He made up his mind to lay low for a while and not to pass any messages or intel back to the cult. After the deaths of Raxel and another Black Flame Guardian at Rain's hands, in truth, the remaining elite members of the cult did not know his real identity. After much effort, the massive hole was finally filled almost completely. Area wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and looked at his work, feeling quite satisfied. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, as the ground beneath his feet, which had just been filled in, seemed to quiver slightly. Could it be the Earth Snake coming again? Find Rain, not me. Upon noticing the change, Area's face paled and he turned to leave the pit. But in an instant, an unexpected terror struck. All at once, loose soil sprayed in all directions, and a thick, desiccated gray-white arm suddenly reached out from the ground, grabbing onto his ankle. In an instant, Area felt a bone-chilling cold shoot from his tailbone straight to the back of his head. Swoosh! The next second, Area disappeared from his spot. Area was yanked by a powerful force, dragged from the surface straight into the ground. The mound that had been filled showed a small hole less than a meter in diameter. The guards who witnessed this suddenly changed their expression. 2 hours ago, inside a room on the second floor of Earl Habs's mansion. After pondering for a long time, Rain decided to first upgrade the advanced secret skill, Crushing Hammer, to a top-level secret technique. There were 2 reasons. The first was that the soul-crushing Warhammer of the Warhammer Wizard, legendary, required enemies to die by the Warhammer to trigger its enhancement effect, according to the system description. Obviously, the stronger the hammer skill, the more powerful the enemies that could be killed by the Warhammer, and the greater the enhancement. The second reason was what Langela had said before, that the key for a great knight to step into the realm of legendary lay in mastering the radiance of will, and the same level secret skill, Sword Blade Storm Modified, was a combination of innate wizardry and a secret technique. It couldn't be considered a pure swordsmanship mystery. Rain vaguely felt that to grasp the radiance of will, it might be better to focus on pure hammer skill or swordsmanship mysteries without mixing in witchcraft. Having made up his mind, Rain checked the conditions for promoting Crushing Hammer to a top-level secret technique again. 1. Any extraordinary hammer technique LV18 or above. 2. Bear King breathing method LV18 or above. 3. Strength 45 points, Agility 38 points, Constitution 40 points or above. 4. Consume 4 golden skill points. He then checked his attribute panel. Constitution 39 Strength, 46 Agility, 44 Spirit, 55. Rain found that he was only lacking 1 point in Constitution to meet all the conditions. Naturally, he didn't hesitate and quickly added 1 attribute point to his Constitution. As his Constitution also reached the threshold of 40, Rain completely satisfied the attribute point requirements for the top-level secret technique. Next came the consumption of 4 golden skill points to level both the hammer skill and the Bear King breathing method to LV18, and then selected Promote. Instantly, a torrent of memories from the training of Crushing Hammer surged into Rain's mind. In a mysterious space, it was as if Rain, undistracted, had been diligently practicing the advanced hammer skill mystery, Crushing Hammer, for 3 or 4 decades, and in the final moment achieved a breakthrough. The system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, you have comprehended the top-level hammer skill mystery, Annihilating Hammer. Annihilating Hammer has the name changed as well. However, seeing the words top-level secret technique, a smile couldn't help but appear on Rain's lips. He had finally mastered a top-level secret technique. On the Weapon Master Legendary panel, the hammer skill mystery, Crushing Hammer, also synchronously changed to Annihilating Hammer. The icon underwent significant changes as well. The figure now depicted a dark, heavy hammer swinging downward and around the head of the hammer. Ripples spread out like waves in concentric circles. Unlike the previous lifelike depiction of shattering boulders, this picture looked more like an abstract painting. After all, the extent of the ripple's power was unknown. The small print at the bottom right of the icon had also changed. Annihilating Hammer, top-level secret technique, effect. Employ a primal force combined with shock techniques, with the addition of a sliver of the will's power, to deliver a mighty strike that can annihilate both the tangible and intangible. Note: to advance Annihilating Hammer to basic annihilation field, the following conditions must be met. 1. Strength 60 points, Agility 50 points, Constitution 55 points, Will 3 points or above. 2. Consume 8 golden skill points. This is a field. Has it started to transcend the scope of a mere technique? Rain keenly noticed the keyword field in the remarks. Although it only spoke of a basic annihilation field, it was evident that the power of this annihilation field was above that of a top-level secret technique. At the same time, Rain immediately thought of the elementary fire-type witchcraft high-temperature field that he had learned before, which also contained the word field. But clearly, there was a huge difference between the two. Additionally, Rain noticed that the subsequent promotion of the top-level secret technique, Annihilating Hammer, had deviated from the requirement of hammer skill, and it even moved away from the breathing method requirement. Displayed were only 2 prerequisite conditions, attribute points and golden skill points. There was a sense of moving from complexity to simplicity. Will 3. Rain quickly noticed this newly emerged attribute item, but I don't have will as an attribute. Rain, with a slight frown, immediately called up his attribute panel. His eyes abruptly widened as the panel now surprisingly included a new will attribute. Constitution, 40 Strength, 46 Agility, 44 Spirit, 55 Will. Hidden attribute. 1 note: will is a hidden attribute and cannot be improved by adding attribute points. How did I suddenly have 1 point of will? Rain appeared thoughtful. Could it be that this 1 point of will comes from the process of upgrading my advanced secret skill, Crushing Hammer, to the top-level secret technique, Annihilating Hammer, just now? It seems that's the only explanation. While Rain was contemplating this question, a knock suddenly sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Rain, Clea's familiar voice came from outside the door. Rain opened the door to see Lady Clea holding an ancient-looking parchment scroll, standing at the doorway with a smile. Miss Clea, please come in. Clea nodded and stepped into the room. Rain, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, she said. But before that, I have something for you which might provide some inspiration for grasping will. This is a manuscript written by an ancestor of the Habas family based on their own experiences on how they comprehended the radiance of will, Clea explained as she handed the parchment scroll to Rain. Lady Clea, isn't it too valuable? Clea's smile became even more radiant. Rain, don't forget you're now my guardian knight. The stronger you are, the safer I will be, right? Before, when I was still a peak knight, it was not convenient for me to give you certain items from our family. However, it's different now. After my promotion to Great Knight, according to the agreement my father had with the elders of the family, I am now the primary heir to the Habas family, with much greater authority than before. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to give you this manuscript, I'm afraid. Thank you, Lady Clea. Rain took the manuscript and bowed slightly. Now, with one point in will attribute, having a manuscript about the understanding of will from predecessors for reference naturally greatly benefited Rain. It could potentially accelerate his subsequent comprehension and usage of will. Moreover, I've spoken to my father about you. He's both happy and surprised by your growth. He hopes to talk to you when he's feeling a bit better after some time. Of course, at any time, please convey to Count Hubbs that I hope he recovers soon. At that moment, Clea's expression became serious. Rain, as a wizard, haven't you noticed anything unusual lately? Something unusual. Rain couldn't help feeling puzzled. Yes, like the concentration of mystical side energy particles you felt. Perhaps you can try to recall, compare 1 month ago with now. Clea looked at Rain with a puzzled expression. Rain sensed carefully. It seemed that the energy particles around him were easier to mobilize, but the problem was his spiritual power from a month ago and now had increased by at least 10 points or more. Rain suddenly realized. He understood. The incredibly fast improvement of his spiritual power left him no time to pay attention to the changes in these mysterious energy particles around him. All along, he intuitively believed that the enhancement of his witchcraft power was solely due to his own strength improvement. In fact, as Clea mentioned, a small part of the reason was indeed the change in energy particle concentration. Lady Clea, do you mean to say the concentration of mystical side energy particles has become denser for some unknown reasons? Yes, although I am a knight, my spiritual power is not weak. I have felt this change over the past 6 months, let alone the wizards. Moreover, don't you find it strange? Legendary species such as the earth snake, these ancient creatures, have suddenly appeared. I thought it was a coincidence, but now that you mention it, this isn't coincidental. It's not a coincidence. When I was at the Imperial City's Royal Academy, reports of the resurgence of such behemoths from across the vast territories of the Empire have come up at least a dozen times. Even many children of great nobles are discussing this issue, Clea said, her face turning solemn. Spiritual energy revival. A term from his previous life inexplicably cropped up in Rain's mind. Of course, that's just a metaphor. The real reason behind it might be far more complicated, but regardless, the current situation indicated that an increase in energy particle concentration seemed to lead to the gradual awakening of behemoths. Although he was progressing rapidly, he still had a substantial gap compared to the legendary earth snake. The question was, apart from the behemoths behind those active cults, this caused Rain's brows to furrow, a sense of urgency emerging. Hasn't the Empire discussed any solutions? Rain inquired. I don't have access to the Empire-level response plan yet. According to one theory at the Royal Academy, it's a mix of opportunities and challenges. The increased concentration of energy particles will not only directly enhance the combat power of wizards, but will also subtly reduce the difficulty for us knights to advance in rank. It means that breakthroughs have become easier. Many believe that experts from within the Empire will emerge like bamboo shoots after a Rain, Clea said. I see. Rain mused thoughtfully. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, at least the rapid improvement in his own strength had another satisfactory explanation. After Clea left, Rain began to look through the manuscript written by Mikkel Habs, one of Clea's ancestors who was among the few in Habas family history who had comprehended the brilliance of will. In fact, the content in the manuscript regarding how to comprehend the brilliance of will wasn't extensive, just a few fleeting words. Understand why you fight. Understand where your longsword points. After pondering over this phrase several times, perhaps due to the one point of will that Rain already possessed, he had an epiphany. He stretched out his right hand and activated his primal force, with his palm emitting a faint white glow. But the next moment, a formless power of the mind and spirit settled in his hand. The light of the primal force suddenly underwent some kind of change. It wasn't a quantitative change, but rather it seemed as if the previously chaotic primal force molecules had suddenly become orderly. It was as if the primal force had found a leader, had gained a soul. Was the primal force previously soulless? To explain it, using an analogy from Rain's past life, it was as if the former primal force was like the carbon atoms in graphite, while now with the addition of will, It had become the carbon atoms in diamond. The carbon was still carbon, but it had transformed in essence. Rain ran his hand, radiating with primordial force, in a karate chop motion, gently across a corner of the wooden table. Smack, the thick corner of the solid wood table fell to the ground, its cut surface smooth beyond measure. Rain's face was thoughtful. Clearly, the infusion of primordial force before hadn't been able to achieve this effect. Suddenly, a loud boom came from outside the window. Rain immediately went to the window to check. He saw that the previously sealed tunnel entrance had burst open, with dirt flying everywhere. The earth snake is back. Rain's first thought was that the legendary earth snake had returned. Well, this is good. Just the right moment to test the core skill, effect Soul Shatter Strike of the Warhammer Wizard. Experience what real damage is. However, to Rain's surprise, his keen vision observed a particularly burly figure slowly emerging from the smoke and dust. The figure had wild red hair similar to a lion's mane and wore an extremely ancient, bronze-colored breastplate. The design somewhat resembled the muscle cuirasses worn by Spartacus, the warrior from Rain's previous life, made from front and back bronze plates. In his right hand, he carried a cube-shaped giant warhammer. The warhammer, equally ancient in style, had a perfectly square metallic head and blue faces on both sides, with stripes of blue and white on the handle. Suddenly, dozens of guards in their shock immediately surrounded the figure. But in the next second, all guards, as if frozen by some invisible force on the spot, seemed unable to move even a finger. The figure blinked and was instantly beside a guard. PFF. He drove his hand directly into the guard's heart. As wisps of red blood spread over his large, withered arm, the figure slightly tilted his head and said in a muffled voice from his chest cavity, "Freeman, you are deceiving me. These are not the Empire's elites." At that moment, Rain saw a group of black flame cultists were emerging in a single file from the tunnel. Langular, Flay, and Atlas rushed over quickly from the side. But upon their first glimpse of the ancient hero Mong, they were stunned. That aura of authority. Freeman quickly pointed at Langular and the others and immediately explained to Mong, "No, Lord Mong, those are the Empire's elites." Instantly, as Mong's gaze landed on Langular and his company, the group immediately felt their hairs stand on end, and a chill shoot from their spines directly to their crowns. They instantly felt as though they were being targeted by a natural predator. Langular, the Peak Knight, looked desperate and said to the two teammates beside him, "You two escape separately in a moment. I'll hold them off." "Captain, is he really that strong?" Flay, slightly panicked, asked. It was his first time seeing his captain like this. They hadn't even clashed with the enemy, and he had already given up hope of victory. "Captain, even with Lord Rain, it's no use." Flay pursed his lips unwillingly. "No use. It's impossible to win. He is a true legendary fighter, maybe, even beyond." Langular shook his head, his complexion turning pale. At that moment, Clea also arrived behind Langular, following her Rain. Not escaping separately, off to the side. Freeman, seeing this, couldn't help but rejoice and silently cheered. Come on, all the elites of the Dragon Empire, the more the better. This way Lord Mong can swiftly regain his full strength. The ancient hero Mong had been asleep for far too long, although trapped in the Amber Barrier spell, which slowed the passage of his life. Still, his vital essence gradually weakened with the passage of time. Moreover, while the crystallized blood from the previous blood ceremony, refined though it was from thousands of mere mortals mixed with a few knights, wasn't enough for a being of Mong's caliber. Most of it was mere dross. After absorbing it, he had barely awoken. The strength of the ancient hero Mong was now at a mere fraction of what it once was. From formerly an epic fighter, he was barely at the threshold of a legendary fighter. Mong needed to absorb the essence of as many powerful beings as possible to quickly regain his strength. For instance, if he could absorb a legendary fighter now, he should be able to recover a small portion of his strength. If there were 10 legendary fighters, basically, he would be able to regain the strength of an epic fighter. Just as Mong was about to launch an attack, suddenly, he tilted his head toward the sky. 2 Griffin Knights were routinely flying from Fishing Port town to Meister County City. At this moment, they were nearly at Meister County City when suddenly, they noticed a large plume of dust rising from the noble district of the city. This caused the 2 Griffin Knights to glance at each other and immediately become alert. From their vantage point in the sky, it was clear that the dust affected a large area on the ground. "Fish, let's go down and check it out." Viscount Filk, That seems to be Count Hab's mansion. Could it have been attacked? Immediately, the two Griffin Knights maneuvered their griffins towards the source of the dust at high speed. It's the Black Flame cult. Viscount Filk instantly saw the unmistakable robed figures and the tall, hammer-wielding figure in front. From the perspective of those on the ground, suddenly, a powerful and majestic cry came from the sky.